उड़ा मैं नींद से, देखा जो सपना वो सच था। घर पे एक कुत्ता है, गाड़ी 2-4 दोस्त और एक स्टूडियो मस्त था। बस अभी तो लगा पैसों का है चस्का, सब कुछ लगे अपने बस का। म्यूजिक में नशा मैं झूमता ही रहता, पता मुझे करूँ क्या इस कश का। मेरा शहर मेरा घर मेरा दिल यहीं, मेरे दोस्तों से सही कोई महफिल नहीं। मैं बाहर ज्यादा घूमने पर मन रहता घर पे, यहाँ हफ्ते से ज्यादा घर पाता कहीं चिल नहीं फील नहीं। इस हवे में गम है खुशी, इस हवे में जोश, सब कर लूंगा खुद ही। ऊपर से साथ मेरा क्रू, सब कुछ है सॉर्ट की वफक बार हूँ। ज्यादा कमाने का शौक बचाने का कम, उतना ही खाते हम जितना हजम। माँ बाप के चेहरे में दिखती जो खुशी है, लगा नहीं सकता कोई उस पे रकम। खुद पे नाज भी है, कुछ हमसे नाराज भी है। वक्त ना रोक सके हम तो किसी ना किसी का छूटना लाजमी है। भूख तो आज भी है, बस बदल गया थोड़ा मेन्यू। पार्टी तो आज भी है, बस बदल गए थोड़े वेन्यूज। बिजनेस तो आज भी वही, बस बदल गया है रेवेन्यू। सेकंड हैंड गाड़ी का शौक, पर बाकी सारी चीजें लेते हम ब्रांड न्यू। नए सपने नए मौके नया दिन, चल पड़े हम करने चेंज अपना सीन। हो इंसान तो बदलते रहेंगे शौक, तो करते रहने फरा हसल till I'm gone, नए सपने नए मौके नया दिन, चल पड़े हम करने चेंज अपना सीन। हो इंसान तो बदलते रहेंगे शौक, तो करते रहने फरा हसल। करना मुझे जो मेरा दिल करे, वही मेरा बिल भरे। मेरे साथ लोग भी कहानी मेरी फील करे, मेरे हर खर्चे की रात से ही फीस भरे। परिवार मेरे अपने शौक की हर चीज करे। पैसा जरूरी है, खुशी मिलती जब भी क्लियर होते चेक्स। बोलते वो मोर मनी मोर प्रॉब्लम्स, ऐसी ही दिक्कत लगे मुझे बेस्ट। मौत का इंतजार नहीं, मेरा स्वर्ग यहीं शुरू। Good morning.
Yeah, I mean, we're confident in our
Good
thoughts.
morning.
We're practicing for so long that
America is so back.
You're going for another American.
Welcome to America's baby. Good morning, dosto. Welcome to Americas. Finally,
in stage one.
it's the stage one of Americas.
We got less facing off against Redux to kick off our skirmish. This should be a fun one.
Wow.
Good to see less, of course, is another guy we were talking about before as a homecoming.
आइए आपका इंतजार था। Good morning दोस्तों। भाई I'm
because
so
he's
glad
here.
कि मैं सो गया। मैंने अभी देखा कि भाई अभी तक मैच चल ही रहा है, अभी तक मैच चल ही रहा है। ये मीए का खत्म नहीं हुआ है, अभी तक ये मीए का मैच खत्म नहीं हुआ भाई। 11-8 चल रहा है बे। अच्छा है भाई। मैं सोया पता है 2 घंटा सोया हूँ मैं। जिम जाके आया, मस्त खाना खाया और फिर सो गया। मेरी तबीयत थोड़ी सही नहीं लग रही थी, मैं बोला सो जाता हूँ बढ़िया। उठूंगा, उठ के एकदम फ्रेश अमेरिकास देखूंगा एकदम सुबह तक, G2 MIBR तक। गुड मॉर्निंग दोस्तों। क्या इन लोगों के पास बात करने के लिए रहता है वो? शॉट रीडर Bro is locked in. कितना 4-0 5-0 करेगा?
You gotta believe me, I don't play this.
Yeah, I mean, right now Redux is cooking.
Yeah, 4-0. That's
we hyped up Les's first time back on the sticks, and my boy's getting rocked.
Oh, nice.
We're so bad.
पहला जीता।
We got breadsticks now. We got breadsticks. We don't have a donut. It's all good. But yeah.
See, go back to the roll for a second.
क्या
though,
बात
guys.
है भाई।
Let's clean this one up.
एमर है Redux, हाँ?
Take a breath.
5-1 लेट्स गो। भाई अभी बस मैच देखकर घर पहुंचा हूँ, विराट को पहली बार देखा, मजा आ गया। मैच तो हार गए यार भाई, पर लेट्स गो भाई, लेट्स गो। आई होप वहाँ पे मैच कभी वापस ना हो, बारिश हो जाती है। पर हैप्पी फॉर यू ब्रदर, हैप्पी फॉर यू। गुवाहाटी में था ना मैच आज भाई, सब G2 बोल रहे हैं। ब्रो आज मेरे को लग रहा है आज उल्टा होने वाला है, आज MIBR जीतेगी, आज नहीं जीतने वाली G2। आज MIBR का गेम है।
Completely fair. And I just have a lot of faith in their new dynamic, right? Yeah. I think that John going back to the IG role.
Who will win Series 1? Sen Crew? Bro, Sen को इतने सारे वोट कैसे मिले बे? सब लोग बिलीव कर ब्रो। प्रोफेसर P, ब्रो चैट, प्रोफेसर P is back. Hold up, मैं तो excited ही नहीं था। Come on, New Jersey, baby.
Everyone wonders, what's the secret of the Americas? Some say que es la resiliencia.
ये क्या है भाई? इनका प्रोमो है वीडियो देखते रहो.
Outros vão dizer que é a paixão.
Pero estos son apenas los ingredientes de nuestra grandeza.
Do nosso molho. Essa mistura que intensifica como a gente vive.
Number 1 region in the world.
It's more than how we play.
É como a gente
Americas.
Como nos provocamos.
After
e
Pacific.
até como a gente relaxa.
It's who
Good morning.
we are. Nuestros aficionados son apasionados, explosive.
भाई सोए लग रहे हो भाई. सो के उठाओ. मैं बस अभी जस्ट सो के उठाओ 10-15 मिनट पहले.
Is always backing us up.
आप बोलते तो आप तो उनके पहले ही मर जाते हो.
But they
Shut the fuck
also
up.
demand us to the highest of standards. Juntos hacemos de cada momento un espectáculo.
Wait.
In our
Wait, chat.
terms.
नंबर 1 रीजन इन द वर्ल्ड अमेरिकाज होना चाहिए,
Valorant is
क्योंकि अमेरिकाज के पास 1, 2,
lo que nos une.
3 चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी.
The champ-
पहला मास्टर्स एफएनएस जो जीता वो वाला मास्टर्स.
Y ahora
2 मास्टर्स ट्रॉफी.
Mundo que é
Bro,
pouco
come
do nosso
on,
molho.
America's greatest region of all time.
well, you just can't bottle.
Yep. इस बार सेन नहीं जीतेगी. जीते तो आई गिव अप गैंग. Bro, Professor P is back, bro. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in Professor P, bro. अबे come on, मैच चालू करो भाई. सेन जर्सी में देखना है मेरे को.
fresh slate for every team.
एपैक टॉप. एपैक के पास 4 मास्टर्स ही है ना भाई बस.
Kickoff foi bem ruim, foi uma fase bem
4
ruim,
मास्टर
mas
बैक टू बैक
espero
एपैक के
mudar
पास
isso
है.
da Prestige. Só continue torcendo pela
ओ
gente.
मतलब
A gente vai dessa.
एक चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी आ गई और एपैक नंबर 1. Mostly they are coming एपैक here and all together.
Demon 1, this guy is unbelievable on the server.
हाँ और तू साले धोखेबाज आदमी, गंदे आदमी, बाहर निकले. तू बाहर निकले टियर 1 से बाहर. साला धोखेबाज कहीं का. और जेल्सिस हाईलाइट. और जेल्सिस हाईलाइट. जीटीए में मेरा बैंगर गेम. मेरे को तो पहला वाला गेम बैंगर लग रहा है भाई, क्योंकि हम लोग ने किक ऑफ में देखा ही नहीं.
They're ready to prove that they have like a good formula between both of them.
हम लोग ने अभी तक देखा ही नहीं किक ऑफ में कि साधक कैसा खेलता है, लेस कैसा वापस साथ में कितना बढ़िया रहेगा ये दोनों का. इतने टाइम बाद वापस खेल रहे हैं ना ये लोग.
VCT Americas, it's something, you know, I didn't expect I would have
Welcome
to
back!
say. It's a fresh new team, so a lot of things we have to build up together, and that's one of my strong suits is, you know, building a foundation and a team.
Jonah P down long, getting wrapped around behind. Surely he can't get a kill for me. What is happening?
ये तो याद है मुझे. आसपास गिरा. आसपास आज गिरा. आसपास भी खेलेगा.
Top 3 finish is nothing to
सेकंड भी खेलेगा.
Santiago. I don't really want to feel that again. I don't want to.
चैट रुक जाओ, मेरे को पैंट चेंज करके आने दो.
Ustedes esperan el mismo Sadak del pasado.
आज मेरी चड्डी फट गई भाई. आज
Unas decisiones.
ये भी खेलेगा.
se van a
डैडी
tomar
सादक
sorpresa
बेबी.
porque este nuevo Sadak está mucho mejor.
I hope that they don't disrespect us. We already showed that we can beat everyone.
खत्म हो. ये लोग स्टेज 1 में नहीं चलेंगे. हाँ
I'm very confident for
स्टेज 1 में it's all about MIBR, G2 and NRG.
Playing a whole different game. We want to show the world
Wow.
we can win.
दोनों मैच पूरा देखोगे ऑफ कोर्स, इसीलिए तो मैं सो के.
Riot Games Arena.
Victor is also
Welcome
playing,
to
yep.
Stage 1. Y se forman estrellas y además vuelven leyendas.
Ajá.
Que se escuche para Kruvisa.
Hi, thanks. Woo! Kruvisa! First time!
Making their debut. It's Kruvisa, and that is a sentence
एक सीजन बाद आ रहे हो. वाह दोस्तों, बहुत जल्दी आ गए आप लोग.
That was not able to compete at kickoff because
बताओ,
of these issues.
तुम्हारा
They missed
स्पॉन्सर
out on
वीजा
that.
है
And
और
then
तुम्हें
because
वीजा ही
they
नहीं
missed out on Santiago as a result of it because they couldn't
Bro, sneak in
qualify
G2.
for it. Now,
अरे
they have
थोड़ा
an
सा बेवड़ा है
opportunity
क्या
maybe
sneaked in
to be
G2?
able to punch their ticket
Qualify
to
तो
win
करती है ना हर बार.
now with a good performance against their opponents.
A homecoming for Sadak and less after a
America's
rough
के
stint
bully
in
है वो लोग.
EMEA. A homecoming for MW Zara, making his re-debut on the Americas stage. For Dante,
yeah, bless.
After last year,
Dante you.
Same for Silence, a team with some of the best
MW
talent
Zara.
from South America, with the winningest leader
Bro, ये
that
team है,
region
chat.
has ever produced.
Chat, trust me,
Here
trust me, chat. ये लोग बहुत अच्छा मचाने वाले हैं. ये लोग का भी सीजन हो सकता है.
And on the other side, you know them, you love them.
Yeah!
Here at Force
Yeah, Professor P, baby!
All right, and it's the Sentinels, crowd favorite squad, but with a very different look coming in to stage 1. One of the only remaining pieces of this team is John P on that lineup from the original team.
Bro,
the team
Victor!
Over in Masters Madrid. Now they're bringing in Jonah P, the prolific professor, the man who knows how to hit the lineups. He could very well be the thing that this team's looking for.
For sure, they have a lot to prove with this new roster because now you have John QT
Come Discord
newer insert of a coach of Ewok. Now they're trying to figure out this identity of the roster because this was a result again of what they thought was a little bit of failure from kickoff. So now they're looking to really prove it to themselves, and I think a lot of these roster changes make a lot of sense.
Qualify ही करती है, जीत नहीं पाती कभी तो qualify तो करती है ना अमेरिकास में. मैं अमेरिकास की बात कर रहा हूँ. What's up, baby?
Individually,
America's baby.
And a map's here. Lotus, Breeze, and if necessary.
Why Victor 29 का है, if I'm not wrong.
Honestly, when I'm looking at this map, I feel like it is very Sen-sided. I'm honestly surprised to see them bringing back Breeze after their last run, but it's a new team. We have John back on the IGL role.
Oh, Ewok, by the way, chat. Ewok is in Americas now.
2025.
Pacific से Americas तक का सफर. Long way, bro, long way.
A lot of that map is a lot of that push-pull, a lot of that conditioning, and if your IGL is confident in that he can set up his whole team for that, it feels like a Sen-sided map pick.
Yeah, on the other side though, I think that Siraka's at IGL has always had some of the most interesting meta reads of pretty much anyone.
Very creative guy.
Right? If you were watching
Let's go!
back in 2024, I think it was, when they were playing
Nah, bro. भाई crew भरने वाली है मेरे को लग रहा है सेन को.
You even look at the Nia playing
भाई ये लोग पंकिल भाई kick off में नहीं खेले थे पता है.
He's always been very unique in the way that he likes to index his agents.
Crew का ना पांचों player को visa नहीं मिला था.
Meta changes with a lot of questions up in the air. How does Sadak?
Bro, Victor is so back. Victor is so back.
Or is there something interesting again?
And I'm also keeping my eyes on that guy on your screen right there, Victor, for Sentinels, because he's coming in with some big shoes to fill. Jerwin got picked up with a ton of hype, but couldn't be here. Now that he's got to step into that spot, he's got to get these boys over the finish line.
Hello from
Different jerseys on both sides, but if you were a fan of the partnership, this is the best rivalry Valorant ever had. Optic versus Loud Sadak, Victor, those guys duking it out more than any other team has basically played in a year.
चलो चालू करो जल्दी जल्दी मैप पे क्या क्या ब्रीज लोटस ब्रीज अरे भाई साहब ये डेंजर मैप खेल रहे हैं हर भाई किधर है हर भाई गायब हर भाई देश छोड़ के चले गए
since then with this opportunity.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna step away from a lot of that dive duelist that we've seen, and if they're gonna put.
What's your prediction?
Maybe something different. Jerwin, we know he does like to play that.
मैं delusional रहना चाहूँगा भाई. Sentinels 2-0
because of all the Yorun issues and stuff. So it's gonna be really, really interesting. But I'm really looking forward to
Crew फिर कौन से roster से
प्लेयर्स?
भाई crew के legit 5 अलग player खेले हैं.
We love doing a lot of these trap setups. We love just getting a lot of that information, and I think
जीतेगी crew
such a heavy
100% crew
प्रोजेक्ट हेल मैरी देखा क्या?
नहीं देखा यार.
भाई IMAX में जा देखना. कसम से मेरे को थैंक यू बोले.
क्या है तुम?
I'd be shocked if we don't see Sky.
अभी देखा मैं तेरे को बोल रहा हूँ तू IMAX में जा.
मैं 13 को हैदराबाद के घर आ रहा हूँ.
कब?
13
13 को मैं सूरत जा रहा हूँ.
फिर वापस मैं 18 को भी आऊँगा.
एक ही दिन आ रहा है.
नहीं मैं द्वारका जा रहा हूँ ना तो एक दिन के लिए आ रहा हूँ फिर वापसी में आऊँगा 2 दिन के लिए.
That was wild card, but that was also before these new meta changes.
ये सेट में रॉयल जी कब आया?
With everyone back to square zero, not running or steering away from
रॉयल जी कहता
है. Or do you think they were ahead of the meta in that sense?
I think they're on equal footing.
Victor को रॉयल
There was an interview that we had on Platchat this week with Sadak, who he was talking about how they were scrimming while they were, the Santiago tournament was going on. They were down there playing against some of the best international teams in the world. So I imagine they were on meta with what was happening in that tournament, and in that way, I think they're going to be on pretty much exactly equal footing as the teams who attended that tournament, but I think better footing than the teams who didn't, having that opportunity to scrim against international competition.
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
मेरे सारे फ्रेंड लोग देश से बाहर हैं.
Against the best teams, you stay in your form, and you don't get to show that bravado on everyone else.
देश से बाहर
You
है
don't have to do any of the drama of playing officials losing.
चले गए तो भाई.
There's a lot of stuff you get to avoid. But what I will say though, even though you get to extend the new car smell period for a little while, problem is that, you know, what happens if once you go in there, someone decides to just, leave a Tupperware filled with, I don't know, egg salad in the middle of the car, right?
Have you done that?
अकेला देख के.
I may or may not have done that with my brother, but it's neither here nor there. But what I'm trying to say is, though, is that, like, yes, they have this but there's a possibility that things can come in here. And they could maybe get caught off guard potentially. But wait a minute, I think I hear the sound. We got our agents now.
Wait, map agent pick.
Okay, so that's a raise getting picked up for Sentinels. Just a meta duel for a time when Lotus was in the pool before. I think with the strength of Neon right now and how she breaks defensive situations, being the fastest character in the game, I expected teams to go something more similar to what Crew is playing.
Chat ये तो हमारा ये वाला हुआ है.
There's no sky.
Oh no!
Wait, what the hell?
What are we gonna do?
Wow, we
अबे ये तो हम लोग प्रीमियर में यूज कर रहे थे ये कॉम. बस हम वाइपर की जगह नियॉन रखे थे.
See that Vice getting picked in, especially against a comp that's not playing the Neon. I think the Raze is a much better match into Vice than the Neon would have been.
All right, folks, it's time for our first pistol round of stage one. So let's go ahead and send it over to esports legends. Here's Renegade and Van Silly.
अभी पैकेट अप हो जाएगा उसका. क्या बात है? Let's go Americas baby.
It's going to be Sentinels and Crew, but it's going to be a completely different setup. Coaching staff alike, players along the line, we get to learn a lot.
Wait, Redux क्या खेल रहा है?
I've been dying for
Redux का कार्ड कितना अलग लग रहा है.
behind everybody else for all the other regions. Now to kick things off with
भाई Vice एक अच्छा pick है यार Lotus पे.
That, you know, has been set for the longest of time since the off-season. We haven't had a chance to watch him yet. So a lot of big question marks. I think the biggest one as well is
only supporting Sen for my boy Professor P.
It's time for our match start presented by Samsung OLED as we get
दिमाग कहता है Crew जीतेगी 2-0.
and how John's back in the shot calling spot.
चुनाव पी के साथ.
There's so many bullet points.
Yep, let's go Americas!
Woohoo! With what they're bringing to the table.
We'll definitely have time to talk about all of that.
बाप रे कोटेजिया का POV दे रहे हैं हम लोग को.
You're seeing on the side of Sentinels here pulling
POV
out
कोटेजिया.
into their
ये देखो.
doing a little bit of
एकदम चेहरा चुम्मी दे दो कोटेजिया को.
to force some players out, get some early information, but they're still defaulting very slowly now.
Look
at this double push coming out from the C side. All of Crew kind of really knows that the pressure's coming more towards this A side, and they have the perfect rotate for now.
जब भी प्रोफेसर पी इसमें था ना सेन में, तो सबसे ज़्यादा शिफ्ट टॉक G2 मतलब G2 में था ना तब सबसे ज़्यादा शिफ्ट टॉक सेन को
बता. For a moment, but if they can pause this just for the time being, no silence pushes forward.
भाई ये लोग बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर हैं यार.
Sen's not stopping, instantly walking in left and right. They're just taking the side angle by angle here. But they have not got the spike down yet. That's the problem.
Daddy
They're
calling.
Still kills. And it's on Sadak now.
Sadak 1v2.
Trailing behind just the whole time, trying to get an idea of the picture. And with the ghost, this is definitely a possibility. Now he hears the plan.
So they're back in the Americas too. IGL for Crew.
And Jonah P.
कोटेजिया तो कसम से भाई इधर बरोड़ा से ही निकला.
Allows for them to get the pistol. Very nice little pistol to start things
Jonah
off.
P, bro.
I love the aggression that came out
Left,
on the
right,
defense as well for
chimmy.
Crew to kick things off. They had a great stall from that Vice wall in the very beginning that really isolated Victor. Everybody stayed very patient towards the end. As soon as his ult came down, he stayed as a five-man pack mentality because of his veto with the intercept, and Cortezia was able to just sneak through and get a perfect first kill in the backstab here towards the A site.
John QD's day.
Now we get the plant and the
वो chat IGL कौन कर रहा है?
Also our first tech pause for stage 1.
Wow! Nice Americas baby. एक ही round के बाद tech pause. Wow! Americas the new EME.
Be able to use that on their own side of having that cross to the right of the map. And they continue.
Hey, nice start to Americas.
No worry when they were cut off by the Vice wall to stay together and keep that play going.
One round intact.
And the interesting now thing that we can talk about actually for the side of crew is again big question marks came up on the analyst desk. Emily was mentioning
सदाक जो है ना
सदाक
को ट्रू पोटेंशियल पता है आसपास का और आसपास को आईजीएल सिर्फ वही कर सकता है.
Also in an interview with Sadak has mentioned that it doesn't really matter if we
सदाक भाई को पता है
like a 4-month break, be in LA and
कि उसको कैसे खिलाना है.
Ready for this day until they actually are able to test what they practice on the stage and to get everybody
नहीं तो भाई पर उसकी मिड राउंडिंग कितनी अच्छी है. सदाक भाई वर्ल्ड के टॉप 5 आईजीएल में आता था वो टाइम उसके प्राइम में. रुलाया था उसने आज जो टाइम वो लोग वीसीटी जीते थे, आई मीन इस्तांबुल जीते थे, तभी रुलाया था उसने भाई.
This is Sadak and Les coming back, right? From Carmine Core for Sadak, from Vitality, and from EMEA, but also with these three players who were
वो भाई कोच है नावी का.
Silence obviously.
कोच बन गया.
हाँ कोच बन गया.
And Dante.
भाई
And they've
उसको
all
तो
been
ये
projected as these could be the players. Imagine if all three come online at that time for them. If they
I was watching Dortmund 5 years ago.
Because we've seen those glimpses from all three of them and under the guidance of Stock, Les, those veteran status, it could easily
वो क्या टीम था भाई, क्या टीम था. आसपास सासी, लेस, पनकाड़ा, ओहो हो, और सदाक. ओ माय गॉड क्या टीम है ये. टीम अलग क्यों हुई भाई?
Kickoff was definitely
no way.
अलग इसलिए हुई ना, सासी और पेनकाड़ा को ज्यादा पैसा दिया ना सैन.
हाँ सासी को बहुत पैसा मिल गया तो सासी चला गया भाई. बट उसके बाद सासी ने ट्रॉफी उठाई है. उसके बाद किसी ने नहीं उठाई ट्रॉफी. पनकाड़ा को तो बाहर निकाल दिया था.
सबने बाहर निकाल दिया भाई. सैन से भी बाहर निकला, लाउड में से भी बाहर निकला.
हाँ पर लाउड में वापस आ गया. लाउड में कहता है ईशान किशन लाइट नहीं खेल रहा है. ओए हाँ वे ईशान किशन जैसा दिख रहा है वे. लेस का डाउनफॉल है. लेस को भी रीजन चेंज नहीं करना था भाई. लेस भी ये खेलने गया. I mean अच्छी टीम थी भाई. लेस को बहुत विजनरी टीम मिली थी. क्या फाइनल्स था आइस वॉल्स. ओहो याद आ गई. नहीं है लाउड पे बेंच्ड है. अब तो खेला ना उसने यहीं पर किकऑफ. सब लॉजिटेक यूज कर रहे हैं न्यू वन भाई. इस दुनिया में सबसे पहले वो लॉजिटेक का माउस जोनापी यूज किया था. पता है जो नया लॉजिटेक का माउस आया ना वो जोनापी बहुत पहले से यूज कर रहा है. सारे प्रोटोटाइप उसको भेजते थे लॉजिटेक वाले, पता नहीं क्यों.
He's done a pretty good job with the RRQ team over on that side before Joby took the reins and he went to take a small break.
ना bro, ये वो गेम चेंजर है. ये वो गेम चेंजर कोच है. बात मानो RRQ कुछ नहीं कर पा रही थी, फिर उसके बाद इसने RRQ को ऊपर लाया. फिर पता नहीं RRQ ने इसको क्यों बाहर कर दिया भाई.
Not really a core actually if you look at the roster now for Sentinels. But they definitely do
बढ़िया
want
कोच
to
है.
make sure that they make it to.
मैं तो पर्सनली बात किया हूँ ईवॉक के साथ. You know like back in the days जब मैं RRQ में था.
Visa roster that are not tested yet. So it'll be a great test for both of these teams.
I can't wait to
भाई
see
सेन
it.
तो पूरी बदल गई है, एकदम नई दिख रही है
Tech
भाई.
for the gear, but we do have something from Sadak and Les as they've been away from the VCT American stage for a few years, but they have had a massive impact.
बाहर नहीं किया, ही लेफ्ट फॉर आई गेस. अबे कास्टिंग कर रहा था.
Sadak and Les, I had such a
एक सीजन कास्टिंग मारा है इसने.
They being back here in the
उधर बैठे रहता था होस्ट टेबल पे.
Nostalgia for a lot of people, even for me.
पनकाड़ा को निकाला.
sabe que eles são players excelentes. Os caras já foram campeão mundial.
अब पनकाड़ा का पैकेट अप हो गया है भाई. अभी क्या करेगा बेचारा पनकाड़ा भाई. आई गेस जो एक ट्रॉफी जीत जाता है उसके बाद उसका करियर सफल हो जाता है. फेस येलो दिख रहा है अभी यार. कलर वालर थोड़े से लेफ्ट राइट हो जाते हैं कभी कभी. हाँ बे येलो सा दिख रहा है यार को.
I mean, he's been an amazing caller throughout his career, and he's taken me down a lot personally as well.
Back in the day, whenever we faced me and Sadak, I can.
मार्क भी गायब हो गया. मार्क का पैकेट अप हो गया. वो भी सेन में आया था बताओ.
A lot of people.
मार्क को भी सेन खेलने का चांस मिला था.
He's always been that.
श्राउड के टाइम मिला था ना पर
तेरे स्क्रीन पे क्या दिखा रहे हैं?
क्या दिखा रहे हैं?
it works a lot of the time that he does it. So he's not really like die hard on the meta, and I think that kind of makes it entertaining to watch for fans and pros.
कुछ promo video दिखा रहे, America's promo दिखा रहे.
Less, I mean, this guy was just the movement demon, the aim god back then.
भाई ये अपने prime में less aimer था बे. इसका ही plus crosshair है black वाला जो मैंने copy किया था यार.
Top 5 player at the time, hands down.
अरे
he used to play like the kind of like the sentinel work, viper role.
Demon one का hairstyle अच्छा लग रहा है. Player तो लियो था यार.
America's missed him a lot, to be honest.
Demon one बोला
you never want to share your superstars with other regions because they're winning with the other regions, so you always want them to be home.
Why Shroud couldn't succeed in Valorant?
They made it to Bangkok, so I think they have the experience.
Top 4 गया था ना वो?
The brain, everything. I know Sadak probably didn't have the best experience.
ये भी क्यों गया पता नहीं भाई खेलने के लिए.
Yeah, I definitely know that as an individual you'll want to come back to Americas with vengeance, blood.
They're world champions for a reason. They're very smart. They were innovators in the Valorant meta at one point, so they can do it again.
Correct baat. Ball no.
Volver acá a América realmente es una sensación un tanto peculiar porque es nostálgica, porque veo muchas caras conocidas. Y hay tantos sentimentos porque ganamos tantas cosas acá.
Eu sempre dentro da parte tática da Loud e na Vitality eu já não fiz muito essa
parte. अभी भी Loud में है क्या?
Muito frustrado algumas
Loud का पहला मैच
vezes
किसके साथ है?
Eu sinto que
Envy के साथ है
शायद
ना?
esse espaço de volta porque o Sadak sempre abriu esse espaço para mim fazer parte do tático.
अबे ये क्या है बे? $2 का रीजन बन गया है बे अमेरिका.
que yo la entiendo y me entiende.
Verti Khanzin Airday look show darker ये है क्या? ये IGL नया Airday.
Que creo que nos va a beneficiar mucho a ambos.
Level card में level card. वो कब से खेल रहा है भाई?
Tem alguém ali, então meio que nós dois estamos procurando um ao outro.
Eu fiquei
pensando, talvez seja o destino, sabe? Espero que a história seja escrita de novo.
And we
Always
loud.
nice to
Oh my
have
god,
Sadak and Les here back on the stage in the Americas, and yeah, definitely looks like Les is able to be a little bit more vocal and for them to work together and to work this meta. The interesting thing though is that Celsius in that video was mentioning how it was so cool to see Sadak think outside of the box, these new comps, crazy comps that was pulling out here. For example, the Ascent that we saw in that replay, and also what he brought out over at PC when he was trying it on that side over with Eng. This time
bro,
around,
it's a new PC.
Things look a little more tame. If you're looking at the composition right now with this Neon Fade Vise double controller, quite simple. Thank you for your patience, by the way.
अभी तक मैंने कुछ accounts भी नहीं डाले हैं PC में.
But I understand that this is going to be a nice period of adjustment for a lot
wow,
of these
वापस
teams,
map चालू कर देना
especially
चाहिए था मैं तो बोलता हूँ पहला
and
round.
also on the defensive side, the macro is going to be
वो
very
John Cutie
important
का
for the
किया है?
IGLs to just make sure that you plug the holes at the right spots and have the right
बाद
protocols.
में
for
John
the
Cutie
retakes
और
too,
Jonapi में
because you
confuse
don't
होने
have
वाला हूँ.
a Euro that could TP instantly to support a strong site on a site.
Victor able to call this anti-strat over here. Crew looking to blast.
Victor भाई, अरे
can't get anything, but Sadak still able to squeak
Ank versus Ank.
Marshall picked up here on the backside. That's going to activate Sentinels to head right into the C site. The knowledge is there.
ये मैप तो Sen निकाल सकती है भाई.
Vi's just on the other side of the wall, and they're ready to explode back in.
Tough part though is that the one watching the flank could get
इनका.
one shot. It's Cortezia. Sadak's trying to close that gap with the Marshall. He
और
falls
shot.
down.
Sadak daddy.
He's got distance too. They're going to be stuck in the back of the site.
Oh wait, no way.
Dante starting to break the crosshairs, break
Nice
the
flash.
Sadak daddy. Traded back, but it's not enough. Crew says, "Wait, you got first round? We'll take the second round." And the play they had was over at A, fans. They still make it work.
जैसी भाई मैंने बोला पंकिल भाई Sen निकाल सकती है ये मैप वैसे
वैसे ही पिट गई.
वैसे ही कोराउंड हार गए भाई. भाई Sadak क्या मारा.
And those are definitely going to be kills that feel good.
पका हुआ चावल हमेशा पका हुआ होता है आप प्लेयर.
Has just gone all the way around into attacker spawn and gotten to the backside. Well, why not gain the space, see what they're doing? Sadak wants to know.
Yeah.
अरे अब तो इको आ गई.
It almost feels like because you're playing
Victor को लंबा छोड़ दिया
on
उन लोग ने.
this even if you have a troll that's watching the flank, you almost want to have him with the pack to use the interceptor for the exits. So again, Cerebral, you have to think on your toes, and that's 2 rounds down to flank and getting value out of it.
Giving themselves an upper hand, able to phantom over the wall right quick with Sadak's height. He drops on that elevation though. They don't want to give it away too quick if he's not making the play off it right away. A pause
MIBR
here.
के पांचवें प्लेयर का नाम कैसे भूल गया मैं? वो निकाल दिया उसने.
And he still gets it.
Wow.
I think he tipped him through the side of the wall there. Yeah, you can kind of see it.
Yeah, just down at rubble. So far, man, he's doing a good job getting these first bloods for crew. That's going to force the hand of Sentinels to just try to get into the B side for a plant, but the good news is that you could still satchel in Omen TP in. That is not going to have the reason why to do too much damage.
With trades. That's a blue kill. Crew is able to just swamp Sentinels as they come in. Great read so far on each of the plays, or even the audible they have to call to get back into position. Read the play further coming from Sentinels.
Second Verno,
Well, at least we have a couple of rounds now that John Cutie freshly
एक बार MIBR का लाइनअप बताओ मेरे को.
Sentinels to read the rounds a bit on how crews kind of
MIBR का लाइनअप बताओ एक बार.
They are
Second आसपास.
Quite often though for crew, they're forcing down these line of sights and not really trying to play trap players or whatnot. Forcing these duels like an easy kill like that because you know.
Oh, Mazino, the bachchi gamer.
Do there towards that A site.
Yeah.
You don't know ball, bro.
That said, this is a great opportunity now for Sentinels to really start working the map a little bit more. Remember when Mimi was talking on the desk too? Victor going into this raise is actually very good to counter against the silence on his Vice. Neon usually would go down to the barely speaker silently without breaking
clutch player. Wow.
Now you have an opportunity to do so with this
recon के लिए बहुत ही बढ़िया. और सदाग भाई उस चीज को ऑलरेडी पढ़ रहे हैं, मतलब आपने स्क्रिम में ये चीज करी है उसके सामने.
He was like a millimeter off, maybe his head's sticking out and then the gun's sticking out for a moment.
ने उसका वीजा इश्यूज है ना ब्रो, वो कनाडा से है. कनाडा से है ना.
Sentinels does not want to be known for being on
कनाडा
the
से थोड़ा
field
वीजा
here at the
इश्यूज
start of this match, and they're trying to just go punch for punch with the pressure on this, but the util's out as the wall comes down. The trades are still somehow even in that situation as we're sliding around and getting ourselves back in position here. Less limps away from the fight, and actually Sen doesn't look bad here. Smoke took away, wall's still there, and an initiator to find.
That's still crazy. अरे ये जोना पी उड़न लेके आया है. Just disappears into the bushes.
Professor P सेन में आते के साथ ही आप बेशरम भी बन गए.
नहीं आप बेशरम पहले से ही थे. And it almost seems that the trap play was a nice idea for crew. What was missing was that wall was up for just a tad too much longer, so that the paranoia didn't get too much value there from Sadak, from tree into rubble. It gives a chance for Sentinels now to just reset, and with 30 seconds left, they're committing to A.
You have John Cutie and Jonah P here for a mid-round mind to reflex on this round. They have all the resources. Can they get the shots to happen? Spike's going to be planted, and they actually have this site divided pretty nicely, straight up and down here, 3 on each side. Seems like they're trying to get a position so they can have less drop into the site here.
Dante almost had 2 free kills.
एक भी निकाला तो बहुत है.
Very injured Sentinels players in the tree room.
Oh, they're playing double.
They walk right into the order. It's going to be 1 for 1. Another trade though comes through. Great job by Redux to find 3 on the round.
भाई लेस कितना बुढ़ा दिख रहा है भाई.
Les basically has another person to fight with the spike being
down. बड़ा young दिखता था भाई.
I mean, you're just gonna wait this out.
Yeah, he makes all the moves. They're as patient as they want to be.
Very nice for Sentinels to recuperate in that round.
Gives the stops from here. At least gets the damage.
Nice one, Redux, baby.
Big 4K on the Omen. That said, the choice to refight for crew back towards that tree room was actually decent. Because Sentinel still had some good stalls with the smoke.
Victor कैसे नहीं पता?
Look at that, just unlucky.
अभी देखना चालू करे हो?
Couldn't get that connect.
ब्रो तो एक टाइम था दोस्तों जब ये मास्टर्स रिकवरी हुआ था ना दूसरी बार, तो इसमें जो विक्टर नाम का था ना वो दानव था. एक ऑप्टिक की टीम हुआ करती थी जिसमें अंकल फिनेस खेलते थे, एल डियाब्लो खेलता था, मार्ड खेलता था, क्रैशिस खेलता था और उनका ड्यूलिस्ट होता था विक्टर जो कि नियॉन दौड़ाता था. वो टूर्नामेंट का वो एकदम चांदी प्लेयर था, पापा प्लेयर था. अभी अंक हो गया है.
Instant aggression to the front of where a fight could be. Sentinels now taking Mound from C right away. And they haven't given Sadak the space yet though. They're actually waiting for him back in spawn to see if he comes through on a defensive position again.
जितना हाथ एल डियाब्लो का था वो मास्टर्स में उतना ही हाथ विक्टर का भी था. जैसे जब ईजी चैंपियंस जीती थी तो सब लोग ने डीमन वन को याद रखा और किसी ने जॉगमो को याद नहीं रखा. वैसे ही विक्टर था सबने ये को याद रखा
it seems like they kind of play hip and hip here
पर विक्टर साइलेंट killer
था Dante was shot up behind him
Dante du बहुत deserving player था भाई tier 1
oh no it actually goes behind
मचा रहा है
perfect position for Dante right now
oh nice
snapshot for the second one he takes the whole situation into his own hands. Doesn't even let them think about another play, and this forces the three now from Sentinel to the left side of the map. A different three than won the last round, but they could still make it happen here as they start to even up the numbers. Not enough. Oh my gosh, Dante coming out of nowhere here, thinking they can just execute on the end of the round, but John Q doesn't go down that easily. Time's going to tick down. A great defense by Crew here as they squash Sentinels. Get to see fast, but they can't get control of the map.
Yeah. But we talked about slow rounds and defaulting here for Sentinels and what they want to try to do. Getting stolen on C-side to beat that wall in the first place was a little bit difficult, but they had the right idea on the mid-round to try to re-clear towards this side. Prowler was still available, and I love the position from Crew. They baited out the Prowler to not give Dante's position away, and that's 2 free kills with that judge. We have nothing left here to retake or re-go towards that C-site. You already see the vibes coming back here from Sadak. Like Dante, who hasn't had the best of starts going into his rookie year last year.
Yeah.
But now he gets to get reunited with Zonic, by the way. And back then, when he was playing in like Challengers and going into Ascension, I'm even thinking back towards the All Knights days. He was actually one of the players that was talked about the most as like a kick-ass neon that could really change the game here for our team. And this is a perfect moment right now before we go into anything else in terms of patch changes for the duelists.
Over and in.
That's
another one that was talked about quite a bit from 2G. Now here on the Crew squad.
How's cool?
Look at footing in this stage of VCT. Just absolutely shutting down Sentinels as they try to get into C. And they're going to swarm Redux here. He's a bandit though, apparently. Puts the final touches on that one. 4-2 as we finally get a little separation in these rounds.
He did mention during the Sentinels podcast though that it doesn't really matter if Waylay and Yoru are nerfed. He can pretty much play anything and make it work, and with any weapon as well. What a shot!
Boing!
Oh, that was insane.
Victor भाई का पैकेट अप कर रहा है लगता है.
Another young fragger there in silence.
Yeah.
Joining in also from the Ascension side.
Timeout
and that is going to be an early timeout by Ewok to call here.
Timeout. एक बार हाथ मुंह भी धो के आओ.
If we're looking at it though, the last couple of rounds that they've tried to move towards that C side, they were heavily punished. That wall is a nuisance right now for Sentinels to deal with. And I think even if they're trying to go for like the full smoke, trying to play around that and bait the walls, there's still too much util around that. It still stays up. You saw the razor binds that weren't broken, and if they made it through, there was still the Fade C's that was already a rotated block from MW0. So Sentinels now, I feel maybe the first hand, if they really want to try to beat that wall, maybe have some of those deeper smokes into that C-side cross potentially, so that you can really cover up the water, cover up the bend, and then get that step 1 done. Because if not,
हर टीम का एम
has free reign of knowing where the action is going to be and putting their positions in the right places, the players in the right places, to stuff every attempt so far that Sentinel's trying to take here over on either sides.
Sadak is just hungry. He seems starved for info. Not that he's not getting it, he just wants more constantly. Like, can we move up a little bit more? Can you play against that wall with your judge?
क्योंकि जेरविन कनाडा का है ना, कनाडा में वीजा नहीं मिला उसको अमेरिका आने के लिए, तो इसलिए विक्टर को खिला रहे हैं. और विक्टर का तो पैकेट अप हो रहा है अभी. बेचारा इतने टाइम बाद स्टेज पे खेल रहा है.
Oh dear. Right off the bat. Relay bolt goes across. Dante and the rest of the team swing out. There's like a clothesline coming across the necks of Sentinels, and they are down on the ground. And like, where could they even come from? This is such a weird timing to be here.
Bro, we missed Daddy Sadak calling.
And surrounded by Crew.
Yeah. Went for the hero rifle too.
सादक थोड़े टाइम EME में क्या चले गया, लोगों को लग रहा था लोग उसको भूल गए.
It's not going to do too much anymore. He's probably has no choice but to save. Unless he wants to go for some sort of damage, but there's some good rounds already. The econ's already quite high for the side of Crew. So for him to lose his life and maybe keep the economy very balanced with the rest of the team, potentially, but I think just trying to use this rifle again for another hero round for the next could be another great option here for. So far, Redux has been looking pretty good in this matchup.
Wow, Dante.
Gee.
Clean.
It's like, nah. Give him a stinky face. All right. That was incredible. And even coming in.
भाई ये लोग को अगर किक ऑफ खेलने मिलता ना तो ये लोग क्वालिफाई जरूर करते हैं
Absolutely countered on the play that they wanted.
और फिर सैंटियागो का क्राउड इनके साथ जो रहता
All that contact play, you know how the relay bolt the relay bolt comes out very quickly as a quick cast. So you activate that as soon as a prowler locks into someone and you're just pushing through. Even at a pinch from that seaside push, that was very nice by Sadak at the same time. But yeah, now you're seeing that rifle, they don't have it and they have to play against a stinger of all weapons, and cool that it's in the hands of Jonah P.
He knows how to use it for sure. Yeah, just off the round it's on, that's all.
And this could be good still, though, right? If they're able to stay in as a group right now and try to get that first punish. As they're reading the correct side to really try to add that pressure, they have some great ults to work with.
अभी जो मिला उससे काम चलाना पड़ रहा है उनको.
No way.
Cooking करने बैठ नहीं सकते.
Remember he dropped off the box the other round because he didn't want to be seen. So he uses it again this round, just picking and choosing the moments to stab at Sentinels with these little plays, and they don't even really get to begin the round with most of their team. And only one person in here. Victor's just gonna get jumped on. Sadak with the 3. And another flawless round.
Welcome back to Americas, baby.
Reading the mind of Sentinels.
And Dante's the one just hopping around towards tree to
Loud was
be selfless and allow Sadak to get picked so that he could get his ult too. So crew are doing
Loud के 5 player अगर खेलेंगे बढ़िया तो मैंने सुना है बहुत अच्छे हैं.
This is not an uncommon position here for the top of the boxes. I think going into like even cheaper players out in the MEA, great spot for them to look over the Viper wall and the lurk.
अबे एनवी तो फार्म होगी भाई बस. एनवी को तो सब लोग फार्म करने वाले हैं.
As an Omen or a chamber, so now that has to be a standard position to start to clear for a lot of teams trying to default slowly towards the safe side. That said, though, we have for the first time an op on the side of Sentinels and also on the attack.
MVP था.
That's actually in the hands of Cortezia.
I gotta say, I still like the pressure. Oh my gosh. Hold off by Victor. Very nicely played. Good coverage on the squad mates here. As Cortezia does get that operator to sing out. They're still coming through, though. There's so much action on the map right now. Doors continue to stay open. That thing is greased. John Cutie takes down MW0. And now we are in to somehow a 1v3 where Silence has to find some safety
end up करते हैं वो बहुत जरूरी है. अगर B आएंगे तो ये निकाल सकता है राउंड.
That were leading towards that seaside a little bit late.
इधर ही देख अबे यार.
So that as soon as they open the door and try to pressure on that side, you saw the walkout coming through from Les. Well, Cortezia punishes him with the off. Making it very difficult for the rest of the crew to really try to fight for the control towards B main when they were getting pinched on both sides.
Bro, bend पे खड़ा है Cortezia.
Silence does have a big ult to work with.
Operator भी है उसके पास.
He knows he's in the right spot.
Running
around like elephants in here, but he's not
on
4 HP. Oh, wait a minute.
Sorry, speak like hold up. Arey, Redux zinda hai.
To get the swing on, it's too far. John Cutie hits the shot anyways, and Sentinels continued aggression. Puts them in.
Kane कब आएगा? Mostly stage 2.
They're not being afraid of moving up.
Yep. It's John Cutie just being very cerebral, playing around that smoke. Even if he got seized up, decided to play inside of it, and it came down to reaction time, just like over here at the start of the round.
पहले ही आगे shoot कर रहा था.
Because once again, crew aggressing in the first place.
मेरे को एक बढ़िया लेस का राउंड देखना है. एक्स्ट्रा क्या खेलेगा? मोस्टली स्काई वगैरह खेलेगा. आयन भी नहीं, आयन नेक्स्ट ईयर.
Start shooting the Phantom knowing he can't.
जेरविन ये सीजन आ जाएगा मोस्टली.
From the season.
इसका बस वीजा ये हो जाए शॉट हो
जाए. Jumped on. He's seeing the plays. What do they do this round? The split towards C once again, but not as fast this time. They're actually pacing themselves a little bit.
जैसा अभी विक्टर को लिया ना सेन ने, क्योंकि सेन बड़े नाम को ही लेता है इसलिए उन्होंने शायद विक्टर को लिया.
Always making the first move, which is why you're posting us
off. एक active tier 2 player को चांस देना चाहिए हमेशा जब ऐसा सबका चांस आता है ना. तो आई गेस टीम्स को बढ़िया जो tier 2 में खेल रहा है प्लेयर अमेरिकाज में जो अवेलेबल है.
Not give a chance here for anybody to push forward. As we get to listen in now to
guys, 1 minuto então vai
sair
parede ainda.
Sai daqui.
Não, já parei.
Ligou. Não, fica aí, ficamos TQ, tá?
Subiu
Tá, pede meus espinhos aí, tá? Você quer o quê?
Na boca do B, me deu contato. Tem smoke B?
Tem espinho ainda. Deixa o P, velho.
So tough.
Faz bagulho, faz bagulho. Não passaram.
Não passaram, cuidado do A pra jogar.
Cuidado atrás. Passou com você, Zé.
Na fog,
Só ele. Botando A, linha para eles.
3A entrando agora.
Acho que tá esse homem.
Tá, link C, eu acho que
ainda pra.
Link C, mas eu sou meio pra A, tá? Tô com você,
Reis vai ultar, sai daí.
Aí, dei mole.
How should I roll?
Nem tudo bom aqui, Felipe.
It's very clean too. Only not a lot of comms when the action, right?
Mibr!
Onde que ele tá?
Tava atrás.
Oh my god!
Tá, só
eu vou só clicar, tá? Ele tá sem arma. Cliquei só.
Eu vou olhar na nossa esquerda. Pera aí, eu vou ir.
And the comms were as those hits were hitting, or the sight hit was beginning. They stop. It's not kind of following up with everything. It's letting everybody hear the situation, feel the situation, and you can see what.
I would drop हुआ लैम्बोर्ड पे
लैम्बोर्ड
पे ड्रॉप हुआ है वो एक दो दूसरा शॉट क्या था
They're really trying to isolate little bits by bits where the weak sides are, so the pressure came in from Redox to take them down. They fall, they give that up, they try to look for that pressure towards the A side, they couldn't get that going, so they try to just reset, stay calm. And then you have Silence that just goes nuclear for that round and drops a 3K to
अरे अभी तक लेस ने तो हाथ गरम भी नहीं किया है
every single one of those picks though did come in favor
अभी ये डांटे और यही मार रहे हैं और ये सदाक
gonna have a timeout after this one
इसीलिए मजाक में खेल रहे थे
feeling good an interesting one we'll have to see
bro कुछ तो बात है इन लोग में हाँ
discussion with the coach
I'm actually very confused about this timeout because
no,
they had such a great start for
Sentinels
to on that previous
वैल्यू में अभी 18 चाहिए अगले साल से 17 हो जाएगा आयन के लिए आयन बेचारा बहुत अनलकी है क्योंकि वो ये साल 17 का है नेक्स्ट ईयर 18 का हो जाएगा किंजेरा ये साल 18 का हो जाएगा
Ewok and the team to calm down and just make sure that they come back in this one although I think the economy is not the best right now for the Sentinels
अबे हाँ पे 3 लोग को वो पिक करके मारा एक बंदा भी उसका ट्रेड नहीं दिया
this one here with lower buy and then round number 12 once they have the weapons to work with
भाई जब भी लाउड में था तभी भी वो ऐसे ही करते थे लोग राउंड जीतते थे टाइम आउट लेते
थे maybe honestly a way to solidify and just lock up the game.
How much are you paying?
This is how I want you to use the ults coming in the following rounds. I expect you guys to see this. If we don't do this, you know, just in a way to get the certain kind of info in there instead of waiting to see if your team does it. Maybe it's that. Maybe he's like, hey, how you guys doing? You know?
सिर्फ और छोटे रूम में रहना पड़ेगा तो
right now. So they're looking good.
And again, still questioning because you're playing against an Eco this time around. Playing anti-Eco, you have a big ult, yes, but I don't know if you want to necessarily, utilize that right now. So
why is not streaming? I guess
is it really just a protocol that they have to try to get a timeout, perhaps something like that, or just to try to maximize the rounds as possible with this timeout on the anti-Eco? But we'll have to see if it pays dividends. Because if not, Sentinels, if they're able to come back slowly from now, you're going to have to start rethinking here your timeout positions on the cruise side for Zonic. And it starts with Sentinels now back from the timeout. 5 sheriffs to fight into the A main.
No hero rifles this time.
Silence off लिया है ऑफ भी करता है ये लड़का भाई अभी तक वैंडल भी चलानी चाहिए थी आपको इतनी अच्छी चला रहे हो
And just an insert
attack half में लोग क्यों 7-3 हो रहे हैं
Rubble side as Sentinels work the map here. The last 2 rounds are super important for them, and they're going to try to put everything in the mix.
अरे पर उन लोग का बेचारों का मेन डुलिस्ट नहीं है जिसके साथ प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं वो लोग
they try to end what looks
वही
like
नहीं है ना
yeah seems to be very annoying to deal with here for how Crew's playing this double wall or double stall with the Viper wall and cycling to Omen smoke because you're funneling everybody to go straight into rubble and that's 2 players. But we'll hold that thought. Here's a triple peek for the attempt to move towards the C site. And can they get rid of this wall? They won't. Prowler pushes the players away, but they're not committing to get this.
No. Little audio cue with the door as well.
इधर से भी नहीं दिखता 30 साल का
things if they have to keep an eye on front B. And this position held now by Redux.
30 seconds
Ever
left.
so slightly. He's already given up by Sadak. They realize 20 seconds left in the round. This is probably going to be the rush if it doesn't end B overall.
Shot.
Oh, what a shot from Les. Always expecting that to hit. And
भाई 4 लोग मार्क करेगा. Dante!
Dante sweeps 3 off their feet. And the last one from Sadak to hold down the site. 8
अबे crew वाले तो बैठा रहे हैं shooting.
Wow. Nice little ult for the assists across the board too.
VCT watch party permission जी हाँ right permission देता है आपको.
All lined up.
Actually हर एक region permission
the
देता है.
tethers too. What a time to ult.
I do appreciate the late lurk though that we had from Sentinels in the front B site.
They were trying to get a little action there. The commit to tree, I think it doesn't snuff it out, but I feel like
तो मुझे सबसे पहले अमेरिका का मिल जाता है.
Was just that close to having something.
Not even utilizing a pit early in the round. It's just crew going for that triple push down. You realize that there's nothing happening. There's no noise on C. Sadak's going to be tested heavily now. He has to fall back and wait for the root.
अरे माँ कसम इसको हर बार स्पैम काम करता है.
It's not the first time.
अभी क्या क्रॉसर है?
The door opens that wall's
up.
He's gonna
क्रॉसर
spray through
यूज
it.
कर रहा है.
It's such a hot spot to trade over that line of fire. Dante here pushing them back. He's just like 4v1 in this situation right now. Nobody wants to peek the laser. Gonna go ahead and give himself a fast lane to get the safety. The team's falling down around him, but they get the safety here.
All they gotta do is just wait for all that util to come down and start pushing as a team, and it works out for Cortezia.
Little deja vu, but in the other direction now. Dante falls to the same medicine. Sentinels back in this position where they won one of the first few rounds for themselves, able to hold the right side of A. The door is going to be played with by silence here.
Shot!
Oh, Les is going to have to do work inside the side. He gets the shorty out. He goes down.
Oh, 1v3 for less. 1v2 for less.
It's like a home away from home for him, even if it's not his.
Welcome to America हो जाए.
Now he holds.
Let's go,
baby. Got a lot of time on this spike and he knows it.
Molly है, smoke bomb है, सब है.
He can still pit, go for a snake bite.
Easy.
Make it very dangerous for Sentinels.
Orban bite right in front. Or one of the other on the shoulder shot. What a nice little peek by Cortezia there. Gets the 8-4 to cinch up another round before half.
Redux over now duelist में secondary duelist खेलता है.
Step up to the plate and stitch out those rounds for Sentinels. Big
मतलब जैसे last patch में Yoru नहीं on होता था, तो वो Yoru खेलता था.
That was all in control.
और दिया
Sentinels and keep this game fairly close.
We're back on Lotus here in VCT America. It's the second half of action right after this.
Primeless ये round निकालता. सेन की न्यू लाइनअप से वो वाइब नहीं आ रही है. अभी तक उनका मेन डुएलिस्ट आया नहीं है यार दोस्तों. देखो अभी भी अपन सेन को जज नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि उनका मेन डुएलिस्ट उनके साथ है नहीं, जिसके साथ वो लोग हर रोज प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे, है ना. आज के दिन ही उनको विक्टर के साथ खेलना पड़ जा रहा है. तो जब जेरविन आएगा तब उसके बाद जज करते हैं कैसा खेलेंगे वो लोग. अबे ये लोग पाशा लोग है भाई. वर्ल्ड चैंपियन से ये लेस साधक, और ये नए लड़कों को बहुत अच्छा खिलाएगा. जब मेरे पास यूएस वीजा है तो जेरविन को क्यों नहीं मिल रहा? वो तो कनाडा का है. ऐसा द होल टीम सेटिंग टू सेफ. हाँ अभी वो लोग वैसा क्लिक नहीं कर रहे होंगे साथ में भाई. उनके पास कोच भी अच्छा है. जस्ट सेइंग इवोक ने आरआरक्यू कहीं भी नहीं थी, वहां से उनको उठा के पैसिफिक में बैठा दिया गद्दी पे एकदम. एक टाइम उन लोग ने एक टाइम उन लोग ने पेपर एक्स को हार्ड टाइम दिया था. मेसी ओन्स क्रू राइट. हाँ आई गेस पार्ट ओन करता है वो क्रू का एक.
Back for the second half.
Shareholder.
Crew Visa versus Sentinels. Crew.
It's only for one game. नहीं जब तक उसका वीजा सॉर्ट नहीं होता.
From the defensive side, reading just about every play that Sentinels wanted to set up for their ultimate rounds, and even some of those save rounds. Trying to squeak a few back after timeouts. Can they have a better second half from the Sentinel side is the question.
Yeah, they were very good to switch it up from round to round for Crew.
Bro.
Sometimes aggression towards that front
Sen
B pays
famous
off
ही
in
एक
a
बंदे के कारण हुई
bloodbath.
थी.
Sometimes just a vertical positioning from Sadak
इतना
that gets
fan
a great
base
opening.
एक इंसान ने बनाया था उनका.
Yeah, they just understood the timing of how
उतना बड़ा
Sentinels were
इंसान
really
है
trying
नहीं कोई
to
उस ऑर्ग में तो
work around this map of Lotus.
लगेगा ही वैसा यार.
Now things will change. Crew now takes the attack side and
एकदम
Sentinels
स्टार
are
प्लेयर
also
है
looking
नहीं
for
कोई.
a little bit of pressure it seems like towards this C side. They'll throw this one way at the start.
नए लड़के हैं भाई.
And double pushing out just to control this perfect bound to get the first blood there onto somebody who's been red hot at the beginning of this game for Dante.
भाई सदाक भाई की कॉलिंग बहुत
He seemed to
अच्छी
be
है
finding
यार.
his footing through the leadership
उसके
of
अगेंस्ट
Sadak.
जीतना तो बड़ा मुश्किल है अभी. अटैक
Almost even
कर
like
रहा
to
है ऊपर
say,
से.
Dare I say even
मेरे
night
को तो
and
लगता है
day
रुलाएगा.
from when he first started here over on the VCT stage.
It does look like it. A lot more confidence in the plays that he is making, moving around the map. Maybe that is because they were kind of hip in some of their plays, giving that confidence straight to him. 2 towards tree.
It was an upper bracket finals and kickoff and didn't qualify by the way.
Evoke
तब coach नहीं था भाई.
Or does he pull for Cortezia here? It looks like they're actually
Evoke
just
casting
making
कर
noise
रहा था.
all over the map. Crew wants that info more and more. I've been knocking. Is anyone here? Yes, there is. Cortezia is home.
And stay out.
Yeah, seriously. How long are you
कल
gonna
जी
do
का
this?
गेम है ना. Yep,
Right,
big
they get a
game.
sheriff
नहीं
actually
big
to
game
walk
नहीं
away
है
with
भाई.
that one. What a push
Easy game
forward
है.
though to take down Jonah P.
He does that by tapping the
Oh,
spike
3-4.
too. If he died to that fight to Jonah P, that was spike out in the open for Sentinels. What a crazy move.
Yeah, I hate to get that. Preparing that kill that happened in tree. He pushes forward for another one, unprompted by anything. As he catches
advantage
that
ला के
paranoia
दिया
in the
उसने.
face. It fizzles out. He's still able to.
Nice.
Oh my God, he's going for the ace.
आराम से दोस्त निकाल लिया तूने. निकाल लिया. बाप रे.
It's coming through.
Welcome baby.
Oh, MW0 there from the start.
Welcome back
Well
to
played.
the VCT stage, MW0. A cold start, a disappointing finish at kickoff, and then he had to play all of 2025 and challengers. Getting to perfect the scan initiator role and then going into this. Solo pushes towards that front. Solo pushes towards the connector of Waterfall and just wins every single one of the
भाई ये
fights.
सब लड़के क्या शूट कर रहे हैं.
Insane round.
Gets the paycheck ace too. What's he got? Bulldog. Just keep buying through, feeling good. Dang.
ये मैप तो डन है भाई.
Sentinels really needed to start well. That wasn't what they
ये
wanted
मैप
to
कमबैक
see.
नहीं कर सकता सेन.
What a round.
No jinx. Scarrox use कर रहा था ये. I guess.
Sorry, he bought the Phantom. I was looking at Dante. So he just went big dog on this one.
Maybe
Let's
notice
see if he puts that damage down. They cannot lose that weapon. So it is going to be protected. Les will cut off the entry for Sentinels here as it looks like they're going to go ahead and swarm over towards that A site.
Yeah, easy open. Lurk on that wall, no pressure coming out from Sentinel, so Les took all of that space
बड़ी
instantly.
बढ़िया वॉल है भाई वो. 4 kill.
See the buy, you mentioned it.
Silence का
Phantom,
4 kill है.
Outlaw.
सबके सब
Just wanted to
कूदने
make
वाले
sure
हैं
that
उसके
the
ऊपर.
ones that had weapons stayed as a group. Les only had a ghost to work with, and he's done his job. And now
कूद रहे
Crew are in
हैं.
a prime position here to
अरे
convert
दोस्त
their
तेरे पे ये
anti-eco.
सब
All of
कुछ.
Sentinels hoping to
Never mind
punish some
भाई.
players in the first place.
Shot 3-4.
What? What? 2 in a row? Are we going to do it? 2 in a row for Crew. No way. That is just a vibe. They say this game is a lot about momentum and how much power you're carrying. I think they have all the momentum right now.
Dude.
Holy.
Apre.
Switching weapons, remember, you were just
Holy
talking
shit,
about
भाई.
popping off at the beginning with the
Khalid.
Phantom, but then he picks up the Outlaw so that Silence could be the one farming for kills.
फार्म कर रहे हैं सेन को.
Playing on
स्टार्ट
site.
फार्मिंग 3 का केडी. लड़के का 3 का केडी है भाई.
Yeah.
Let's go.
ठीक को
All right. Third round.
इंडियन डुलिस्ट कहाँ गया क्लच भाई?
What
इंडियन
can
डुलिस्ट
Sen
को
do to stop
इंडियन
bleeding
डुलिस्ट
fans?
नहीं है वो एक्चुअली कैनेडियन है भाई.
Right now is shoot back.
इसको वीजा नहीं
Shoot
मिला.
back.
Because they have numbers. They're just getting dismantled by one player. Again, you mentioned it was
Backup
just an equal
just
round in the
put
previous
GTA
round,
MIBR
respectable, but that pistol round
already.
too, when they got cut off.
आज MIBR जीतेगी दोस्तों.
They're just
2-0.
gonna make sure now that they're a
आज
little
G2
bit
नहीं
more
जीतने वाली.
confident to
देख लो.
swing against Crew, because Crew seems to be finding a lot of off timings to
अरे
surprise
जोनापी
Sentinels
यार
from
दोस्त
since the
तेरे को
beginning of
इतने
this game.
शिद्दत से सपोर्ट
Remember,
किया
the
है
defensive
यार.
side was strong for Crew
लग
because
रहा है यहाँ
of how
पे
they
भी.
played. And now they're finding timings on tapping spikes and pushes, and Sentinel seems a little bit too protocol on how they want to play
भाई
maybe
लोग
some
बहुत
of these
ज़्यादा शार्प है
scenarios.
कुछ बोल ही नहीं सकते.
And they're very surprised for
2 फैंटम भी
their
है इनके
first map
पास.
start.
बोनस राउंड.
At least for Crew, though, they're looking pretty good.
They're looking great. And we kind of heard the Sadak thing where, yeah, they've had a lot of time to play, but it only matters if they can do it now. Well, I think he underestimated their practice. They're doing great. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it does. It seems to have mattered. Really capitalizing on these. The trades are there. John QT, though, that's exactly what we need to start seeing from Sentinels. They have to be able to choke out Crew this round. Les and MWZera still alive here to pack a punch. And that's John QT going down. Victor's trying to be the final answer. And yeah, they should be able to swarm down on Les here. Tethered in, 3 HP. 1? No, there's 2 left. It doesn't take that much to get the headshots in, but 13 seconds. There's the shot the Redux needs. Sentinels are able to get that bonus round away.
And good for Sentinels to react with a lot of players on that C side to stack up that spot. You're just trying to look at how much stall you really have here towards this C side. Not too much since you're playing a Vito, right? So
yeah,
you need a couple of bodies with you to try to slow things down. You saw the snake bite being thrown on the side of John QT to try to help out, which gave a chance for Victor to rotate across too. So you're starting to see that Sentinels are reacting quite quickly on rotates when they're seeing this pressure coming out from Crew. That's something that Crew could take to their advantage later in the rounds if they want to start.
तब rebel control लेने 10 जाता था ना.
A side and the door is contested by Cortezia, trying to bait them into this one, and let's see if Sentinels could actually hold this down. As they're about to
They're running down. Come walk upstairs with me. Heaven, boys. Fall down. I'm with TP. They might give. They didn't get Vice ult. Vice might be lurking still. I'm picking. I can go solo heaven and you guys go.
Wall up, walk out. Walk out.
It's clean. They're setting it up.
It's short wall. It's gonna go down.
Still got a lot of time for this, so really nice timing.
Opening door. One is tree. Holding tree.
I'm picking backside.
I'm picking backside. They one with me. They one with me again. Heaven.
Yeah, well, front side now. Don't peek you stairs.
अरे रे भाई उसकी अल्ट किधर गई बे?
Everything was there in place to try to really back into the site. You see that Victory even very vocal for the team as they're really trying to set him up as that tip of the spear with the showstopper. So you're calling for John to flip the wall. It's a short wall. They're set up. They're ready to go. But look at that. It's just too nice. So you lose the showstopper, and on top of that, as you're getting decayed, what your sees allows Dante to move in and just get these picks.
It's that sees those plays. Crew has protocols for Sen's protocols. Like, and in the moment, that's the kind of stuff we have not seen for a while here. Kind of across the board. A lot of the plays are just the teams that go in, they make it happen, and there's a fight. But we are seeing denial here from Crew. That's insane.
Side Sentinels at kickoff were only at a 1 and 2, which was definitely disappointing for them.
Comeback ho jayega ekdam badhiya wala.
I think summertime allowed, right? So to see this type of turnaround, maybe it does come into play when you have 4 months of boot camp that you're able to get ready for stage 1.
It's like, all right, maybe we are a little mind melded more than we thought here, gentlemen.
हाँ क्या? अबे हाँ सही बात है. ये लोग किक ऑफ खेले नहीं. अब ये सब लोग बैठ के साथ में स्क्रिम करे होंगे. जब पूरी दुनिया अलग-अलग टूर्नामेंट्स खेल रही है, कोई सैंटियागो में जा रहा है खेलने, ये लोग बैठ के स्क्रिम कर रहे हैं. मैप पे प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, नए मेटा पे प्रैक्टिस कर रहे होंगे, सोच रहे होंगे यूरू तो नर्फ होने वाला है, हम आगे के लिए प्रैक्टिस करते हैं. विजनरी. वीजा मिला नहीं तो प्रैक्टिस ऑन टॉप. बात सही बोली. कुछ कहीं देखेला लगता है अपने रीजन का लड़का है. ईवॉक.
And just trying to keep silence as the first point of contact. If there's any pressure coming out from Sens or any trap play coming out from the defensive side, and as it stays rather quiet,
अरे चमन आदमी, जब लोग खेल ही रहे थे किक ऑफ, तभी भी तो ये लोग प्रैक्टिस ही कर रहे थे, क्योंकि इन लोग को किक ऑफ खेलने का मिला. पांचों को नहीं मिला ना. अरे
They're not going to be too afraid after hearing that.
बाप रे, सीधा गेट आउट कार्ड था उसके पास भाई.
And now they're going to play their live, but spread across the map. Crew are ready to pick and poke at anybody looking for that rotation, and Les gets one
still
just
sharp.
Like that.
They're going A.
has not had
4 लोग का rotation खींच के they're going in now.
Taking it to him in these rounds.
Exactly, they're just playing full inserts. They made so much noise on the C side. Les is inserted towards A. You also still have Silence inserted towards B with the Outlaws. You're cutting every road across. So you're giving individual 1v1s, one by crew once again, and now they take over this B site.
Racist है, cancel करो इसको. Oh भाई बढ़िया util.
Nice stall though to start.
20 seconds here, so they are pressuring a plant, but 5 in the site. They should be able to garrison up pretty well and get that down. So what's the retake? There's blast packs to drop in, and Redux is util.
And you already know this from crew. It's smoked out towards the waterfall side.
Yeah.
They know their rotates coming back towards stairs. Les is still isolating.
Yeah, that's the insane thing. They
missed.
We heard people talk about Les.
आराम से भाई Redux है. मारता है.
Getting a few here. I'm going off on a rant. Never mind. Les is still there. So is MW Zera. But yeah, it's Les again.
Sin is the new
Viper in the corner, in the shadows, 13 and 7 right now, and dismantling the rotations of Sentinels.
And you see how they're
London qualification
again for crew as they
were
met by a nade
G2 में रहता था तो ऐसी टाइमिंग के बाद भी 4 प्लेयर होते थे राउंड निकालने.
They're actually pushing up or on the staircase towards spawn because they're like, well, there's no way that Sentinels will try to reflood there, right? Because we already have 5 players on site setting up the crossfire there. So let's
कर्मा मिल रहा है जोनापी को.
They're still in the right positions. Putting them now at map point against Sentinels on their map pick. Here comes the bloodbath towards the A site in favor of Sentinels.
Yeah, there's one from Victor.
4 लोग फाइट कर रहे हैं. किसी और का एस होने वाला है. Never mind भाई. चिपका दिए.
Medal on that one, and they finally get one of these all-out brawls to go in their favor. Well played from the A side.
अबे Zekan Neon खेलेगा.
Huge round for Sentinels.
भाई what? तो आसपास चेंबर खेलेगा.
Was an abysmal buy that they had that they converted on their side.
Yep.
Just wanted to play fire with fire, aggression with aggression, and they won with a lot of free upgrades going into this round. Saving grace too is that they have a pit to work with. Although John is still setting up his wall here towards the A side, and they are looking to play the old school style to commit a lot of
G2 के भी एक मैच में ऐसी कोई 7
some
किल या
pressure
1
from
किल
crew
कौन सा मैच
over
था
on
मेरे को
Rubble.
याद नहीं आ रहा. ऐसा ही था.
See being thrown here to cancel out any TPs that would go across from the Omen. Now Redux takes the top of Rubble.
अरे सुन लिया.
Oh, he didn't have the angle on the Omen. He knew it was there though. Oh my gosh, Sentinels. Even with crew knowing that they were
control
stepping
G3
up, still had
Sentinels.
all the little angles, that millimeter that they
अभी
needed
सदाक
to be able
डैडी
to
एक
see
टाइम
out.
आउट टाइम आउट तो होगा ही.
Just like that.
है टाइम आउट.
That was kind of clean.
Yeah.
एक टाइम आउट लेंगे और गेम खत्म. यार टाइम आउट भी नहीं लेना पड़ेगा. इतने में ही सोच लेंगे.
You almost didn't want John Q2 to push on that side because you still have
to
to watch the side. You can play with the team, play maybe a 2-3 to cover up that spike, and not give a chance here for NW0 to start loading up his ultimate with the rest of the squad here, because you also still have the
Oxy G2 में था. Oxy Penny
on silence on a
Oxy
very
Penny Shazam Dapper
take if they want to in the
कौन
next
सी
round.
स्क्वाड थी मैं भूल गया. और एक कौन था पता नहीं.
And as he walks inside the site too, he gets to see a little bit of
अभी Oxy को G2 में ला लेना
चाहिए. He chooses to explore that, where
BB
the interceptor could be, where the chokehold could be.
बढ़िया हो जाएगा. Gun save कर रहा है.
But he'll choose otherwise, so they'll just save this weapon for now towards the spawn. So a really good hold in the end for Sentinels.
Jervin being the last hope of Sen is crazy.
Wall coming down, you didn't really expose yourself behind that Viper wall, and you never really had that surprise factor coming out from less.
उसके पहले भी जोनापी का एक खराब मैच गया है. ऐसी 1 किल 2 किल.
I think comes down to those timeouts from Ewok. And the team realizing we can't give them as much respect. We need to take the space back, and Sentinels has been pushing themselves right up that line of scrimmage as the round starts. Because if they don't, Les is going to be there. Someone else is going to be in the middle of the map. They're just going to spread themselves across the map and still get a hit.
Money
so I like the way
making
the
player
Sentinels
है
is really getting
Cloud9 के लिए. ये लोग Oxy का buyout से पैसा कमाने वाले हैं.
Just behind that wall, so an easy kill there for Victor.
मेरे को Cloud9 के जो भी बंदा प्लेयर चूज करता है ना उससे मिलना है एक बार जो स्काउट करता है. वो बंदे ने टेंस को स्काउट किया. ऑक्सी तो चलो अपना नाम खुद ही बनाया पर उसको सबसे जल्दी साइन करा जब सारी और उसको छोड़ रही.
You gotta play soft site on the other side. You can flip
कुछ ऐसा दिखता है जो हमें नहीं दिखता. सीधा बी का.
They haven't been tested for that yet, and they will now.
Kind of doing the send strat here. Redux spot, and then they were
तीन
able
पिस्टल
to
लेके घुस गए हैं भाई.
This is the one that crew just
पर इसके पास जज है. हाँ बड़ा प्ले बना सकते हैं.
It's actually going to be
पिस्टल भी पिस्टल हो सकता है ये कल्ट खोलनी है बस यो ऑल्ट भी खाली
retake coming in now from Sentinels. Quick buy.
सबके सब पिट में good ult why good ult
yeah they're going to use these ults. They also have the Vise ult too once Sentinel starts flooding in. Even up the guns.
Can they raid
आराम से दोस्त
bit of damage done here. They're taking their time though, and Sentinels is doing it right. Les cannot get the space he needs. Obviously pushed out of his ult a little bit here, but it's only a matter of time as Jonah P finishes that one off. And Sentinels within 4. Not something I thought I'd be saying on this first map, but they are making it work.
And that's an incredible stall for Sentinels on that region. So they get hit by the Nightfall. They have to fight back inside the pit, yet they still get the round back as a flawless. I think the small mistake that went there for Crew in that post plant was that positioning that they had from the Vice. Silent was actually set up in front of that B main side so they could actually help out with the ult if needed. But he crossed over on the far side, over on the attacker side first. So once he recrossed, tried to help out the team, the door got opened up. You had to face up against 2 players, and there was no ult to help those lower guns inside that site. Couldn't help the judge inside the pit. But at least they get to mitigate that damage and the bleeding a bit here from this timeout from Crew. Gives a chance also for Ewok to talk to the team, but they're starting to cut it close now for Crew's attack. Advantages are really big for Sentinel so far. 4 ults available for them too, and again, the protocols that they have for these retakes are quite nice. And if they're continuing to keep to catch Crew off guard here in these forward positions here, it'll be looking quite good to bring this game to potentially overtime.
That would honestly be crazy with the read that Crew had on the first half of the map. I mean, it would
भाई पता नहीं सेन ने कायू को क्यों लाया था ये कायू बड़ा नेपोटिज्म के साथ आया था पता है काप्लान के साथ कॉम्प्लान और कायू
that feels good enough to win. 3 in a row so far.
अभी देखो ना दोनों के दोनों M80 चले गए.
Kill round timed out and a defuse, so they've seen the way to win each of these.
Prediction
is necessary.
MIBR
to get to 12.
MIBR 2-1.
Used for Sentinels too. This could be a big round to keep it going.
Changes set up as well as we see from Sentinels. They've put Cortezia over on this A side and playing the stall of the Viper over on C with Victor slowly rotating across to help out. So again, you have the perfect setup really to try to stall as much as you can and play on the soft side. And the biggest thing is this showstopper. Or it's to stop this C side attack, or it'll be used for the retake. As Crew decide otherwise
next map देखना है सेन क्या खेलने वाली
है।
ओह ये क्या है? अबे ये कौन सी नाइफ है?
They realized over at the C site, cycled over the Omen smoke and the Viper orb. They throw a fake smoke towards C.
Hi Yato bhai, welcome to
I don't like it.
Kept him really there here for Sentinels, and I like this though, this boombot. So another thing that's very good. Also, combining for information with Jonah P's Prowler in the front. So now that you know about this lean towards B and A site.
He didn't have to.
But you don't know that. Quick turn and he's seen.
So yeah,
they do know about that insert.
मैंने कुछ skin collection skip कर दिया है भाई सीधा. भूल गया.
Knowledge anymore.
वो इसमें ज़्यादा info आएगा नहीं. अरे और connect नहीं हुआ.
Little mouse mix up there as he gets to the top of the rope. Doesn't have the aim.
Wow.
Victor just sends the
right back it up.
Side as Crew now get a few in their favor. Silence holding for that top side, waiting for the jump down.
दोनों बार same नाले के अंदर ult मारा है.
Just trying to buy some time. Maybe if he gets pushed, he gets a kill.
Ult आ गया Silent का.
So far.
खत्म GG.
In a final round, they throw.
अबे इतना लंबा TP होता है Omen का.
Able to get out though.
Has the pit to drop now too, but all of them are going to close that gap.
Nice one, me too.
John, big play not to happen. Sadak there for the final kill, and Crew
so last
take the first map 13-8 over Sentinels.
Oh, just an unfortunate play for Sentinels for that retake. The showstopper not getting any value, and also once again another insert. Inside that pit to get these drops. Crew reading them from A to Z and having a convincing first map over Sentinels here.
I think a slow start overall for Sen.
Yeah.
Started to pick it up. Still, we're trying to find some firepower there towards the end of the map, but you got to give credit to Crew there. They shut down
that is
the
really
sad,
bro.
We expected to see from Sentinels, especially in that first half. Incredible stuff coming out in their first showing on Lotus.
And Sadak, IGL in this team, 2 brand new young players in Dante and Silence, the veterancy of NW0 and less, put in the all together to work. And that's
बोला था ना मैंने,
a lot of confidence here.
बोला था ना मैंने चैट, एक बार जोनापी 5-2 किल तो किया है, मिल गया 2-15 गया था। मिल गया।
Now them feeling the vibes and knowing that they could defeat one of the best teams here that we have in the Americas and Sentinels.
Right, Lotus was Crew's pick. We are going to Breeze next.
भाई ये लोग ने तो back to back ace मारे हैं बे।
See if they can bring it back and get us to a map 3. Don't go anywhere.
ये देखो। ब्रो अभी जोनापी मतलब अपना वापस बिल्ड कर रहा है। देखो पहले लास्ट उसका जो गेम खेला उसमें 2 किल था, अभी 5 हुआ है। ऐसे धीरे धीरे अभी अगले में 7 मारेगा, फिर अगले में 10 मारेगा, फिर अगले में ऐसे करेगा, समझ रहे हो? ओए एक सेकंड, मैं जैसे ही ये बोला मेरा मॉनिटर क्यों चल दिया? इसलिए में 7 मारेगा, फिर 9, फिर 7 आउट। ओए इतना तेज गाना। ओए एक सेकंड, अभी देखते हैं। अबे पर अब क्या देखे, ये लोग ने तो मैच खेले ही नहीं है। 2-0 है भाई ये वैसे क्रू के लिए। इन लोग का ग्रुप क्या है? अबे ये क्या ग्रुप है बे? क्रू तो मैं टॉप 4 प्रेडिक्ट करता हूँ पहले से, दोनों ग्रुप के, ठीक है? G2 MIBR लाउड लेव, G2 MIBR Cloud9 लेव। नहीं बे यार, लाउड भी हो सकती है, लेव में पोटेंशियल तो है। चलो लाउड लेते हैं। MIBR Cloud9 G2 और लाउड। MIBR Cloud9 G2 लाउड टॉप 4। नहीं यार Cloud9 कैसे आगे जाएगी, पर Cloud9 तो नहीं, ये लोग ने लेव के अगेंस्ट जीता है तो लेव नहीं जाएगी, ठीक है? Cloud9 ही रखते हैं। लाउड, Cloud9, MIBR, G2, NRG, क्रू, 100 थीव्स, EG। नो फुरिया, नहीं यार फुरिया आ सकती है, फुरिया ने बुली किया था लास्ट टाइम। NRG, फुरिया, 100 थीव्स, क्रू। एनवी डीमन 1, एनवी में 2 दगाबाज लोग हैं भाई, दगाबाज लोग हैं 2 जो हरवा देंगे उनको। इजी रियली ब्रो, आई बिलीव इन पॉटर। मजाक से हट के आई बिलीव इन पॉटर। ये देखो ये देखो 14-16, 5-13, दिख रहे हो? इजी रियली, वो भी एक्स्ट्रा योरू खेल रहा था तब, अब तो योरू भी नहीं बचा इसका। विजनरी बेबी। वो कल प्रीमियर का मैच सेन को ना हरा पाए, सेन को नहीं हरा पाए थे। कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं। Fresh energy.
Coach of crew, what are some of your ideas that you've been able to implement for the
Zonic?
squad?
I mean, as a head coach, you get to control most things around a team.
ये क्रू के किसी एक प्लेयर के साथ पहले तो कोच था ना, जब वो Tier 2 में था। ये कोच का नाम सुना सुना लग रहा है।
Scrims and the whole identity of the team. Those are the most important things.
Well, the identity is looking pretty good. Thank you so much. Good luck, map team.
MW जरा की टीम में था शायद।
So far, so good for Crew as they managed to pick up that first map win, and doing so in that first round, or sorry, in that first half rather, looking rather.
भाई किसकी तो टीम में देखा है मैंने, हैं? किसकी तो टीम में देखा है मैंने इसको ऑलरेडी, किसकी तो टीम में था ही। इसमें से एक प्लेयर की टीम में था, टांटेड यू। हाँ, ऑल नाइट्स ऑक्सन, ये इसकी टीम में था। ये लोग एक ही टीम में थे। बॉल
these slower rounds.
Baller bowling.
Comfortable taking that A lobby fight, at least in the first part of that half, against the Neon, where their Rays can't quite get out in time versus that composition. And I think that Sadak calling on that defense was so proactive at never believing these feigns that Sen was sending. They very rarely were baiting out the Vice utility. They weren't committing deep when they tried to feign back towards A. And as a result, with the fast rotates of that Neon, and with some really good calling, I think, out of Sadak, the timings on when they were using initiator utility, they were completely on top of this defensive half.
Yeah, and speaking of Sadak, I feel like he just had a complete chokehold on everything that they were trying to do on this defensive side. He had this control on lock. Like you were saying, playing back, letting them use their util to get a lot of that space, and then going back and enough. And if you want to see kind of a defense side of Lotus that is sort of textbook, you watch Crew's defense because their rotates were on point as well. They were so fast at re-clearing that front. Being able to stack C. Host table pe wapas. Like everything was working out to their favor, and majority of it is from Sadak.
MVP. Yeah, I mean he had insane reads, but also his solo performance being
भाई
that
सब लोग ने खेला देखो 16 17 17 16 15
and finding value from it. It felt like no matter where he was a force to be reckoned with just as an individual, and the fact that he was able to have that much impact and buy time for the Neon to kind of rotate in and the rest of the rotates to come, they just played so well together that whole half.
Yeah, it really did feel like Crew, you know, we were having a lot of questions what we were going to see coming out of this one. I will say though, while we do got to give flowers to Crew for great play, we kind of look at Sentinels as well, right? There were certainly moments where you're seeing a lack of presence when it comes to just like that urgency in some of those rounds, and Crew just took advantage of that. Now we make our way over to Breeze here, wide open spaces, big lanes, big opportunities here.
आज DRX जीती कि पहले ये बताओ, मैंने DRX नोंगशिम का लास्ट मैप नहीं देखा. मैंने बोला था कि KRX जीतेगी, ठीक है? क्या हुआ लास्ट में बताओ मुझे, मैंने नहीं देखी थी, मैं सोने चला गया था.
Pressured as they should be, especially when you're attacking, and when you're moving into a map like Breeze, I think that's going to be very, very important because a lot of the time we'll see a lot of splits, we'll see a lot of exits and a lot of like fast-paced rounds, and having like that lurker come in, they're going to need to be able to kind of find value out of that and not just like not full send. They need to full send more, especially going into Breeze.
I agree with you, but I think even beyond that, one of my biggest issues looking at this map of Breeze was just how outsized the individual performances were from Crew. That had been at least 4 rounds with an ace or a 4K from Crew. Anytime it was going wrong,
back to back.
Yes, they did. Everyone was stepping up in those big moments, and I think to me, when we're looking at a game where we saw both Victor and Jonapi really
baby, visionary
at the beginning of that map, we're going to one of the maps that rewards individualism. Most. It feels like a slam dunk for Crew 2 out here.
Yeah, I mean, and then of course, guys, surely we get Sky this time, right?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I don't think we will.
No, probably not.
I don't think we will. Probably not.
I like when we set that up and we just completely trolled ourselves.
Yo, चालू करो जल्दी.
I feel like Sky's good on this.
I feel like we're gonna see KO.
चालू करो, एक tech pause भी तो आएगा बीच में.
Return to the old Breeze meta.
Old Breeze meta. Use the KO knife for so much information.
I know कोरिया में नहीं हो रहा.
But the dart
Ho Chi Minh City तो वियतनाम में है.
You don't need that dog to go down elbow anymore, especially if you're playing a little bit more aggressive. So I feel like
Pacific तो कोरिया में होता है.
I really want to see the right click plays coming out from KO. Just kind of full sending it, going in, re-clearing that aiming space because Crew really likes to do that. It would be a lot easier with this guy. And now that I'm talking, I feel like maybe.
Are you talking
yourself
into it?
Flash पता नहीं क्या चल रहा था.
I want to see KO though. I think KO is just so fun.
Fracture ना.
We saw Crew.
Fracture तो निकाल दिए लोग ने कैसे भी.
Insane post hunts. Their protocols were actually.
क्या था last मैप जो जीते ये लोग?
Sure. With his knife is something that would capitalize.
Do you think Phoenix is viable on
Lotus.
this map right now?
Why do I?
I can't ask you that. You
Bro.
know.
Give me the sound.
Young 25-14.
You made it come true. Look at what happened.
Wow, कसम.
You know me. It's me, Prophet Athena. And I think out of the duelists he is viable.
अबे डम भी 21 मारा है भाई, मैं kill पे click कर रहा हूँ.
I still prefer to see a Sky or a KO over.
So you don't want to see
268 ACS.
I didn't say that.
Damn, called out.
Hold on, Phoenix, if you're listening.
25-14, nice भाई.
All right.
Finals होगा Vietnam.
Back over to Jaya. She's
अभी
standing
तो
by.
कोरिया में ही हो रहा है ना.
Unbelievable.
I am here with Coach Ewok ahead of map 2. And Ewok, there are of course some circumstances that you cannot control of the match today.
Just be yourself, brother.
To warm up a little bit.
Don't care about anyone else.
So I want to ask you a little bit more about yourself and the way that you're approaching this. What are some of the differences, and what is your coaching style here with this specific team, with a sub as well, compared to all that experience that you have in Pacific with RRQ?
I think it will take some time for you to see a little bit more what my style is, but as you just said, we need to warm up a little bit more, and towards the end we were warming up. So now we're going over towards Breeze, and a lot of shooting going on that map, so we'll need our warm up to kick in.
What should we be expecting for Breeze?
कह रहा है warm up करने की ज़रूरत है.
Okay, very excited. Good luck.
Bichara.
Okay, so you heard Coach Ewok. Phoenix is going to be.
I don't think that's what he said.
I'm kidding. But yeah, something a little bit more aggressive is what he said he's going to be looking for. But there was one thing that he did say coming out at the end of that interview that I do want to hang on, which was that, yeah, you know, toward the end of that Lotus game, you were starting to see those guns start to come online a little bit more. But at that point, it was already too far gone. They had to catch up by an insurmountable amount of rounds.
Yeah.
Now you got to get these guns out early on.
Kiss camera share?
I mean, it's
abhi to sala casting desk pe tha Pacific
back, it's kind of over for you, right?
Exactly. All right, folks. Well, Riven Van Silly are going to catch you on the other side of this one. We'll see you after this quick short break with Breeze.
Wow. ओए EMEA भी देखा नहीं मैंने. EMEA का भी रिजल्ट देख लेना चाहिए. EMEA कौन जीता मैचेस? Completed games. Jetted में 2-1, FUT 2-1, 6 मैप. बाप रे बाप. Long day, bro. FUT जीत गई नावी से. माँ कसम. पैसिफिक डर्बी बोल रहा हूँ. टर्की डर्बी. 15 सेकंड का ही ब्रेक है. 13 Bro, what? 39 13-6 39
We are back here at VCT America's Stage 1 as we get that second map underway here soon. Sentinel's pick of Breeze is about to be on your screen. And you heard Ewok saying there, I hope the warm-up for the shooting has happened. We're going to be doing that.
तेरी स्ट्रीम में से 5 बजे बिना सोए रनिंग पे जाऊंगा. अरे सो जा मेरी जान.
As they get onto Breeze.
ये मत करो भाई. तेरी साइलेंस चेंबर पे पहुंच गया. हाँ, लड़क साइसो खेल रहा है.
When he said aggression, I was expecting
this Neon,
but I was not expecting
we back.
To move along with
we
it.
Back in 21.
I also feel like this should be this like swap. Sadak should be doing this on the other side, but it's Sentinels this time, bringing the Harbor and the ISO, like you said.
Think about this though. You have a slicer with a slicer with a Viper, a slicer with a Harbor.
अभी ये तो उसका कॉम्प है ना. Fnatic का.
The attack side should be on Mibr. A lot easier.
Fnatic कॉम्प हो गया ये तो.
They'll have to see right now for crew if they could stop that. And on their side, they're pulling up the chamber to try to help out here. But interestingly enough, also using an Omen instead of the Astra or Harbor themselves. So I think Sadak is also adding a lot of importance into playing into verticality, which I think, quite honestly, outside of like the Harbor wall, the verticality can be quite good for this Omen against this comp here for Sentinels.
Yeah, if you're going to get into a wall game, why not? Figure out where people
सब
have
player
been feeling safe.
जो उनका मेन डुएलिस्ट खेलता है वो वही एजेंट खिलाना पड़ता है क्योंकि टीम की बराबर प्रैक्टिस रहनी चाहिए.
By all of these different walls, we're about to see
in just a few seconds as we get in. पहला गेम यही कॉम था.
And this is going to be tough. If they don't get their aim on crew, again, they could walk all over Sen here to start the map. We did see Sen a bit resurgent at the end of map 1. It's the fact that they can carry it now into Breeze to make it count.
Darka Daddy.
I'm so stoked to watch this second map too. Victor on a Neon 2 is also a key agent for him. You could pretty much identify Victor with Neon on Fracture back in the Optic days, but we'll hold that and see how it develops as Sentinels take the upper hand on the attack side with all these walls and gets the plant over on A.
No problem. Victor just be in there. Jonah P starts off the first blood of second map, taking down
वो तीन लोग क्लियर करने जा रहे हैं.
Sadak though is not going to slow down. It's the same thing they did coming from Sion Lotus. Now they're going to be hitting the side from the other side. The two-pronged attack just leaves
GG 2-0 baby.
Wondering which way they need to
2-0 game.
Then Crew dropped
तीन लोग clear करने आ रहे हैं और दो को निपटा दिया.
The one to go down.
And you see the difference on the triple swing from both sides.
Jeez.
Both two sides of the coin, night and day. For Sentinels right here, the first jiggle. The other two hesitate. Second one goes out alone. The other third just gave it up. While here, it's three guys swinging out through a smoke. You had different opportunities here on both sides to win and even up here the post-plant scenarios, and even Sadak can believe how easy it was for him to hold that flank.
They just redid the same strat. Different map, same strat. It applies. Overlaid the two.
Predict Jonapi frags in this match. Jonapi एक मार लिया है.
They start off with that momentum.
Last game 5 किया उसने. ये game
or map I should say.
I was going to mention here with all of these agents you currently have for Sentinels, the post plant should be quite good as well, and how you could cycle a lot of these walls too and make it difficult for a solo Sova to get info for the team. But the guns are good. Sentinels trying to go for a plant on this B side, and this is a great opener at least here to bring the econ back on their side.
Safety behind the wall.
Holy shit, bhai.
Deny the recon. That's actually huge as they get a trade back in their favor. I'm not sure how this is happening, but we don't ask questions.
Yeah, we just absorb.
Yeah, just absorb. Let it be.
सुन लिया.
A little creep up from Dante. Might backstab someone, but they are going to react fast and be able to cover each other right over the shoulder here. Yeah.
दो निकाला स्टन भी अच्छा है.
It's another 2 charge kills. We saw it last time. So the wall. He's going to catch the back.
Backside.
Falls apart.
क्या बात है? Spot किया. क्या बात है?
Such good position, but again, they're only pistols, and Crew knew they could crunch down.
Yeah, the paranoia with the relay bolt just to cover over on the ladder sides. There was no way that Sentinels could really cut the crossfire with the 2-2 setup. These two guys have pistols. You're playing against a sliding neon. The relay bolt's there on the other side, and they're stunned.
मरते मरते काम करके गया वो अपना.
That's just so difficult there for Sentinels, but the idea was right. We just weren't ready for that combination. And also, at least they get the plant. They did some good econ damage too. They almost made it doable.
Jervin का visa issue है though.
God, both maps he's starting off crazy. I think Sadak had ult third round.
Did I miss anything in the first map? नहीं.
He is just.
आपने miss करी है Sentinels की पिटाई.
I remember even on Lotus it was Sentinels.
आपने miss करा है 2 ace.
After on that second round, right? So.
That's what he got.
2 ace हुए तो 3 ace. 2 ace. एक silence का.
Has what it takes to play with confidence.
MW ज़रा का. और एक silence का insane 3
for both of these maps so far. And they're looking here with this bonus round to get some first blood for less.
Very interesting. Honestly, really only seeing Mata do stuff like that for energy, jumping out, being a moving sentry, and then back up so somebody can come out and swing.
And that's what I was talking about. Dante with the All Knights when he was playing in 2024, going up into Ascensions with, you know, the 2G against the 2G's rosters when we're talking about other Neons like Spike, for example. Now you're starting to see the true value here of what Dante brings, why he was picked up by Crew in the first place, and why maybe the decision of Crew is to continue forward with Dante as his star duelist, build around instead of Envy.
Silence able to just shut down any knowledge going on over at the B
bonus
side.
Conversion.
And an activated Sentinels here, spamming a bit through the wall, making sure they can get some tap damage down. And they're gonna have to survive this onslaught now to come in from Crew.
That's your best case scenario to play mini gulag inside of that smoke because there was so much util coming towards you. But you still see the stalls there.
Oh wait, still winnable, still winnable.
Oh gosh. Waiting.
Hold up, John Cutie. Hold up, John Cutie.
Cutie and Victor are able to come up huge here, and now it's left up to Silence. The kill over at B.
Low, 1 HP.
Back to the A site. Runs in, tries to close that gap. Against Victor here, standing in for the squad, goes for the defuse. Victor with a quick peek check. Oh! He goes for the insta repeat, which Silence is ready for. And he gets the quick defuse. Plenty of time here, and Crew are able to lock down the bonus.
Ah, that's the thing. Plenty of time where he should have had that time. After he tapped onto that spike on the 1v1, just before he got there too, he had to book it with the knife out.
ये लोग सिर्फ EMEA ऐसे गए थे
and then when you tapped on the spike, you still made noise as you were diving into a pool, so you know that he's still off spike.
शॉट दिया जोनापी को बे
Try to go for the jiggle to try to catch your opponent.
जॉन क्यूटी 4 kill मारा था
on the instant tap.
Kick off में याद है
that is very nicely done in the end for Silent on the reaction time with even a chamber shot at the beginning.
क्या बात है?
Red Bull clutch, exciting.
Messi भाई घर से देख के खुश होंगे.
Party here. We see them live checking in on the team, crushing in the
वो एक crew की jersey चाहिए
यार. It's gonna be a quick tech pause. I'm gonna say quick. It's gonna be a tech
pause. Wow, देखो बोला था ना मैं tech pause आएगा.
Into a possible fourth round, and guess what?
It was quick.
We're done. We're back in the game.
अच्छा, okay. Done.
Okay, we'll stay at the game though. We still had 3 plants.
सबसे छोटा tech pause.
So at least right now for Sentinels, they're making the combination of this comp work in terms of hitting hard, hitting fast, getting plant down.
Ek masters pack it up, bro.
Story right now. And this time they might have the extra
slice here with
from John Cutie.
Who wants to fly into it?
What do you
Water through, just walls. And now they swarm. Haven't really entered the site just yet. They're going to go for the left side and try to route the defense. Crew's kind of reading this. MW0 feels what's going down, and Sadak is just kind of looking
like shield bada gameplay kar gaye inke sath.
Now this page in silence rotated so fast. Cortezia sits him down.
You and me. Oh, guaranteed round now.
There it is.
Redux nikala.
For Redux on that, beautifully done in the ISO. And the pace of that hit was big. They couldn't go through the regular right side hit. They've done it too much. A little to the left, switch it up, and vary the play.
And again, good thing that you have something like Redux stepping up to the plate again, having to go nuclear. Another 4K in the round.
Last day as a Professor P fan.
In this fight. But I think what's really seems to be hurting them too when they're actually executing with all of these walls. I was about to mention there's so many walls that a Sova dart should not get too much value. But so far, every time MW0 has been dropping a recon dart behind enemy lines, it has pinged out players on their executions.
My word. A little inside the park ace there if you count last round. Redux is feeling it right now, and they continue to fly through. This is the kind of stuff we were waiting for Redux to do as well.
World champion
coming online and just looking unstoppable. This John QD feels the sixth sense of someone behind him here.
Yeah, Sentinels read that too. Expecting a TP on top of the paranoia thrown by Sadak, and as they re-cleared, it was an easy kill to do as they held it inside of that smoke behind the drone. So kind of using a drone as a bait to get the punish on the Sadak, so that was really nice. Now they start early at 5 versus 2. Even with a spike plan and a pulse plan, they're trying to chase down the last 2 players of crew, and this is a great answer back though.
तो वो टीम का सिर्फ एक ही प्लेयर है जो अभी तक खेल रहा है और वो क्रैशीज है.
In their favor in these pulse plants.
एक प्लेयर वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर बन गया है.
It's almost like a double take.
एक प्लेयर तो किधर गया पता ही नहीं है.
But that is John Cutie cleaning it up. 3-2.
और एक एनवी के लिए स्ट्रीमर बन गया.
Started the first map as well before it was 4-2, and then just crew sprinting away with the lead.
आपको मन नहीं करता एक कन्वर्टेबल लेके स्विट्जरलैंड में घूमने का जिस दिन मेरे घर की सारी प्रॉपर्टी मेरे नाम हो जाएगी 100%.
You could almost say that we're cruising.
Oh, I was gonna say don't do it. You shouldn't have. I don't know if I can stop you though.
Never.
4-3 ults ready here for the side of crew.
Dude will definitely pull out the Dota False right now for silence, so he's been very, very good holding up and anchoring this B site, but he's actually trying to use it for mid control quite early. They haven't seen too much early presence out on the side of Sentinels in front of B, but they're also making sure that they're rolling over all the rocks by throwing out this smoke on the ground. On the attack side, actually, to control the orb for Sentinels.
They're ready to activate on mid. Put that wall up, fire a dart down, get your drone up. You can see crew is just waiting, but they're going to have this elbow insert of just basically every member of Sentinels come through here. Silence goes to fight it. He's going to peek it again. That is a choice. Victor takes him down quite easily. Maybe thinking that would have been solidified as he went through, but they did not on the orb. So it is going to be a B take here from Sentinels. Pretty easily taken with pistols to come back.
And that's a silent assist for Jonah with the Owl drone too, because he couldn't get the ping. So they stopped the bleeding too. You saw the positioning was quite nice from the Dota False set up by Silence. They attempted the shock dart to break down the shield to get that first blood. Although we'll hold that thought though. Sadak is back with the bandit.
He's not too hurt either. Still has a few shots to take in this situation, but they got a lot of work to do too.
Yeah, and you're hoping you don't need to use it, but this should still be a Sentinels round because they have that Hunter's Fury available for Jonah P, who's already playing offside, so they're in prime position here to settle up and secure this.
Last player
Instead of run and gun, and do the work. Oh my gosh. Nice damage there by MWZero at the end, but it's going to be Sentinels round, and that's the important part. They are having to battle through these quite a bit, but it's better than getting them in the W column.
Yeah.
That one.
It was a nice try, though, and again, I think it's Crew put themselves in the right positions as well. Yeah. After they saw that Harbor smoke in front of that B side controlled, okay, the rotate should be coming back here somewhere else if there's no pressure coming in from that front B side, so you are trying to close in.
Why is Victor Watchman
to close in and try to break the shields?
Because Doma continuously tier 2 खेल रहा है भाई Enterprise Esports में.
All right, what do we have here from timeout?
अरे
That actually is a lot more in like the chatter and back and forth for what Crew is doing. Last time Zonic was kind of just here and there.
ये Chet Singh के साथ मस्ती कर रहा है देखो.
So
VCL में हार रहा है
बताओ. Get in the ear of the team more so on Breeze as Sentinels have kept this even.
कहाँ से कहाँ जिंदगी है विक्टर की?
Well, from the looks of it, again, the last round was a little bit more of a mixed buy that you kind of had with a couple of players being quite low. But they were quite punished easily when on Lotus they weren't. When they were throwing a couple of rounds where they wanted to try to play aggro with Util to follow up and allowing Dante to activate a bit to get an opener. He's been sat down.
Dante जाएगा DD control के लिए.
What's been good for them, at least in terms of the results, is how good they've been on just attacking back off the Sentinels as soon as Sentinels gets on site. So they didn't want to leave that space for Sentinels to take, so that they could just start flooding back on that side. And you're seeing here, at least from the setup at the beginning of this round, that they're not trying to go for any of these type of trap plays. They're just trying to control and maintain again from the look of the smoke here.
उसके बाद G का मैच है. फिर उसके बाद मेरे को थोड़ा सा टाइम मिलेगा.
See how they're feeling about these rounds.
Gotcha. Hold the top with me when it fades.
I'm picking off you mid, I mean.
Yeah.
They use another
open
smoke. They want a mid.
Okay, just listen to me. Yeah, they want a mid. Come forward. We're gonna do 4 A split. For mid and Sova solo A.
Yeah, sorry. Can we peek this together, Victor?
Yeah,
I'm going wide. 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna just take mid and watch flank, okay?
I think you can just use your shield from close and we just
Sova jump elbow, I think. Sova jump elbow.
Yeah, I think they might be in the orb. You gotta cover us.
Somebody want to jump. Take bomb.
We need to get going.
Wall down.
Just trying to think of everything that could kind of buff their situation. Someone's in the orb, someone's here.
I have neon.
One flanking elbow.
Nothing bricks.
I'm blind.
I hold it.
Dead.
Nice.
Yo, kill him. Where?
Just go at me.
Get the smoke. Open smoke.
Dead.
Nice.
I can ult him.
Okay, waiting.
He's blind on the left.
Default. Sight.
I want blind yellow. I'm an ulted out.
Omen is yellow.
One chamber.
He ulted out.
Chamber nice.
They're closing in on these calls. It's so cool to see.
30 seconds.
I'm planning to say 4v2. Chamber has up.
Chamber was nice. It was nice.
I'm smoking your right, Vic. Well done.
I'm just going with
flank. Flank. Nice. W bait.
You're my savior.
W bait.
You should chase.
You should chase. Well up and down here, forcing the gun to come out, and you already see it now. Silence forced to fall back and save his op.
I mean, I don't know if it was mid TP, but he was
looked
here.
Very good here for the comms of Sentinels. As I mean, if you guys don't know, John Cutie.
Yeah.
We all know him like that. But he was basically calling they want the A main, let's try to just go for heavy 4 players on middle. It was dangerous because if you looked from the mini-map, though, you already had 4 players contested on that side of Crew on the other side. Right. What really helped Sentinels to really start opening things up, though, is not only on Jonah P's droning on the A side to get the info if they actually took control of main, but it also allows here for saying, okay, well, it's empty here, we can actually open 2 doors and start activating that spot, and you saw the bloodbath and the trades come in favor of Sentinels right after.
So it kind of trickled down from the somebody's maybe an orb. Okay, there's only one side. You know they're all towards mid. One of the players is going to get hit by the kill contract, no matter what, basically.
Cuts to show how fast you have to pivot from time to time. Based on the macro you're trying to bring at the beginning of the round. So great pivot and calls and
mechanically बहुत अच्छे हैं भाई Crew वाले और उनके पास साधा के imagine
activating as well. It's not only on John Cutie setting up the plan, but it's your duelists too, looking for the setup.
You did get that initial though. Okay, listen, this is where we're
going. World champion IGL.
There's a point when the round is his. It's very cool to see. All right, 4-3. Sentinels grab the lead here. the first time in the series, really.
Shots!
It's going to be silence, looking to get this round back. Less hiding with the classic over here on the right side. This Redux is going to make quick work of him. John Cutie with the Phantom, and they're kind of getting scattered on this Sova ultimate. As they get the plant down, Sentinels are in a pretty good position.
Yeah, still winning good fights too. Although all of them kind of isolated, they still have numbers. Unfortunately, though, that's going to change. John Cutie has to come up huge again on the 1v1 inside the Gulag. He gets it now for Sentinels.
Sadak really underrated.
It almost looked like he was going to fall apart, though, for how we executed for Sentinels in the first place. It feels like we...
I didn't buy wall. Oh my god, I'm trolling.
I was about to say. Because there was a gap there on the top of Nest. Why are they scaling up there with the wall and then a free kill from the top of Nest? And then looks like John Cutie realized here that he didn't buy a wall. Couldn't wall up and section off the top of Nest into the B site, but still gets a 4K for the team. So he saved himself from the embarrassment.
Looking good. Timeout's not going to matter here for the
Champion trophy ज़्यादा बड़ी होती है.
Just pushing through. And actually put everybody. Say everybody, but we
क्योंकि वो ये में चले गया था ना, तो लोग भूल गए थे उसको भाई.
For a bit of ruckus.
He exist करता है वो.
Around, make the noise, drone it out, bring the crew defense
जबकि FNS
to
बहुत
this
इज्जत
side.
करता है उसकी.
But it doesn't look like they're biting to this play just yet, fans.
And this is good old signature Sadak. Play close with the judge and try to find your timing. So he gets droned out, but he repositions himself because of that second smoke that came through. There was no pressure coming out here from the Sentinel squad.
Swinging together once again. You can almost still hear it in their heads. 1, 2, 3. As they get themselves to safety. And yeah, crew still reads it again. Sadak just completely moving with Sentinels on the other side of the map.
And they're okay with that for Sentinels too. It almost looked like they were trying to cut rotates in the first place by having Cortezia inserted, but after that, if they're trying to go for the site hit, you still have a pit to work out with for. And then they make sure they grab this orb too, so you're sectioning a lot of that site.
Big dividers coming through. Dante wants to be in their face, and he's able to successfully capitalize with 2 to start.
3-4 दोस्तों.
Sprinting over is Sadak to already be on the mid side, so nobody can rotate out or lurk on his team. He's going to go for the backstab as Les and the rest of the team make quick work.
आराम से sync करने दो.
Wait a minute, Professor. Class is in session for a moment here. To get himself to safety. He doesn't realize he's still surrounded. And Les is just about to creep into the situation with eyes on the prize. Jonah P goes down there, and crew, they correct any mistakes on that one, but lose a few members.
Crazy that they get that around, though, from inserting a judge on both sides, both extremities. And right over here, that scaling, the wall is actually pushed all the way out towards ladder for them to try to scale on that left side. But then Dante just found his timing again. Getting more impact frags this time around than what he showed in terms of numbers on that first map of Lotus, but definitely making this salvageable for crew. They were starting to lose a lot of rounds here since this round number 4. Sentinels are looking pretty good with how they're operating here on their attack side. Looking at these positioning, they're looking for this early mid control.
Fast. They've actually expected people to be here in mid to fight right away, so they really want to get themselves into the fight as soon as possible. Walls on walls to get the space they need, and they only have to look at a few angles. Dante's actually going to peek out of that one on his own. Still goes for more. He's going to get 3. No way! Back and forth. The pillar has saving grace to be able to get a 4K. Just towards the spawn side. What an amazing round from Dante.
And that's what I'm talking about. Jumping through, sliding across, isolating the first fight right over here through the harbor wall. But secondly, getting info from his teammate. There's 2 players pushing him. He gets the assist, which is less here from the snake bite. But just realizing the timing of how he could pick up these fights. is such a difference.
I love when we saw them coming through tunnel, you saw him peek the wall, and you're like, oh, he knows they're coming. He'll hide, slides out. Like, crazy. Crazy play.
He almost has to put the Dios back into his name because he's playing God mode right now.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with that. He's actually taking a moment to realize what he just did and spawn his silence. Gets a kill. He'll still be over towards the A action with Victor going down, slowing down Sentinels here to start. And this looks like it might just fizzle out altogether. Late to the round, second to the party. Dante picks up Cortezia.
Vamos!
Oh my gosh, those look close. John Cutie doesn't take too much to the wall. None, actually.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep them at base.
वो कब कर रहा है? Corner check नहीं करने वाले वैसे भी. करेगा. Never mind.
My ult is ready.
Jeez. Just cat and mouse on this wall.
Player standing.
Yeah.
Chalo fielding set.
Get out of.
Fielding set. Redux
takes a shot. Doesn't even get to open his eyes when he wakes up from the nightmare. 6-5 here for Crew.
I think a bad timing in the end because there was two guys over on that A side too, and I think he was trying to just ulti for somebody close, and then hopefully his teammate could trade if he dies, but I think he lost his teammate just in the last second.
अब खत्म है chat.
And that
अब
becomes
baby
a
का ही
freebie
खत्म
because the rest of
baby
Crew
ने
just
जितना farm
collapsed
करना
on
था कर
John
लिया.
Cutie, door, and that's it. Cortezia
अब
right
उसका
at
घी खत्म है
the
देखो.
bricks.
The hit on the trademark trap just right out in the open. So many little things are getting caught on here.
Plan अच्छा था ये
On the side of Sen. But can they get the 6th round? They had that 5-round surge before Crew was able to battle back.
बस वो विक्टर को उसने उड़ा दिया पहले ही
It looks like they're just going fundamental sight hit on this one, or I should say default sight hit. Straight through.
अरे रे
Still
spam
getting
में
spammed
चला
by
गया.
Sadak. Why wouldn't it be? Oh my gosh. So now the 3v5, Dante
भाई
finds
देख के
another one there.
मारोगे
You
कि
can see the
smoke से ही
assist come
मारना
through,
है.
the trademark hit as well. And yeah.
जो ना पे
And,
रुका हुआ था.
oh, the little tricks are catching Sentinels off guard.
अरे दो straight, nice trade.
Quick trade there slows down the
कोई
fight.
मतलब नहीं हुआ.
But it looks like Sentinels are not going to be out of, they're getting out of this one alive. John Cutie and Jonah P left alive here, the two with the veteran status on this squad that you'd be looking for to capitalize on a round like this. And it's only going to be John Cutie left. He gets going to zap down. There it is, 7-5 for Crew. They're kind of playing with their food at this point, knowing where they are, just taking their time, deciding who can get it. And Crew seem to be in full control here.
Yeah, what a time to activate for Dante too for the last couple of rounds. I think it was like, what, 3 and 6 or something like that, finishing on the top of the scoreboard at 14 and 10. That said, though, so good in these spam lines for all this team. Crew came back, they take a comfortable lead going into the second half now.
Last time जब G2 से MIBR हुआ था, मारा तो था
another tough second half for Sentinels. Let's see if they can battle back.
कुछ भी बोलो, मारा तो था उसने भाई. One-sided कहाँ है? 7-5 है यार. अच्छा आपने.
Red Bull gives you wings.
चलो इसी बात पे Red Bull हो जाते हैं. कितना बज रहा है बे चार? 4 बज भी गए ऑलरेडी. भाई आसपास देखना है मेरे को तो. गिरा आसपास. थंडरस्टॉर्म. मजा आएगी. चल भाई गुड नाइट. टेक केयर. भाई माँ कसम से गुड नाइट बोला है 4 बजे. मास्टर कब से है वो देखना है. जून 6 आई गेस. मास्टर्स ओए भाई क्या करेक्ट डेट बोला मैंने. जून 6 एकदम एक्यूरेट डेट बोला. G2 ने बेबी को रिप्लेस क्यों किया? क्योंकि पैसा खत्म हो गया था उनका.
7-5 here for Crew.
ओए हाँ बे वो स्काइरॉक्स वेट यूज कर रहा है भाई. साइलेंस.
And they have been reading Sentinels left and right.
समझ रहे हो? गोटेड माउस है. 6000 का माउस यूज कर रहा है वो बस.
Sentinels has to buck the trend. They have to get out of this kind of back and forth that Sadak's able to read.
Yeah.
Ewok said they're coming in aggressive. They're coming in crazy. Let's see what they got now. They did bring the squad to do it.
The Crew played as aggressive.
German Indian है ना नहीं.
That's the problem.
When they tried to go
hotter on that side.
When they tried to go too aggressive, they were punished, and you saw that Sentinels were able to string a couple of these rounds for sure. But when they went back to their
अब तो attack round है, अब तो साधक डैडी calling करेंगे.
Man, was it looking good for them? Now on the attack side though, with the Neon at the point, Redux is already low HP, trying to walk down though.
Destabilizing. उसकी गन ही बैठा दी अंदर.
A little bit off it, but it doesn't look like they want to push too far. Shots across the map are happening, and yeah, Bless is able to pick back up on that. Been the shoulder shot to Redux, low HP. What an opening!
एक लेस का बढ़िया राउंड दिखा दो, मजा आ जाए. यही वो राउंड है
मेरे को लग रहा है. Control the round right there.
कोई फ्लैंक नहीं आ रहा है दोस्त, आराम से.
I mean, it's shares across the board.
Shot, less is.
Less is good.
Cannonballs? What is happening here?
आराम से, कोई बात नहीं.
They're gonna let him keep
आराम से
भाई.
भाई.
A lot of aces in this game, aren't we? Oh, okay. Jonah P's one shot, Cortezia, so 3 more.
Shot, ace.
Oh god.
Everyone's gonna ace.
Oh god.
Ace?
Oh god.
अरे यार.
Vans. Uno mas. Oh, doesn't get it. And they were just going for it too. It was a gentleman's
बढ़िया round भाई, बढ़िया round.
You love that. Just in the side silence is like, all right,
I'll
wait.
तुझे ignore करता है क्या? नहीं
The
मेरी
fact
जान.
that he falls is just like, wait up, let me just go back on the box.
जो silent use
him again.
Yellow वाला. Skyrock create है वो.
And that's the thing. It was a great start for Sentinels by pressuring
Headshot
down
था
towards
वो.
that middle. But because they had to leverage John Cutie to even slice up the mid side, they had to give up the B site. You had 2 players are able to lurk in. So John gets the first easy kill, but then never saw Les sneak through.
Left,
and you see how much damage Les could do now. When
Les did a lot of damage.
Revealing area.
Can't say send this down. कोई बात नहीं.
No, once
Main
again,
team नहीं खेल रहा है.
Sentinels have to fight backs
Duelist
against
नहीं
the
है
wall.
उनका. कोई बात नहीं.
Trying to farm up ults as much as they could, and that definitely
Pack it up
hurt
है
here
उनका
from the side of
दोस्तों.
Silence to call that aggressive B push. But then for the rest of the crew, they're doing the same thing,
सिर्फ
controlling
अभी के
the
लिए.
A-side orb, making sure here that the drone's going to get some good info for the team. This is an interesting Viper wall, though. Giving a lot more space than usual and just trying to punish players through the line of scrimmage. Crew just wants to wait for it. Comes down. Here comes the fights.
Honestly, it's so awkward to be in this front space.
Oh.
Fighting back and forth. Dante has been cruising into these positions so well right now. Less hiding. They're just quick work of Sentinels right now. The smokes are up. They're playing a cat and mouse game, letting Sentinels make the first move. Honestly, it's just patience right now, but it looks like fast play from Crew. They're just kind of letting it fall into their hands.
Yeah. Like I said, they wanted to play it safe. The drone doesn't spot anybody. You have no real information outside of the orb being tapped towards that B site, and you have no active info towards middle, so you don't know if they're walking down mid, if they're stacking B, if they're stacking A. So now you just got to make sure that the team stays as a group. The wall comes down, they find all that information, and now they have better weapons to fight
5,
against.
7, 8.
Again, through any type of pressure scenario,
yeah.
they seem very, very stoic right now for Crew for these fights.
They have less walls.
Yeah.
Using the walls that they have. Oh my gosh, Dante going in so fast. I don't know if anybody would have lived through that here. Let's see if they can get another round in their favor as MW Zera starts off quick. They have a say though. Finally, they have a say. It has not been Sentinels able to attack back right away.
Oh, Sadak Daddy!
How?
Spectre spray खींच दिया बे.
Beautiful kill from behind, and the backstab is now it's a 2v2, waiting to get control of the site before the full plant.
Timing मिल रही है.
To help each other before they do that.
Low.
He still stays alive though on the swing. Cortezia is there to get it. It just looks like they are okay with taking each other toe-to-toe in these situations instead of getting the swings in, playing it proper. They're kind of losing the moment to play the game.
And not afraid of baiting out the spike plant. So they tap it every single time, always double swung towards the end too.
Loud
They're
is
playing
one,
with a lot
Lev
of
is one.
confidence right now, knowing that they could just out-duel Sentinels so far. And they almost made it happen in a bonus round. Remember, it was Spectres, Bulldogs. Definitely a huge sign of relief there for Ewok.
Yeah.
But again, control of the economy, understanding where the state of the game right now. You've wasted so many weapons on the side of Sentinels that your buy now is full of half shields.
I mean,
pull out an outlaw here for Silence, and he's been really good on the scope this time around. And he talked about dueling for the side of Crew that always falls their favor, so why not use these outlaws against them?
पर फुरिया में भी नहीं है.
Oh, era isso hoje e Ivan denta vez. Cabra no seu contato, Dante.
Tá, beleza.
Na Lev में है ना Furia में है.
O Waze tava lá na base.
Mano, eu tenho certeza
ना MIBR में है.
Acho que começaram andando ali atrás.
सिर्फ Loud और Crew है वो टीम जिसमें सब.
Vou dronar o A.
Oh, drone não.
ये लोग खेल.
So early info towards A main.
Avançado aqui. Neon avançada A.
Neon tá.
Dá para aplicar? Dá para aplicar? B?
Quem que era?
So patient here. Waiting for that time tick down before they activate. You see the spike down already, and they're, yeah. This is kind of what they did on Lotus. Go insert, find things, let them rotate, and Les will be there to give them a hug.
And there's the next insert from Heaven that's chamber in the front side while they're making noise.
भाई कौन के बीच में कमेंट्री क्यों डाल रहे हैं यार भसड़ हो रही है
Always
एक
playing
चीज सुन लेते
where
हैं
there's somebody behind their backs here. On these backstabs for Sentinels.
He's still ready. Les again. Another one in elbow as we rotate.
मछली मार्केट भाई साहब या तो कॉम्स दिखाओ या तो कमेंट्री सुनाओ
Atrás de você, Sérgio.
It's like a round of who's watching who so far here. Jump dude did as much as he could on a 5 versus 1. But man, that was clinical there by Crew. Very well dissected that map. As they saw the neon, looks like Sentinels have to be a little bit more active around the map, trying to find the information. They peek out in the open to get punished instantly. And then now you have so much of the map to work with while Sentinels are plugging the gaps for the other spots to get backstabbed right after.
And a timeout from
Sen
Sen right away. After the round, we see Ewok was fist bumping because they got that bonus. Sadak knew what the team needed to do, gets them through. I mean, they all did, right? You said silence behind the outlaw. It's coming from everyone's brain right now. A 10-6 scoreline here in the second half on Sentinel's map of Breeze. And Crew are looking fantastic right now. We expected, you know, a lot from I think a Sadak team or Sadak in general, right? Whether it would be from agents, whether it would be from the meta he's going to bring in, or how the team runs. And it looks like everybody's just gelling from the start. The way that Sadak plays behind Dante when they push down Lotus, when they push down Breeze out of B into A. Yeah. It's just everything seems so synced up already.
I would almost think that the conversation with him and Coach Zonic too, looking at their Crew roster, is like, okay, well, we got, again, an amalgamation of players that have had flex and sentinel roles in their career in 2025, mostly from in different regions and in challengers. Now let's play to our comfort picks, right? Let's not think outside of the box yet. See if this works out. Let's get the feel of the game. So you're seeing like everybody pretty much best in slot right now for Crew.
And Sen as well. I mean, I've been loving watching Victor play again. Obviously, first into the fights, no hesitation on what he needs to do on the Neon. Just honestly riding a bike for Victor to get back in here, so that's been awesome to see, and he's getting it.
And that was the thing with Optic Gaming too, when he was trying to create space for the team, he was doing so. Yes, he was dying a lot in his scenarios, but he was actually activated enough for the rest of the team to follow behind. I want to see that more from Sentinels too, just to make sure that they were working in tandem to go for these team fights into their favor.
वो मरता था तो दो लेके मरता था अपने साथ भाई.
Maybe pick up a side weapon here. Shot somebody with 3 members of the team. No. There's one, but it's only an outlaw. It's not going to bring the round back into your favor per se.
Especially with a pit trying to retake with an outlaw, going to be tough.
It doesn't work as well.
भाई Valorant में एक non-util mode ला देना चाहिए है ना
again.
मजा आएगा
The man lives up here.
That's what we're talking about too, the elevation that would be a pain point to deal with for the side of Sentinels. Although not seeing anybody yet.
Deathmatch type.
Favoring that omen over the Astro, and we can see how many little things he can do with it. Trixie plays, the shots he makes, the shots he makes. Redux takes him down. 4 gave a Redux to defuse. 2 come through here as long as he doesn't cut the wrong wire, and they're good for another round. Let's see it, 10-7.
That's another 4K from Redux, and also winning the ult with a Sheriff. He domain expansion with a Sheriff and still won it. Look at his retake. One through the smoke. Okay, that's a lucky one. And that activated the kill contract for him, so that was a huge kill to take for the side of Redux to allow Sentinels to win this one here.
Yo, we can win!
There it is. There it is. Cubert's happy now, too. He's not getting squished to death. We're on the up. Let's see what happens.
Right. That was a huge round to win, too. An eco round for Sentinels that he has a lot of economy. Now Victor can bring out the op, and he scores that first blood.
Victor with the op.
जान आ गई सर में, हाँ? जान आ गई ये राउंड के बाद से.
pushing already. He says pull. Dante jumps. Dante is sat down. Another one here towards the top. Your top fragger for Sen right now. John Cutie putting another one on the board and putting a little bit of stink on it. And now this 5v2, they look to get a flawless round as they're going to start trading with the ops.
Dude, he's got the killer look right there for John Cutie, man. He wants to win this game. He wants to pull the team back right now, and it feels like they've done so with amazing 2-op kills from Victor. And maybe here for the rest of the crew, they're going to have to save because as much as it was pretty one-sided in the second half, they're also finally down to their last expenses for crew visa. So they might have to start using their visas now to hopefully get a decent buy in the next around this op and his vandal that they're going to save.
Jonah P ult coming online. Viper ult going to come online here. A lot of ways to just sync up more rounds for the defensive side. And then you kind of have a fail-safe if you do need to screen through with the overdrive. Should be an easy win. 15 seconds here for Sentinels. The timeouts are paying off, though. I gotta say, some of them have just not mattered from coaches, but the pivotal ones right now, you know, Ewok getting this one in for Sen. Make sure they have the right idea for their final rounds to come through.
Nice even run out to pick up an orb. Redux is trying to do the same thing so he can get closer to his
that's an orb.
kill contract. Yeah, it's still a point there. And they still have economy to work with, so it's not too bad for him to lose his life there with that push.
Hardly 15-20 minutes break रहता.
That one, dude, was nice. Shows that he's still got it in terms of aim now.
Those feel good. You hit those few to start, you know the next ones are, you take more confident shots. You take, I should say, riskier shots because you're more confident. You miss the first few and you still stay back on that angle. You're like, oh, maybe not. We might see Victor go ham at this point now. He's already on a forward angle. He actually looking to step up more. So yeah, the confidence is there.
And he can instantly rotate thanks to that.
Okay, ripped off the top. Little haircut for Sadak. Okay, right back at you. Cortezia goes down on that one. Follow-up damage as well. On to John Cutie.
Thing is, they've already closed that gap now for Sentinels. And like a crew, they're deciding to flip that map across the fight towards Troll.
All of orange. And now Sen has to kind of audible this and figure out the way they want to cover it. Okay. He's like, I don't see anybody, but I think they see me. Is a good call to back out there. Jonah P gets the fight going, but we're not fully bought into this just yet. They got to figure out where Sadak is. The Stinger's going to be able to backstab in the end. One from Silence. Sees the move, and I don't even think that Jonah P knows he was seen there. And he gets picked up by Sadak. The little things that they're putting into their gameplay just make the rounds go in their favor. Crew pick up 11.
That's crazy. Getting value too off the 2 rifles that they saved in that previous round. Silence and MW0 taking value out of that.
Beautiful round.
It almost feels like one of those simple things from Sadak. He gets pinged out by the recon. TPs towards the spawn, just to pull the defenders back and kind of reset the information that they get off the dart. And then now they're just getting out positioned from the smoke right after. And they get picked off. That was super nice.
The battle of the IGLs this game.
20 kills for
Sadak, 18 for John Cutie. And John and Sen looking to push this to a map 3 with all their might here at the end. We start off round 20. Operator still in hand for Victor. There's some ults there to use. Cortezia can stall a sight with the ult, but they're choosing not to right away. They want this retake potential.
Most looks like they want to crunch back towards goal and take control of that before having a retake towards the A side. Remember, they have so many slicers on the map, or on the roster.
Dante, forward mark there, sets up Sadak to get taken down as Victor takes the longer angle. It's just going to be a fast lane really quick to make him think something's going down. Here comes a rotation over from Sentinels. More kills from them, all ready to squash this attack. Sentinels lead at this point to keep crew off at 12.
Oh.
1.
Oh, body shoot kiya isne bhi.
He's getting tagged. They're chasing him down. He's actually isolating fights too. Cortezia already closed that gap though, as you saw him rotate from the top of middle into elbow. Now he's just trying to see if
nice
he
shot.
wants to let Sentinels come to him, and thankfully it's an op that closes the gap.
अबे भी back and forth around जाएंगे
Just
उसमें
to close the
खत्म हो
gap.
जाएगा.
Sentinels are only 2 away of being able to tie up this game.
And they have started to bring that aim game online, that's for sure. And it is structured in these ones too. Both of those last kills had anchor players, right? Somebody helping you out, double face on the peak. Really coordinated there from Sen here as they kind of slow the pace down a bit so they can get more out of everything that they're doing.
Yeah.
Pausa.
I think right now for Crew, it's difficult for them to try to play the walk contact as you're walk contacting into an op. And you also have to figure out the right moments to maybe try to drone out here to activate through that and be a little bit more grouped up here for these hits. Right now for Sentinels, they haven't been looking to get any aggressive lines here over towards A and middle. The only time I've seen the push out was Victor towards that front B site where they were able to be quite good in terms of fast rotates after. But the next thing is John Cutie's position. He's currently playing a lot of top middle towards that nest. So if Crew does start adding a little bit of pressure towards that mid side, there's not going to be any high tides to stop like a wall over on A if they want to try to go for splits after.
तो होंगी कैसे? अबे भाई वो शूट करने लग गया तो सेंटिनल्स में जान आ गई यार.
There'll be an opportunity for them to play a little bit more slowly and default more for that mid control. So that
चेंबर के तो ऑप्टिक ये से बेटर खेलते क्या बात है?
All right.
क्या चाहिए तेरे को मेरे भाई?
Probably won't be this round though because we have 2 rifles and pistols. I'm gonna play a little bit more slowly so that Silence can maybe try to get an opener with this ult.
Juna भी 10 से ज़्यादा किलो है. Wow.
That's a scary op spot. Victor squeezes out. He lives. Oh, Victor's the scary one in that spot. Apparently, Sadak's trying to push forward here as they're pinching from multiple sides. The wall drops, and yeah, Sadak's ready to fire through that on the line.
That recon was huge once again. 2 assists there for MW0.
Spike planted.
From getting the pings onto 2 players, so focused to try to take down Dante in the front side. And now the map's been flipped. Even a scenario. Crew's at the advantage in the post plan.
I think it's one of the things Crew is benefiting on so well. Not bad. Sean Cutie takes a shot and hits Silence. Now evening up the numbers. Les gonna move forward into the smoke. Looking to pull the shotgun. Oh, he pulls out the Sheriff! What is the thought there? And he still gets it. Gonna be alive on the other side. It's all about time now. It's all about playing his life. Les is going to try to push off with the Viper Bite just away. He's not going to give enough to peek. And that's going to be it. Very nicely done. Les goes down, could not get to it. And John Cutie.
You almost think he made a mistake by switching from the Bucky to the Sheriff, but still domes his opponent.
You thought he did. You're like, oh no, it's a close shot. You need to have that. Holy moly.
Oh, recon tha.
Yeah, let me just do a quick 1-5-5.
यहाँ पे एक किल निकाल के मरना था, पता है इसको?
Oh my word.
उसने दीवार पे मार दिए थोड़े से.
Maybe he thought he was going to be faced with 2 people and he had to go for a fast shot or something, but still only need to hit the one and done.
And still has util, pulls the snake bite on the ground, closes the gap with the Bucky, like he is.
And the snake bite didn't even give the advantage to peek left too.
Exactly.
So smartly played instead of just putting it right on the spike. Crazy stuff. And right into B. Right, look at that. Look at the peeking. The drone on the left side, but he's also weaving vision to both sides of the team. Oh my gosh. I feel like my hair's coming out here watching these guys pulling it out with how crazy it must be. Redux doing what he can inside the kill contract, but they all come out to the nightmare once again as Les and Silence are putting the finishing touches on. And it's Cortezia now outside the site. It feels like the last few rounds just happened in the blink of an eye. And this one even quicker. That's MW0 taking down Cortezia. Crew come out swinging for their first game of Stage 1 to take down Sentinels.
A new crew was formed to run the town. And today, they rule over Sen City. And that with some amazing calling coming out from Sadak. And seeing the resurgence of players that kind of fell short from all of 2025. If you're looking at the whole roster from MW0, Dante, Sadak, Silence, Les, none of them have found any results in 2025 for any team that they played. And now they formed together in this matchup against Sentinel, who's also in a current rebuild. But he definitely came out stronger today.
I think that is a common goal as well. That all of them, not goal, but they come from that position.
Yeah.
Where nobody's saying, yo, I need this. I'm the main player. He's the main player. He needs that. Everybody's there to play.
Yeah.
And they, like we said, they come from those positions where last season might not have been great, last stage, a few stages, and they're there with the passion. And we're seeing that come through. A team of unlikely players coming together here to really show us what that teamwork looks like.
I think every single one of these players had me moments of like the hero across the board, like 4Ks, back-to-back aces. Maybe not from Sadat, but he was getting so many kills too, while at the same time calling for the team. And this is looking very promising for a team like Crew Visa.
Absolutely. It's not even like a Crew is back moment, but they have grit. And I think it's a grit they're going to grow very, very hard because it can't be their back. It's basically new, right? Let's see how they build. Sentinels as well, looking to build, looking to come back stronger here. And they did show for their map of Breeze, but outshot and then outmapped.
Yeah.
Sadak had that read, and that's something that's just hard to get through.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily like they're facing a disadvantage with all the nerfs that you're currently seeing from Will and Yoru. They're just trying to find an identity,
Also so.
And then also seeing that, you know, you have Reduxes on different roles as Omen to ISO, but he would still put up some very good numbers. So if you need a shooter right now and a score duelist in a team like Sentinels, they have it at least with that player Redux until you have Jerwin joining the roster.
Right on. Yeah, there's a lot to come to fruition for them, right? And they kind of want that
in
first place. So,
bro.
It's tough to get that against a team who is doing everything they want
Intentionally
right now. As they get on in a really strong Lotus here coming out. We did see Sadak kind of not branch out into super weird things like going back to Ascent meta stuff, but yeah, Sadak is back, the brain is there, and it's cool to see again.
Yeah, definitely, and also seeing the, you know, the comeback now from Sonic to be able to coach a star duelist like Dante. I think that's going to give a little bit of familiarity on somebody that's so young here for Dante on the stage right now. So maybe not the best rookie year, but going to the second year, looking a lot better this time around too. And those 3 months of practice for Crew Visa really worked out, really panned out for them. So now that you have that confidence, say, or at least testing out their limits and say, okay, let's go onto the stage, see if it works out. They were dominant there. So looking at the next few weeks, it's a gauntlet for both of these teams to try to make it into the playoffs.
Absolutely.
It's not going to be the easiest of teams. I think they're playing like Furia, Energy, 100 Thieves going into that group. EG, that, like an next world champion, that is a lot of teams to play against to try to make it to like the least 4th place. It's crazy.
It's going to be really tough. Before we throw an interview as well to speak of the Ewok, he's even mentioned it's going to take a while for what I bring to the table to be implemented, right? And they get to kind of go through a run through that today, see how it was implemented. So more time there for Sentinel. But it's about hearing from Crew right now. So we're going to go ahead and send it over to Dryad down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Amazing with this 2-0 against Sentinels and Sonic. I want to talk a little bit about what we were just mentioning in that coach interview, is about how you define your style as a coach. You saw a lot of aggression coming in from the squad, a lot of flaws, a lot of a team that was ready to react. How much of that is that what you're implementing, and how much is it Sadak?
Oh, that's a great question. I'll say that everyone who remembers the old All Nights on Essential,
that's a great question.
They knew that those guys know that we play an aggressive style. I like to play an aggressive style.
That's a great question. You are a good
Sadak.
question.
I think he also likes to play the aggressive style, but then kind of swapping the style into more like control style, slow pace. But yeah, it's part of the system.
There's a little bit of the balance between everything, but also you're mentioning how Sadak is joining and kind of merging with this team. You were part of a team with Dante before.
Yep.
So what is Dante now compared to what he was? How do you see his growth?
Oh, I mean, the step up is there. I think
another good question.
I mean, to be honest, he's a part of the system and he knows what we need him to do. And when he knows what he needs to do, he's able to perform at that level. He's been doing those scrims, and I think today he showed why he's here.
And it's a system that is not only really good for Danton, for the neon that he's playing, but also for the rest of the team that has insane firepower. I think you guys are
let's go!
Firepower going into stage 1. What do you think? Where do you place yourself?
I think I have to use my I don't know. I'll say that we are among the strongest, but I can't say that we're the best. Like top 3, probably.
Top
like
3? Yep. मैं believe करता हूँ.
There's of course our first game on BCT. So yeah, there's growth to be done. Like
nice.
We need to ball.
But I mean, you guys look amazing. Sonic, thank you so much for the interview. This is the win the crew gets, but now we have another amazing matchup. SG2 against Mibr right after this break.
Intellectual answers. आराम से सोच के बोल रहा है. बढ़िया है भाई. Klurge की नजर गई लग गई G2 हारेगी भाई. आज नहीं जीतने. मैं बता रहा हूँ अब G2 का टाइम खत्म. अब G2 जितनी अमेरिका बुली करती थी ना, अब नहीं कर पाएगी. मैं बता रहा हूँ वो लोगों का टाइम खत्म हो चुका है दोस्तों. अब टाइम है, नया टाइम है, नया शक्ति का टाइम है. MIBR सुपर टीम फाइनली काम करेगी. व्हाट Forsaken Cat अमेरिकाज में. वाओ.
And we know shape matters. Shape is king.
Shape is king.
This one has both our experience, our family name, the next piece of our legacy. Built for the big stage, for the biggest moments. The Susanto Brothers House.
Shape is king.
The human body was built.
Shape is king. I'm also a big believer of Shape is king. कब तक चलेगा? बस अभी 3 मैप और बस यही समझ लो. पहले they wanted size, now shape. अबे नहीं यार, Shape is king. सही बात है भाई, वो गलत नहीं बोला. उन लोग ने सही बोला जो भी बोला. Shape is king. Yep. Alright, big game, bro. Last time G2. अबे भाई. MIBR 2024 में जीती थी G2 अगेंस्ट. माजिन भाई खेल रहे थे. भाई लोग एक बार MIBR से हारे हैं 2024 में. 3-0 ही है. एक बार ही मैच हुआ है बस, उसमें भी जेकन मारा है. और वैलेंट 65 किल्स. वैलेंट भाई शूट करते हैं यार. G2 अमेरिकाज के के स्ट्रॉन्ग दिखती पर इंटरनेशनल में हार जाती है. ऐसा क्यों यार? ये देख, कुछ लोगों की किस्मत ही खराब होती है यार. देख, रुक, किधर गया भाई? अरे ये देखो, 4th 1st, ये तो अमेरिकाज है. कब से आई है ये टीम? 2024 से. ठीक है, 2024 में आई थी ये टीम. ये इनका सबसे पहला सीजन था. ठीक है, फिर 3rd. फिर यहाँ से तो अमेरिकाज डोमिनेशन चालू हुआ. इसके बाद से ये खराब 2025 से डोमिनेशन चालू. 2025 से 1st, 2nd, 1st, 4th, फिर 1st, फिर ये तो गंदा रन, फिर वापस 2nd, फिर 4th. किस्मत खराब है ना बे. स्टोर देख क्या है, 530 होता है वो. किस्मत ही खराब है भाई लोग की. ये तो भाई, ये तो मैं 2-3 बे. ये कैसा हारे हैं पता नहीं भाई. 2-0 अप थे ये लोग भाई. वहाँ से गेम भगा दिया इन लोग ने, अपने हाथ से दे दिया भाई. 2 गोली दूर. G2 is the RCB of Valorant, bro. इनको मिलेगी ट्रॉफी, कभी ना कभी मिलेगी. वेट करना पड़ेगा पर. पर वही है, ई स्पोर्ट्स में करियर बहुत छोटा होता है. इंटरनेशनल ई स्पोर्ट्स करियर बहुत ही छोटा होता है. That's because Meteor was on the other team. Maybe that's because मैंने जिंक्स कर दिया. वो कुछ तो आया. G न्यू बूट कैंप. G ई स्पोर्ट्स न्यू बूट कैंप रिवील. चलो आओ ये देखे न्यू बूट कैंप.
I knew this.
Want some lunchbox?
Want some lunchbox? Let me see how you understand.
I cannot even understand this. Wait, we need our Korean.
He's playing, bro. It's very.
Rank.
It's
He
playing.
doesn't care. I'm more important than his team. Look. Kimona, what's Pepsi Zero? No Pepsi.
This is better, bro. Game is going on rank. What if they lose this round?
You want some?
I want to see if they lose this round, and I want to record it.
3v1 ando sa Bob.
It was 3v4. We'll have to invest on sound noise cancellation because there are housings there. See the toilet. That is main important. Toilet. So much window though. Every time it's window. I don't like windows though. I want to keep them in the dungeon. This is the other one, 0302. The ventilation is basically on AC. I don't know, maybe we need to cover this, I guess, because
yeah, bootcamp
opponent can
finalized.
see us.
Yeah, boy.
Damn, how many windows do they need, bro? Wait, how many? Yo. So usually it's the esports hall of fame. Fan signing zone. There are the stars over there.
Bootcamp,
Video,
bootcamp.
texture. Coffee. Who's the new boy in the house? What's up? Who are you?
The analyst / coach.
Is it from Paper X?
No.
See Paper X. Look who's back.
See, bro.
See, bro. How are you?
What review?
Back to practice.
Yo, it's bro. I'm gonna wait. All day. That's all he plays in the background all day.
Bro,
24 hours a day.
No, listen, bro. It's called knowing ball in the country.
There's not a moment where that's not a.
It's like, you know, you're in the country that you're in. You gotta respect the culture. You know what I mean?
Yes,
After that pick, they equalized numbers.
Kiska 1v1
towards that
kiska
A
hua hai?
site. And another thing to look at is now Osbos. He's not playing super aggressive actually. He's playing all the way back on this A site. And
Yeah, bro. K-pop is life, I guess, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I need to hurry a little bit, but today is an important day because we're going to sign some few papers and never late. But today I'm late.
Oh, तो हो गया bootcamp finalized.
How many drops?
What?
How many drops?
Drops?
Yeah, these are called drops. Drops.
No, they'll come and set up. The internet company.
भाई फ्रॉस्ट बॉय हर चीज में इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं हर एक चीज में.
We should be doing a lot of stuff out of there, bro.
Can we say political shoot? I'll just cut the audio. I'll do it, huh? It's okay, no problem. I'll censor it. What did you do?
Like, get on.
I can't say on camera, bro.
Wait, seriously?
I can't say on camera, bro.
Okay. Probably might be the last vlog you see in this place, so.
Let's see how you do under pressure.
New bootcamp.
I've been wanting this shit forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better.
Obviously, you'll be pinned. Right, he
I was your names, but then when I met you, holy
Google or whatever.
what the fuck was I thinking, bro? I thought this guy was the GOAT, bro. And then when I joined in with you,
So it's just weird to me.
what do we do again?
It's weird.
I was kidding.
I was kidding. Don't worry, bro. We'll try to figure this out, bro.
No, just.
Yeah, because he doesn't like the air.
Easy. Easy fix, bro. Wait, he's cold or hot?
I can't.
ब्रो ये लोग खुद से ही ये कर दिए बंद कर दिए धुरंधर वाला वीडियो देखा हाँ देखा Nice,
I'm on diet.
Why?
I
I look so fat.
No, you don't.
No, I'm fat.
When did you start it? Your diet?
1 week ago.
Oh.
Their style for it and then refined that when they went to Santiago and brought more of that discipline back against some of the best teams out there.
Yeah.
I feel like MIBR with that same task didn't quite live up to that adaptation in the same way. But I really think the changes coming in now with the Yoru nerfs, with the Wei Lane nerfs, a lot of this works to the benefit of a team that likes to play those other duelist agents and who also likes to play that slower, more defaulty kind of traditional style that Fraud loves to call for his
Yeah, and we'll keep in the conversation as well on G2 here, right? You know, G2 did add Baby Bay into the roster this year, and he helped this squad get that second seed for Masters Santiago. And yes, results weren't what you wanted to see from G2, what I'm sure the G2 teams, Emily, or G2 players wanted to see, as we know these guys always strive for perfection. But to Mimi's point, they took a lot of great ideas to Santiago, and I'm sure they took even more phenomenal ideas out of that event.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that was having Bebe kind of join this roster, because early on, like Mimi said, we kind of saw them struggle a little bit because he was still playing like that fill role when he was filling for Elite. He was playing a lot of the Viper, he was playing a lot of the Chamber, and then when that wasn't working for them, they started to lean into that aggression that Mimi was talking about. We started them finding a lot more success, having a duelist like Baby Bebe kind of back up Jog, and even then, Jog was able to kind of come alive again in that meta that they were kind of feeding into.
Two things I'm looking at for stage 1 for G2. Number one, I need to see Jaw thriving on the Neon. He's a solid Neon player, but when he was at its peak, it was a double initiator, breach meta, where he could just full send. I think the best Neons right now, what they're doing is finding the right times to freeze, let their teammates scale in while they create a distraction, and then further the fight. Very tough balance to find, and I felt like it was off sometimes for him in Santiago. Number two, we need more from Baby Bay. He was good in Americas, but he didn't live up to the play that he needed in Santiago. This is his redemption stage to show that he can dominate again here in a meta that I think is going to favor him, being that alt player, likely getting to play a lot of the Chamber here. And those are my two keys, really, for a G2 winning again in Americas and succeeding in London.
Yeah, well, this team, of course, dominated in their region right here in the Americas. You can see the track and the success. It speaks for itself, but still looking for that win on international soil. For now, though, let's see what's going on with Coach Josh RT. Dryad had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today.
I am here for the Open qualifiers. G2 ahead of the second match of today, and something that we noticed going into kickoff is a G2 that was a lot more aggressive, and you carried that on going into Master Santiago. How does that change or evolve going into the stage 1?
It opened our eyes a lot about how Double Duelist works and how you got to play it, all the little strategies involved. It's not just simply just run it down. It's more about comps that control the pace and you kind of surprise your opponents with it. And it's really strong, like in the right moments.
Background आवाज ज़्यादा आ रहा है.
Our meta approach this time for stage 1 is controlling that.
Chat up से WWE और मैंने WWE और Mortal Kombat लिया है.
Hopefully it works out against MIBR.
So more surprises.
जो डब्बों का पैसा आया था
उससे. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
मैंने WWE और Mortal Kombat
Josh RT's evil twin. But of course,
what makes him evil?
The mustache and a goatee. I mean, watch Community. Come on, lady. Unbelievable.
I have watched
Community. Now, of course, though, you got the new G2. They got Giacomo, and this is going to be a player that is certainly going to be one that we want to keep our eyes on here, because we were actually just talking about, and Coach Josh RT was talking about it as well, you know, what the expectations are going to be for this team, for what their approach is, and obviously so much hangs on the balance when the dog is in the field.
Yeah, I think to go off of Mimi's point that we need to see Giacomo to kind of fire it up a little bit earlier within the
dog is back.
We've seen him be phenomenal. I feel like we've seen so much understanding of the duelist character, especially on Phoenix, which I love, by the way, which is one of the
always finds a way.
Somehow, girl, you weasel that one in.
One of the maps that actually
best controller for PC
happened to be Phoenix, and I swear it's not because it's just Giacomo did a really good job of playing that. His reclears with those flashes were insane. The garage control with that Phoenix utility was almost phenomenal, and it just felt like everything that he was doing had purpose and it had intention with his walls, with his mollies, even healing himself at the perfect moments when he was low, so he didn't have to be kind of a hindrance towards the rest of his team. And I think for this, when I'm thinking about his Neon when it first came out, it was insane. And I think based on the game we just watched with Dante too, his Neon movement was cracked. And I feel like for me, I want to see that out of Jocko.
Yeah, I mean, early on, if we look at the struggles that he was having, he was playing way late. He wasn't getting utilized to his full potential.
Yeah.
A big thing for me is that they would try and play really slow, like old G2, right? But they were kind of leaving him on an island, and they weren't getting any advantage out of him. He was oftentimes getting pushed because we were in a double duelist meta where we just see him kind of taking space every single game, and he was getting punished and shut down before he even gets started. And I think to add to Mimi's point is, even if they step away from a little bit more of that double duelist that we were seeing them kind of bring to life in Santiago, and then
PC में game खेलने के लिए मेरे को एक
PS5 controller लेना चाहिए, and actually use him to fight and take space and not just leave him on an island again.
In my opinion, if G2 is going to win a trophy this year, John needs to be put in Neon jail, and he needs to show he's still one of the best Neon players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, especially with how prominent the Asian is, it just doesn't make sense. John's so good on the character. Just let him go nuts on it, right? But of course, though, on the other side of the field, you have a stacked Mibr roster. The thing is, though, the last time we saw this team play here at the VCT America stage, it was when they were losing not one, not two, but 3 BO5s in a row, an absolute heartbreaker.
And to start this off, it is actually Mimi's fault for giving that curse in the first place. It was your fault.
Calm down, dog.
It was not a curse. It was a correct prediction that the team who loses upper final would go out 0-3.
That was, how could you predict that? That's so
because it was going to happen.
Wish that evil onto people.
Yeah, it was going to happen. I mean, somehow they managed to fall back to earth
faster than the people below
it right now, but...
Hey, that's a good tie.
It's actually right now.
Right, shout out to the Artemis 2 people. They should be landing in a little bit. But yes, that's the thing though, Emily. They lost those 3 in a row.
Oh, red
Mimi's curse aside, it is still a heartbreaking thing. But they're coming into this one, I think, still with some confidence because they got the roster to prove it.
Yeah, they have the superstar roster that they want to actually find success with, right? And they have the capability to do it. But a lot of issues that they were having in kickoff was from their lack of chemistry and the lack of comms. Like, they were making mistakes that should not be happening that late in an event.
Power
there were so many clutch rounds or man
controller,
advantages that they just gave up because they weren't on the same page. They were playing a lot of slow, and that really just got highlighted in those best of fives. Because if we think early on, they won those first 2 best of 3s to make it to the best of 5 gauntlet, and there is when they started to like the cracks started to show, and they weren't able to fix that.
Yeah, it was very prevalent there. You're really looking at Verno and Fraud to have to get things going here, right? Especially when you have such incredible options made available to you.
Yeah, compared to the field, I think that the way that they were playing and the agents that they were picking was very different from everyone else. They didn't play nearly as much Wayla, they didn't play as much Yoru. When they were kind of picking these somewhat off-meta double duelist combinations. And I think the way that they were executing, in particular on their attack side mid-rounding, was much slower. They weren't as willing to full send on those double duelist executes. And I think it seemed like G2 ended up adapting to and showing. So what I'm looking for here is an Mibr with the agents that Aspas doesn't want to play, getting massive nerfs to come in and play to a meta that should be better for them.
Yeah, do we think Jet comes in?
Valorant में 400 consistent FPS चाहिए तो मेरे को 500 consistent आता है. मेरा 460 के नीचे FPS जाता है.
It's his second best agent.
बड़ी से बड़ी fight में 420, 430 चले जाता है. उससे नीचे नहीं आता. बस enough है मेरे लिए. जिंदगी sorted. GPU किधर से उठा लूँगा जब prices normal हो जाएंगे ना तब GPU खरीदूँगा मैं 5070 Ti वगैरह.
But now they're 2 steps ahead.
क्या लगता है अगर G
were they 2 steps ahead or were they 3 steps behind and now they're 2 steps?
It's wrapped back around to
or are they just right where they need to be?
पहली बार तो इतनी उम्मीद आई है.
Honestly, that is kind of how it feels like.
I mean, Nongxin won a trophy when the meta came to them with Neon being as good as she is.
Yeah, we saw the nerfs come in and we're like, oh, this is good for Mibr. That was like immediate thoughts, at least for me. So hey, listen. What happened?
Yoru nerfs.
Oh yes, the Yoru nerfs specifically that one. Now of course we'll send it over to Dryad here from Zek and get his thoughts ahead of the match.
Hall effect controller, wow.
Were the most excited about. But second, something that you guys were talking about was how in kickoff you didn't really have enough time to be together as a team and feel really confident. So how are you feeling right now that you had more time?
Feeling really good. We've got a lot of good practice in over the past like month and a half. The meta's changing. There's a lot of new things, but we think we're on top of it.
Shit, यार second को देख के tension आ जाती है बे.
And you mentioned the meta. Something that was very big was the Euro changes. And you guys were playing a lot of the double duelist with Aspas. Are we expecting a little bit more of the duelist or something else?
I mean, the Yoru getting nerfed was a big thing. I'm playing a lot more of a passive role this time, but we're playing well, and we're excited to showcase it.
All the best, all the best. I'm rooting for you.
I wonder if Zekin is like relieved or not relieved.
Prediction 2-1 MIB.
He had a good debut on controller, so I feel like he can't be too mad about it.
It is going to be time for another 1v1 side selection skirmish. And up next, we have, an IGL battle. It's Valen versus Verno, the battle of the Vs. All right, let's see what happens here and who comes out on top. I have become quite a fan of these skirmish side selections.
Who are you pretting?
So.
Huh?
Who are you pretting?
You know, I'm gotta go with my boy Valen. He's actually quite good in these 1v1.
Yeah, he had an undefeated record until I think it was the not the upper final. It was one of the late playoff games in Santiago that he lost.
Yeah, he was the guy for them on this skirmish mode. And
John Skirmish.
Yeah, John Skirmish is what they called him on the streets. But right now, John Skirmish is struggling against Jim Skirmish. No, he's down 2-1.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's up 2-1. I misread that completely.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Actually,
2-2. I was right the whole time. I should have just kept talking until I was right. You know.
I feel like this year has been a pretty good year for Valen in terms of mechanics. Like I feel like he's really like shot up in terms of mechanics and being
individually,
able to play
he's so damn good right now.
He's been insane. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes his way as well.
Yeah. I would also say the same thing about Verno too. He's just always impressive. I mean, that kid is. He really is just okay. Valen, wait, I think he swept all the way around and caught him, like backstabbed him.
He's lurking, but no, I think Verno is actually a really fun player to watch because he's always so locked in. Anytime we see some stage shots, he is just dead serious, focused on the game, and that's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, MIB is a team that will react to the least to winning a round. It's very Marcus Aurelius coded.
Okay, Stoic.
I like seeing the whimsy a little bit more, but I respect that steadfast presence. I think Aspas has always brought that on with every team he's played with.
Damn, all right, well, Valen ends up falling there. The man who once was John Skirmish now is nothing more than just John. Well, I hate to see it here. All right, but folks, you got a couple big players on this team that could really put the game on notice here. But one player we haven't had a chance to talk about him. He always commands a conversation. The veteran, Leaf. I mean, Athena, this guy has always been an X factor for this team, no matter what the role is. He's
Mr. Consistent.
This one as well with a lot
Salah
of
Bangkok में मार लेता.
He's going to be probably the one dealing a lot with these players in those final moments. Right?
Yeah, I feel like his consistency has been one of the main reasons why G2 stays in a lot of rounds. Being able to get really good timing.
Ryzen 5 5600X.
Getting 2Ks or 3Ks for his team has been kind of insane. And I think as well, his understanding of how to play around the map really sets the tone for a lot of the mid-rounding that we find G2 doing. I talked a little bit about how G2 like to be a tempo team. A lot of times we see those 4-1s, and Leaf does tend to be the one a lot of that time. And he does a really good job at it. I mean, you'd expect Baby Bay to be that one sometimes on that chamber, on the lurk, but Leaf, he's just so good at timing, allowing the rounds to happen, and making sure that the team gets a lot of rotating.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to kind of say there at the end, is that I feel like G2 is so comfortable and confident about canceling plans, readjusting, and kind of resetting the round.
करोड़ पे something भी जो 4K निकाला था वो वाला भी round बाप रे आज तक
याद है. Even sometimes he doesn't really have to. He just gives them a second option very consistently, and it opens up a lot of more paths for G2.
I was actually going to say that. Like, you watch G2 play. A lot of teams do this, but G2 is one of the best teams at it, where they have an idea. They're always thinking about a second idea. You know, somewhere out there, and then they'll move on that idea if they feel like they need to. And a lot of that is predicated, I think, on just the fact that Leaf is always that guy looking to create that second option.
It's kind of a dream as an IGL. I think when you're not the one playing that lurk role as a leader, and you can probably speak to it, a lot of the time you're very reliant on that player, not just giving you communication, but accurate communication to give your information off. And sometimes that's not just them being able to hear a certain amount of footsteps or have accurate info. It's their read that you then have to predicate your call on. And that requires a lot of trust, which Leaf demands.
100%. And also like finding the weak spots in the other team's defense. I mean, he does such a good job at it. And as an IGL, you can't see everything on the map, of course, especially when you're with the group.
And he also just watches so much tape on his own time and spends so much time prepping and coming up with these good ideas to know what
पता नहीं है scrims क्या होती है.
One of the most cerebral players that we have in Americas.
Kid's a student of the game, 100%, and it's always been impressive to watch him do his thing here. But on the other side, though, right, you're going to be dealing with some great firepower. And one question on our mind is, are we getting some double duelists? Well, we got a little bit of a preview from Dryad when she chatted with Zekin.
Yoru क्यों दिखा रहे हो? तो है ही नहीं.
We're going to be seeing some smokes in Zekin's future.
Yeah, I mean, if they were kind of hesitant at the start of
बढ़िया रेस हो जाए आसपास की मजा आ जाएगा. बढ़िया रेस खेलता है. एक टाइम था जब लोग बोलते थे आसपास रेस नहीं खेलता.
But it really didn't make sense to me because you have two of the best duelists that Americas has ever seen, and they're still not willing to lean into it. I think now after those Jorners, I think they're even more hesitant to kind of go for that. I think they're going to be kind of reverting back to their old ways and trying to really just have
BIOS update करने के बाद compatible.
Yeah, kind of like the tip of the spear.
But do you think Zekin going on controller is considered
7th generation
to versus the double duelist meta?
मतलब Ryzen 7
but I mean, I think he's just following in Tenz's footsteps at this point. And we saw that by the last. He kind of is a mini.
Let's start करवाओ. अरे तो भाई player लोग ready हो तभी
He
तो
didn't
start
have the like temporary retirement into diabolical KO into excellent controller. But well, maybe we'll get there. Maybe the KO arc starts now or it's something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
KO अगर खेलेगा तो Zekin खेलेगा.
See what we have for this matchup. And okay, a little bit of a split field here. We got a couple for G2, a couple for MIBR, but the only one on this desk that is going for MIBR. Athena, show your work.
Me.
That's me.
Very good. That's me. I did that. No, I thought that MIBR, with this time off, with not making Santiago, they have a lot of time to go over their issues, go over their mistakes, and be able to figure out as a team how they want to play. We talked about how
upgrade
करने से इतना
बड़ा difference आता है.
Maybe that played into identity as well, and maybe this was the time they actually needed
मैंने तो वैसे बहुत major चीजें upgrade करी है ना.
Still be able to set up
इतना fast SSD भी लगाया है मैंने.
Zekin on controller potentially, and I think it's going to work out well for them. For me, I have high hopes, and I think for them, this time off was definitely
मेरे PC में कितना space है पता है
क्या?
क्या? मेरे PC में भी
4 TB space है. What was it, like a month and some change that they had to put some work together. We also saw from the community. I don't know if I read that right.
650.
No one knows who's going to win this thing.
I think that's really fair.
I actually track with that because both of these teams are truly phenomenal, and we are in for a treat. This should be a great matchup between two phenomenal squads, G2 Esports, MIBR. MIBR, after losing 3 straight BO5s, they're looking for some revenge. And G2 Esports, well, they're just looking to do what G2 does every time, which is dominate Americas. Let's send it over to Triad and bring our teams out.
प्राइस देख के लग रहा है सोचा तो बेटर
रहेगा.
Games
Arena, let's hear for the next two teams taking the stage on this opening day is G2 and MIBR.
रन के रेस कम हो गए नहीं अभी भी उतने ही चल रहे हैं थोड़े बहुत कम हो ओए ये क्या वॉकआउट है
All right.
G2
Esports, MIBR. We talked about it before. These teams, Mimi, they are certainly familiar with each other. As we saw the breakdown,
welcome,
we know that there is a lot of pressure here that is going to be coming for both of these teams for this opening matchup.
A rematch in the middle finals. Two teams with super high expectations. Getting that probably their hardest match to start.
Aspas, baby.
Now, of course, before the match, we do want to ask everyone to please join us in a moment of silence to honor the passing of Jal, the younger brother of MIBR, Sasi. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We really appreciate your time, and we, of course, thank you. And we want to send our love to Sasi. We want to send our love to MIBR. We want to send our love to Sasi's family in this time. Thank you so much once again. All right, so Now let's go ahead and refocus here as we get ready for this matchup. Map select should be coming up in a moment. And we know both of these teams coming into this one, a lot of passion out there on the field today, especially with the news that happened. But I think more importantly, I think everyone's out here really to just give us the best show possible.
Absolutely, I think especially for MIBR getting a redemption from that 0-3, it was a really dominant loss for them in that middle final. Looking at the maps, though, I want to talk about the changes to the pool. I think both these teams benefit from it. That Abyss going out was not a favorite of MIBR's. You say exactly the same with the Corrode for G2. Bringing back in maps that historically were strong for both of these cores as well. I think it's going to be a very interesting change up from the last time these teams played.
Trust.
You can actually see, I don't know if you guys heard, but players were doing a 1-2-3 for Saucy there, so that's pretty dang cool. A lot of passion, a lot of emotion coming into this one for MIBR. But great points there that, Mimi, you bring up, right? A lot of changes coming into this one, Emily. And you have a lot of map changes. You have a lot of agent changes. And these players, too, right? G2 learned so much coming out of Santiago. And MIBR, well, they had to watch all these players learn so much at that event.
Yeah, especially feeling like we should have been there. We were one map away in that first best of 3 to actually qualify. And G2, they got the same results. The thing that they benefited from was getting that new playstyle incorporated. Valorant being able to call at a different pace with that double duelist by leading into that. And now we are here, starting off with Lotus. Mimi was right. This is a map that both teams are pretty strong on. So I think it's going to be very intense. I expect for G2 to kind of slow down their pace just a little bit and play into the more of push and pull that comes with it.
Could you, though, theoretically, to Josh RT's idea, which was that they want to be aggressive, could you theoretically not do the push and pull? And instead opt for that more aggressive playstyle here on Lotus?
I mean, you could, but I feel like with G2, that's what they're so good at. They're so good at controlling the map, and I feel like they can still do that with aggression. They can assert dominance by kind of going for these certain defaults and kind of conditioning the map, but I think that they're still going to try and play it strategically. I don't think it's going to be absolutely running down.
I think the attack side, I would expect to see a fair amount of 4-1s for G2. This is one of Luke's best maps. I think he's really an expert at how he's pushing, pulling on the extremity, oftentimes being that A lobby lurker who's re-walking into that space late round,
neon race खेल रहे हैं,
or when it starts in A lobby default, being that to call back to. That is a very comfortable caller on this map. Taking a look at the composition, the neon's not a surprise.
Yoru कहाँ गया Yoru?
The harbor instead of the Viper certainly is.
Good morning.
Yeah, I feel like there's really they lose a lot of stall when they switch over to that. They have the vibe being able to be that senti and kind of anchor down, especially towards that C or A side that we know so well. But I feel like I don't know what to expect when they get to that second half.
It's good for both sides. Getting a lot of control, getting a lot of space.
With that ultimate.
That ult, being able to run up behind it. It should be good. It should work out. I think the wall might be okay for a little bit of C executes or being annoying towards that A site. But I'm really looking for the defensive side to be able to use that push wall to take that A main space, to re-clear B main really well, and maybe even set up traps outside of C.
Yeah, before the agent changes, I think we would have probably expected to see Baby Bay locking in the chamber on this map, that op that he's been so good at. But I think seeing the Vice picked up reflects an expectation of seeing a Neon on the other side for both teams. I think that's one of the hardest counters to actually full stall out that agent and fix your C site, especially for G2 playing without that Viper. Focus on MIBR though, they're sticking to the double duelist. Aspas locking in that race here is interesting.
So Zekin just gaslit us.
Yeah, playing a little more passive. He locks the most aggressive agent right now.
Just feel so deceived by you, man. I thought we were tight, and turns out you're just a dirty liar. No,
never trust someone from New Jersey.
Whoa, Liz is watching. She's probably
Liz is trustworthy. Okay, I take it back. I'm sorry.
Liz is watching, bro. Oh man, hey, but look, this is it is definitely a fascinating thing that you always see Aspas,
special edition blue
about him needing to be the guy that would play like X character, X agent, this role, this jet, blah blah. But like, he's clearly trying to do different things to fit within whatever the team is asking him to do here. At least that's my take.
Yeah, I feel like maybe with this, we're gonna see him playing a little bit more into that role that we are all expecting of the super hyper-aggression. And I feel like maybe being paired up with Zekin, zooming together might be the key. That being said, I also want to see him
Casters के पास ज़्यादा
I feel like he does a good job when he picks up the op, even if it's
you want Zekin too?
Both.
Zekin or Aspas. And I think it works out because with one, you could take a lot of space, but with the other, you can play more passive.
Folks, let's send it over to your casters who are confident that they could be the next Baby Bay. Actually, they told me that themselves. Here's Brent and Sideshow. Good luck, teams, or pick them up.
Don't do it.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I've already had my time in the sun. I think we're trying to 1v1 Baby Bay in the past. Didn't go well for me.
Yeah, it didn't go well, did it?
No, I almost got an entire broadcast taken off air as well. But regardless, let's talk about the match. It's MIBR versus G2.
Wow,
Two of our juggernaut teams in Americas, by the way. It should be a phenomenal matchup, and they've got skin in the game off the rip here for stage 1 for our opener for us. Well, second match of the opening day, I guess, as well.
Wow.
Because this is an MIBR squad that ended up bombing out. Desk was already talking about it. They went through that goal.
Shit.
Having the game. What a clash here this could be.
Yeah, it's 4v5. The bodies are stacked up and it might be dropping at a moment's notice. It's all quiet for now, but it's going to get explosive soon enough. There it is. Stuns ricocheting off the back of it. And the pistols need to be well trained. Impeccable stuff. Why not throw it down at the feet? Just a 10-minute aggression at G2, but they have evened it out into a 2v2. Almost immediately at that, but still it's all Trent.
That's nice from Trent, actually. Just holding that angle for a little bit longer, expecting Verno to go for an info peek. Valen had the chance to slow the round down, and now it's just a perfect opportunity to do so. Tex has got no idea where he's going. I mean, he's going to have information if they do end towards C.
He's out in the open though here. G2 perfectly happy to wait this one out, let the round stew a little bit. You have a player advantage.
Tex feeling like they're going in the opposite direction now, though.
He took a glimpse of it towards the A line, didn't see anything. Brother.
He's thinking, well, of course they weren't hiding on A. That's exactly what G2 were doing.
Waiting it out for now, but now
ये भी चाइना जैसे दूसरा साइड रीटेक करने जा रहा है.
Diligence here, making sure that they clear all the angles. Now the plant finally down as well, but Tex has got one hell of a meal in front of him. A 1v2. Not much util to his name.
Flash है बस क्या करेगा?
Flash. Might not even want to use it. Might just want to keep the gun out
बड़ा
entirely.
open plant है. भाई को सब चेक करना पड़ेगा. ट्री पे एक बंदा तो 100% है.
Active over
तो
towards
आप
that
क्या
tree
एक्सपेक्ट
side.
करोगे दोनों है?
Signs of life spotted Tex. Needs to get the one, but the bullets need to be.
गोलियां हैं भाई तेरे पास.
Side, classic in hand is a tough job. Horn towards his back, and G2 have got it all handled here. Explosive to begin, and then tempered towards the end, but it's a pistol round under the belt for G2.
Yeah, you see that G2 was super ready for the haunt that was a plan to come in if it had been a normal rubble fight. Instead, it's a refight from MIBR. They take the aggression on a slightly delayed time about 5 seconds into the round. Multiple chances for both teams to call it off. And, you know, settle into a 3v3 or a 2v2.
Yo, you stole my kill, bro. You stole my kill.
Yeah, okay. It's the kind of energy we're bringing in.
Second pulled out the
kill की बात है यार. ट्रेंड में कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है.
Respect it. I respect it. You're on Neon. Why not?
See if you can get something done with a character that really suits the shotguns in hand.
Yeah.
चार लोग साइड पे हैं.
And since they've heard a little bit of noise over towards round, this is where MIBR want to gamble. And look, another refight, very similar to round 1. Except this one reactive based off the noise of where G2 are taking space.
अबे लीफ वुमेन खेल रहा है.
Corner here, Jordan's ready with that judge in hand, and just going to be putting them into a bit of a blender. Making mincemeat of a variety of players that MIBR just trying to offer themselves up.
भाई आसपास है.
They will be falling shortly. Too much to overcome.
अबे लीफ
In the meantime, Babyface taking all of this space over towards B.
He's going to be calling for space here, but they found the last straggler. Verno picked off 2-0 nice and early here for G2. Healthy going into the bonus, only one player going down, that was Jorg.
So far, you're already seeing the ideas of both of these teams are bringing in. MIBR want to take the fight to G2. They want to find them around the map and force big teamfight brawls where the double duelist can have an edge. And G2...
You're trying to let me get the orb and gave me the orb and the plant. How do you even do that?
Yeah, and that's left Trent 2 away from getting his ult online. Might not be able to play for it necessarily. Depends whether MIBR gives him free space on A. I don't think anything's free against MIBR.
No.
They're going to force a team fight to take anything around the map.
This time off the rip. No patience. No tempering a bit. Ready. Seconds there. Going to be planning himself over towards the rubble section. Judge in hand. And this is G2. Squarely postured. Unable to take a lot of that space early
exchange हुई और lobby के एक भी player को एक भी damage नहीं हुआ.
Very good mid-round information.
spamming that and breaking it, just to make sure that MIBR would be able to put pressure in that direction.
Aspas
was not expecting the wall to be there for starters, and Aspas behind it, super confident. They thought the wall was over towards C again.
Cleaned him up in a moment's notice, but it goes both ways. Is that just blind fire through the smoke? Yes, it is.
Fair enough.
Okay, Aspas gone. Tex now. Next up, there's no wall to give him that timing, but he takes the peek anyway. That's instinctual from him. Have a chance to re-peek. Potentially there. Difficult fights on offer, but Tex is still confident for it.
That's lovely.
Coming out swinging, and Zekin now, he spotted out where the last two are, but that is not the gun for the job at hand, Baby Bay. Level of awareness, he's just spotted it out wide, almost going down, shredded down to 14, but he's managed to crack open a bit of a section of this map over towards A now.
Yeah, an intelligent way for Baby Bay to take the fight, backing up as far as he could from the angle so the judge is less favored. He gets to see Zekin before Zekin can see him as well. A chance here, there is still a chance.
You're going to get a move on, but you've got to also hold this one off because the bullets are rattling down on your heads. There's 12 seconds remaining. The C's is lightning fast. Mazzino is ensuring that he puts a stop to any sort of activation of that plan.
It's pretty clean in the end, isn't it, from MIBR as they sweep through. A lot of that round being based on the Vice utility and where Tex had placed it down. You want to be mixing it up. Your defensive setups have got to be mobile on a map like this. That trade comes through out of absolutely nowhere. Gets stuck inside the thorns though.
Yeah, you might have heard the sound cue.
Yeah, you might have heard the sound cue off the back of that.
Aggro plays. Nice! There we go. That's what we need. That's what we need.
Fraud spells it out with what we've already been seeing. The aggression of the double duelist, that's what they need to be leaning into here. Very aggressive. C mount control looks like a priority. This cove that's being placed down by G2 as well.
They're trying to break it as quickly as they can.
Making sure that nobody can skirt past it and take control of C without them knowing the door. Switch flipped. Leaf is already inserting himself deeper over towards Rubble. A cautious tail being wove here by G2.
Well, now you know that C is a little bit weaker. You found the wall over towards B. If you can, try to put pressure on A and C, you're going to weaken one of them for sure. Looks like the destination in mind for Valen is over towards A. Getting Leaf on the Omen just looks weird, man. There's a couple of roles in this game that we haven't touched on just yet that are strange.
Yeah.
I keep thinking it should be Leaf playing the Vice here.
Right.
Setting up for these lurk timings on defense, pushing out.
They're trying to get proactive ahead of this setup that could potentially be it. What is the use of the flash? To play out, barely able to get the rifle under control. Just the one for Verno before he's traded out.
It did actually catch G2 off guard a little bit, but the rifling was just wonky from MIBR.
Oh wait, Aspas in there. 27 seconds left into this one. Joel trying to play his team back in, but straight for it out. He's active! Locked in, but eventually shut down. Texto, again, a hell of a task for him in a 1v3. Late to the party. Ori with that forward pressed up position. Trent ensuring that he shuts it down. 3-1 here for G2.
It's a great beginning for them. They've also put pressure now on MIBR's economy. Starting to build up to old cycles of their own too. MIBR want to take these fights. I mean, this one was forced as well. Yeah. This is not a normal way that you would look to try to re-clear over towards Rubble. It's off the back of one paranoia. I mean, to be fair, like I said, they almost got it working, but Verno took a while landing the shots onto the second player, and Mazzino couldn't do anything with the open door. Economy broken for MIBR.
Yeah.
Some players could have bought up more than they did, but they're choosing just to keep the coffers safe.
Plenty of opportunities here for...
Yeah, he's still going to be lurking, still going to be buying the Outlaw.
Very controlled by G2.
अभी तक Zekin और आसपास को favored fights मिली नहीं है.
These gunfights, but G2 are making sure that they can find out where the walls are being laid.
Anti-आसपास, anti-Zekin strats बनाए हैं. जहाँ दिखे वहाँ से गायब.
And MIBR
ये कैच भी हुआ. वो आसपास शेव किया.
Aspas was full armor.
क्या दिख रहा था?
Able to limp away.
I think they might have got the wrong read off that though. Aspas looking big and looking confident there has driven them into the stack.
That's where the Vice setup is. Thorns are going to be deaded though. Possibly preemptively, they're going to be ricocheting up to the back, and that is a ton of util flooding in. Blind as anything, MIBR still looking to see if they can hold their ground. Aspas is into the fight, 10 HP, but he does have that showstopper. Odds could be committed. In fact, they are. Inside of G2 feeling like it's getting a little bit dicey. So nightfall from Trent, at least to see if he can push the players back and away. MIBR will concede at most of that space.
Yeah, they really need a pick. Even
अगर ये लोग ने कहीं हगा तो आसपास पे अल्ट है भाई, आसपास खत्म कर देगा. सब लोग इतना क्लोज चिपक के जो खेल रहे हैं ना.
And going for the long corners looks like here for MIBR. They're just
yeah, this might be a die to spike kind of vibe.
Yeah.
We'll see. Valen's one away from getting his ult, and that's a huge one for the attackers. So I think the percentage play here is probably just a die to spike.
Go, go, go.
Kill from Zekken. Sure, looks like they want to make a go for this one, but still players waiting to receive with open arms. They shut down and slap down this MIBR squad.
Different calculus being done there on the MIBR side, maybe thinking that they can get closer to their own ultimates,
500
and it's worth just trading it out, just assuming that Valen's going to be able to pick up an orb or get a plan, you know, some way of being able to get that ult online anyway.
Maxed out PC.
War chest is starting to brim up, isn't it, for G2?
Well,
it's online.
It is, but it kind of is on the other side as well. Yeah, the economy's not good for MIBR, but they're one away from Vice Ultimate, Fade Ultimate, Aspas with the Showstopper. There are many, many tools for MIBR to start getting this map under control, but it has to come now.
Go, go, go.
Another fight offered up.
Oh.
Switch flipped Mazina with a peek, and that is like a Ferrari, just comes out of nowhere and rips Lee's head clean off.
Look at how MIBR are faking the rubble fight, trying to draw out Valen's ultimate. He's being patient with it though at the moment.
Deep space from Aspas as well over towards that C-mount area. Calling for the pause though now.
This is one of those rounds where MIBR cannot invest fully into a big team fight brawl because Valen's ult could swing the tide in the G2's favor at any point. So MIBR have got to try to bait it out. They've got to look like they're posturing aggressively in one area and try to drop back a little bit. And they've gotten themselves into a 5v4 by playing like that already. This wall has been towards B basically every round apart from the pistol.
Yeah.
I'd like
to see Tex mix it up a little bit, but maybe he's just thinking double thorns on C is good enough.
They have been fighting actively for that. Most of the rounds, they can have a player posted deep, getting the info regardless.
This is a nice aggressive duelist player.
Yeah, it's Aspas. Still the control of the map, you can see just from the position at MIBR. Incredibly passive, looking to absorb any sort of lurks. They know that G2 like to cut noise and contact up as much as they possibly can, but look at it activate now. There's only 20 seconds remaining. The Paranoia saved for a situation like this. MIBR though, not to turn, swinging straight into the wall. Seconds there to trade it out. Showstopper! Aspas is there. Just collect the one kill, needs to get the rest of his team in, and time is of the essence. G2, they're going to get his plan down, but it's just Trent. One man alone, and a tap of time ran fully out of his favor. Mazina with a 3-piece, that is nice work.
Mazina starting का भी बढ़िया kill निकाला, ये भी किया बढ़िया. High sticker.
MIBR, they're showcasing that they can play a more passive look to the game as well. Once they got into an advantage, 5v4, dropping back, still applying a little bit of pressure, but always making sure that they could be the ones flooding back in with the Showstopper.
Yeah.
Aspas in his really classic position, just holding that stairs push and then ready to use the ult. Always keeping in mind the win condition for the round. It's a good sign for MIBR.
Trying to claw their way back up to another level scoreline and a different setup entirely for
now
MIBR.
Now G2 is fighting A.
Full aggro. All the aggression in the world over towards that C-mount area. G2 have read this and recognized it and now going for a quick reaction, but they are looking to get slowed down by this Vice setup. Texas there has Thorns. All of the into their face. Tex just needs to hold on to that backside control. Ensure that his team can get back in nicely here. These are ults expended.
That's a nice harbor position.
Second और वर्नो का ult है और Tex का एक में ult है भाई.
Issues, but a quick hop up towards that.
बढ़िया retake कर सकते हैं.
Back down again. This is ult's being expended again with the Nightfall scattering across. Steel Garden looking to take away somebody's guns. The time again, but that overdrive, that's not going to be removed out of the grips of Second. He's going to use it to light them up and see if he can pave a bit of a way to victory.
Second! Holy second train!
A mockery over him and a galvanizing end to that round.
Ridiculous situation to end it there. Tripled up in tree. Both Vice players utilizing their ultimates in that round, but yeah, I mean, Zekken at no point particularly affected by that. He's got the laser gun out at all times.
He's just describing his, I'm just going to track them all. Yeah, okay, they're lined up.
Oh my God! He's just full strafing away from them all times as well. So difficult as a target to hit.
Well, that round was chaos. It was pretty much every ult expended, right?
It was, yeah. Yeah, it was literally just dump the ult bag as much as you possibly can. because that was the round that knocks G2's economy finally down.
Yeah.
It's G2 that have been in control of this map basically from the beginning, and now this is the time where MIBR are favored to equalize. So well worth it on both sides to just be throwing ults into that situation. And MIBR, I mean, I like it. Again, the fact that they're confident enough to be able to push out one side of the map, leave Tex alone completely on an island, but confident enough that he's going to be able to delay for them still to play retake properly. Tex, I was saying the last time that these two teams played, we were talking about kickoff, how much pressure MIBR were under, how devastated they must be to have not made Santiago, honestly.
Yeah.
But in the match that they played against G2, G2 3-0'd them. And I said that Aspas had an unusually poor performance. Tex also, playing against his former teammates, just wasn't able to find his rhythm at all. So the fact that he's able to take positions like that, solo anchoring A, and be such a key anchor position in how the round works.
Yeah, even if it's not just the kills, it's the delay. Yeah. You know, buying time for the rest of his team to get in position.
The delay, the positioning, making sure that MIBR are ready for it, and then a massive scrap in terms of ultimates where MIBR were patient and didn't just walk into G2.
0 damage by the way.
There.
No real switch up from MIBR. Still looking to play towards the strengths of their composition. This time both the duelists in one place. Very similar setup, just reversed essentially from them. Satchel a little bit too early, but MIBR. Full throttle over towards A.
But the difference is the wall is not here, right? So Tex has
one
less
MIBR
tool to be able to delay
control fight
this
lene
if
jati hai G2 uske
go full
opposite
guns blazing on C.
It'll get very tricky, especially with the smoke propped
Tex
up.
ke paas badhiya angle
I don't know if they're just lurking up behind this one. Util's being picked apart here. Not choosing to detonate it, but a series of unknowns swirling in the back of his mind as it sees the ult into the back. Is at least going to be done, take it out, but there's the Thorns, lay it down, hold on, that's a bit of anti-synergy. I mean, Tex is able to just really hold his own. Batter down the hatches.
Yeah. He does a great job though, he gets seen by the Omen, seized, and then he dodges the Neon stun anyway.
Yeah.
In theory, Jorgamo should be able to land an easy stun, but Tex is wily with it. And that lets him come back around and delete the entry player for G2. Very nice.
I don't know, भाई लोगों ने कुछ plan बनाया होगा.
Team now looking to see if they can square up here. Wide face by Leaf. A jar with a movement. Taking liberties now. The site opens up. A second is still here, still active, still alive, and as long as he's in the server, he's a bit of a problem for them. Damage being done, and that is pure disrespect.
What's his secondary weapon?
He's preparing for London, mate.
Huh?
You can't be
He's prepared for London, bolta hai bhai.
It's just unbelievable.
I saw a knife kill earlier this morning in EMEA from a player that had used both of the shots in their shorty. And in that situation, I'm like, yeah, okay. Here he's got a shorty. He has a shorty, and he pulls out the knife instead.
Nice, Zach. There we go. Get your one, baby.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah, he's really sending a message.
He's ready for London.
Tex scoreboard.
Tex is expecting an adjustment here. He's anticipating a B hit. So he's put Thorns with the wall now on B. And he is so right.
Constant adjustment to the setup. The Thorns are going to be used nice and early.
Jorgamo ke samne har baar kaate aa jate hain.
Wall potentially, yeah. It's spotted out and even triggered. So a couple of obstacles at least removed from G2's path.
Early on as well, so really nice proactive from G2 to bait it out and not overcommit inside of it. And now, anytime that you bait out that level of Vice Util, I think you can go back over towards C. Because you know that Tex is not going to have the same tools to be able to work with.
I'll hold on to control, get that information, but spotting the Neon. Don't really want anything to do with that.
Here comes Zekken on the long rotate to provide some backup.
Tex very much alone though this time around. Balls up.
Siर्फ right side से fight ले.
Pieces more this Util. Baby receiving this pressure again. Aggro plays with Verno. As soon as that switch has flipped, he does not feel safe. Quick evacuation out of main. Towards the B site, but
Aspas aiming.
G2 though, they've got that firepower, the weapons
Let's go,
rifles,
baby.
all
Get
trained on the right
Aspas.
places. Crack open the B site, two-player advantage
left.
towards them. Plan can go down with safety in numbers. Watching for any sort of tomfoolery, Tex and Zekken. How the hell do you fight your way out of this one? The angle's watched. Smoke's propped up, and there's a shorty. Good awareness from Jorg.
Tex is just looking to hold on to the rifle at this point, isn't he? Looking to back it all the way up.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful round called by Valen there. I thought they were going for the B fake into the C pivot, and instead They fake it again. Pump faking over towards C and still end on B after they baited out all of that Vice utility early in the round. And they completely caught the MIBR guys over towards the blue room. Look at this. Just walking through the smoke one by one straight into Leaf and Trent. Behind the play.
Yeah, maybe thinking they were ahead of it, but the pace that G2 called.
Yeah, Verno was just spiraling backwards, wasn't he? Because he tried to get on that deep B angle, and he just had to bunny hop out of there.
We haven't really mentioned it too much, but Lotus coming back into the map pool. It's a big win for G2.
Yeah, it is.
Corrode out is a map that they've been struggling with. Got into the floor as well. Lets them try and play their way in over towards that C-mount angle, but no aggro play from MIBR. It's again just Tex anchoring. This time with the wall.
Yeah, with the wall. He's been a bit greedier for himself now, just in case G2 sends something in his direction. And MIBR getting second posted up with a judge on a front B side.
Aspas.
MIBR
here.
Fast position.
No, it's a little bit too high for him.
Yeah, that's risky.
It's a lot to account for.
Yeah, it's so tough.
Oh, they knew. You'll be listening to the comments at a moment like that. Mazzino, just the one before the trade is online. G2 barrel over these A players. The entire data site now theirs. Fast and loose, though, is the approach from MIBR. They want to try and take this one with risks in mind. That's how you even the scales.
It's a great stun. Pressure from behind onto Valid. He had a prowler in front and a stun behind. Nothing he could do.
33. Rifle now committed. Cuts away the sound cues. Verno's not going to be able to hit too much, but again, the shots are still there, and he's found the slightest of gaps to play around with Baby down and out. This is G2 with their backs pressed against the wall. It's awkward positions in terms of the anchor. Planted out wide against it, and they're just spotting back in the heads from a couple of these players. All called out, the comms clean. Now Leaf's position noted. One man and a 1v2. What can he do in a spot like this? Verno sticking already. The onus on Leaf. Nice. And Zekken honed in, locked in. Ensures that nothing goes awry.
Would have been a lovely time for Leaf to try to throw out a floating one-way
smoke.
Controllers. Zekken and Verno have got that locked up. The MIBR coordination looks like it has improved since kickoff. Maybe that's a low bar to say that you have to just be improving over time. When you just haven't seen a team for so long.
I mean, it's been like 2 months.
Yeah, these teams have taken completely different roads recently just because of the final games that were played at kickoff. We know what G2 have been up to recently. This composition, obviously, a big shift away. MIBR, if they're coming into stage 1 and they've done a lot of grinding, they could be a team to pay some serious attention to.
It's opened up again the aggressive proactivity. MIBR making sure that they are always keeping players deep pushed, getting information.
This insertion from Jogamo, though, is different, new, interesting.
Yeah, and he's got a shotgun, too. Bucky could do some serious work here. Call is being made. He missed it! No, he's just missed the timing, hasn't he? Being pressured from either side. The call was made now by MIBR, looking to clean up the space over towards A, but G2 running rings around them. Mazzino barely able to get the hell out of there.
I think he blinded the whole bunch, though.
Might have slowed him down just a bit so he can play his life out and in around that pillar. Doesn't want to give it up too much. Still a bit weak here for G2. Not too much in terms of what they can work with, but the Stingers will do nevertheless still.
Spike down, C.
MIBR with the rifles, one hell of an advantage, and they're making sure to use it to its fullest. Weak as anything and being played into perfection. Zekken.
Yeah, that's how you want to see the neon used.
Yeah, putting his body on the line.
Look, idea ke pari waterfall aa rahe hain. Expect kiya kisi ne
Zekken might want to keep this. Jorg, I think, would be perfectly happy running a judge or something like that into the next. Allen decides to commit in.
Yeah.
But MIBR guaranteed worst case scenario, an even half after G2 were running things early on. What were they up, 4-1?
Yeah.
I think it's a great recovery. Almost driving it. Ah, man. Jorg has the Bucky out.
तक तो आसपास गरम नहीं हुआ है बे और 6 राउंड मिल गए.
Second on the other side.
ये 2-0 लग रहा है.
Before disaster.
One more round to be played in this half.
And we get Aspas with an operator.
Ooh.
It's been full-on aggression from MIBR.
मेरा mic मेरे सामने आ गया.
This might be one of the rounds where they do look to slow it down. At least up towards the A side of the map. Deep B pressure already exerted by MIBR.
Yeah, Zekken is not slowing things down.
No. Pushed all the way out. Shotgun, but just a stinger for Jorg. Orbs picked up, ults built up.
What does this look like for G2? Do they clear this? Do they think about it?
Space was taken so early on, and the Prowler does connect, so pretty critical stuff. Going to be used just to see if they can clear this one out. Spam onto the corner, Verno. See if we can offset some of that pressure. How about the evacuation for Zekken to get the hell out? But he's paid for it with his life.
It's a big loss. It also means that MIBR are lacking quite a bit of information in the final minute of this round. But they're so close to massive ultimates. Tex and Aspas 1 away from round-changing ults.
Yeah.
Bring them down.
Playing retake B as well to try to dodge this Vice ult from Mibr.
Deep ult now. All the ults going to be expended, at least with that steel guard, and clears the way over towards B.
Door भी खाली पड़ा हुआ है.
To buy a bit of
वो
time.
आसपास का एक kill पे ult है.
One more kill, he will get that showstopper online, but his position it's not ideal. He's just looking for a chance to just get involved. There's walls in your face, slipping in from the back. He's caught. Flanks accounted for, Baby has his eye on it.
This is a massive 1v1 on the flank here. If Tex wins it, he gets Vice ult.
3 लोग का एक kill पे ult
The
है.
kills go his way. Aspas has an ult turned up, but he's 17 HP.
Big ult, nade भी आया.
Showstopper rebounds against the floor, finds his way forwards, but Tex is dropped anyway. Zekken, when it rings, overdrive is there, but 7 HP. Surely not. How can he do it? Time running short, and 1 bullet will do the job. Baby Bay, 3 kills and around for him. And he drags it level 6-6.
Great to see Baby Bay back, top of the scoreboard in Americas, looking comfortable. Santiago was a little bit shaky for the guy, but he's coming up with some huge moments for his team.
14 kill कर लिया Baby Bay ने.
The flank was important, especially with Aspas doing this. If he had lost that or lost
12
the clutch,
kill, 12-7.
the half would be in a much worse spot.
अरे
G2
यार.
survived.
हाँ Baby Bay कैसे frag कर लेता है बे? कैसे मैनेज करता है Baby Bay kills निकालने को? पका हुआ चावल. हाँ वही. अंकल. वाह लगी है. पता नहीं भाई मेरे को पसंद सा नहीं है. मेरे को ऐसा लगता है वो स्लॉट खा रहा है किसी का तो. कोई तो बढ़िया आ सकता था उसकी जगह. अंकल नहीं मान रहा. अगर आपको एक मौका मिले कि टीम में आएगा तो कौन सी टीम होगी? MIBR Tex की जगह. Super team for real. Will you be happy with G2 Redux? हाँ, of course. Baby Bay की जगह कोई भी आएगा मैं खुश रहूँगा भाई. मेरे को बस वही नहीं पसंद. Let's get a boba tea, chat. Let's get a boba tea.
Well, even as anything between these two squads, 6-6 here on Lotus. Skinning the game off the rip here. Normally, you know, it's hard, I think, to see the reason, the light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to, you know, the stages, the group stages in general in terms of the stakes. But this really is a battle for the top of the groups between these two squads right here in week 1.
It really is. Group Alpha, you are looking at these two teams as being heavy favorites as the #1 seed coming out of it into playoffs. And I don't think that's underselling the other teams particularly. Like G2 and MIBR they're just stacked with talent. It's outrageous. We thought that MIBR were going to be one of our representatives heading to Santiago, and then they crashed down through the bracket multiple times. G2 helping them along the way, a quick push down the cliff.
That's why MIBR looking to show that these 2 months that they've had, they've not been taking time off.
आप अकेले तो है live in.
Well, they had a very aggressive approach to the defense, didn't they? So I think G2 will be expecting something similar here.
But they just contact up. They cut all noise, walking up as much as they possibly can. And Trent was even the first one spotted. MIBR were ready for the repeat. Sees the signs of life though. That switch has flipped.
भाई मैं कौन से देश में रहता हूँ?
Potential to get G2 in position as a 3-player flank as well occurring. A lot of pressure now going to be onto Tex. Sharon turns out quite a lot. It's 1 kill there. Break it too.
Jogumo उसके मुंह के अंदर घुस गया.
Jogumo just flew into the bullet.
Quick little jump spot. Gets the acknowledgement that Mazina was looking for. Not waiting for it though. Stun waited out. Ricochets for now needs to be dealt with, and it is indeed the horn broken. Wall is making it awkward here. It really changes the dynamic of this site.
Bro, anything for the 6-7, bro. Come on, do
MIBR
it.
not content to sit back. They want to see if they can take this one. Crossing off names on the server, but Trent,
Let's go.
Trent,
6-7,
no more
6-7,
bullets. The
6-7.
reload time is ticking, and again the onus on him. He's got to push forwards here. No more time left to play for in a round like this. MIBR seal it up. Pistol round for them on that second half.
G2 with so much utility actually to commit to that retake, but decided to go on the triple flank after pushing out C. And I think Tex is just such a hero here. Finding the first kill is, you know, about what you expect from him. But picking up a second onto Jorg, it suddenly just takes all the sting out of this flanked retake. And I love the more dynamic post-plant look. G2 will tend to drop into static holds where they're holding crossfires and high-low layered setups. MIBR taking a page out of the more aggressive book where you are looking to actively hunt the retakers and disrupt them. It's always more fun to watch, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Throws the opposition off their game, too.
Yeah, it's really tough to play against.
Yeah.
But it's harder to execute yourself. It's easier to make mistakes and overheat and give away your life in spots like that.
Yeah, for sure. MIBR clearly have been hard at work in the time off.
Well, Aspas has picked up the Marshal here, which is normally a sign that you want to feed this guy a bunch of kills and see if you can get up the ult for round 15. But he actually didn't get a kill or a death on the pistol. It's kind of weird to see a guy come into round 14 with no ult points.
And still, door opens up. Mazina's going to take that first contact with Leaf cleaned up. There's more players where that came from. G2.
Clash on C as well.
Yeah, they're hovering around this direction. Texas actually opened things up over towards that C side, but I think this might be just a full speed ahead. Go ahead. A quick clean up, yeah, for the rest of the stragglers. G2 playing into the sidelines.
Some very weak players, but generally speaking, fairly clean for MIBR. They can afford to lose one player in the midst of that.
भारत देश में रहते हो भाई
really good for their
ये सब नहीं कर सकते
jungle still nice
Zekin's more excited that they picked up the gun towards the end of the round.
मेरे society मेरे तो सारे neighbors हैं
absolute classic bonus round idea guys. We have weaker weapons. Let's go B.
Let's go B. It's the rank classic. It really is. Gotta call it, man.
Well, and that's why G2 have got a wall there.
चार flat
ready as well.
चारों के चारों में living couples रहते हैं भाई.
Just in case. Smokes, Prowler. Second as well, looking to see if he can bait this one out. Open over towards the top. Aspas. What a bit of a head of that one. Communication not quite clear. Cuts him out off the picture.
I think Zekin was pausing because he heard the wall right in front of him and got caught by the C's as well. But like you're saying, slight miscommunication on how they wanted to take that.
Harbor Wall, cheeky stuff. Cuts off any sort of attempt of a pivot over towards the C side. Normally what you want to do if the B hit goes wrong.
Leaves position is devious with the door open as well. You're just not clearing this properly, I don't think.
Might be considering it. Stun though, and a peek. Ready to activate off of all that pressure.
Really nice trap.
Prowler's good too. Trent's going to get the acknowledgement. Players are still lying in wait over towards B, but the door flipped open. Looking to see if he can gain some space over towards the C side. The Thorns deaded. Bebe looking to play his life.
Still a slide available for Zekin here and a judge in hand.
Could do some damage.
Potential for chaos.
Yeah, looks like they want to fight even further forwards. Why not? Risks to be taken in a round like this. It's a bonus round. Might as well go for it, but a loss through the wall on either side here. Zekin does have chances, opportunities potentially with that judge, but again, it's just backs against the wall. G2, you know they're going to be playing this disciplined style. Not going to let anything slip. Zekin strikes when the iron's hot. Found that slightest of window opportunities and even picks up an upgrade in the process, but Jorgamo right from behind. Unanticipated, unexpected, and looks to be that insurance policy.
Wait, Zekin.
Right. Look at see if he can really take over. It's 3 in a round, he's healthy, he's got that rifle, 20 more bullets, damage, done!
Let's go Zekin, let's go Zekin!
Is available, ready and waiting.
Nice try,
dost! Shut it down!
Bro, काम कर दिया था Zekin ने बे.
From Zekin there. 18 and 11. Looking super hot.
My God.
Jorgamo handles it towards the end. Credit to him. But at the same time, yeah, look at this. Kind of. And in fact, I don't think he meant to commit with the blast pack. I think he might have put the blast pack down and tried to cancel it. Just been stuck there. Anyway, the story of the round is what happened towards the end rather than towards the beginning. Valen's very happy that they ended
Jogmo
up
अच्छा angle पे
securing
जाके
it, but
खड़े
the
हुआ
damage
वो
is
ledge
still
पे खड़ा होना
horrible.
Look at
good
it.
warning
They won the round and they have it to eco. Yeah, that is never a good
अभी ये ना
sign.
neon
Seen
player
the Judge No Armor Bandits online.
भाई
You
G2
could
का
make
बाय
an
देखो
argument
उधर
that Zekens
उनके
essentially
बाय राउंड
won
में
the
उन लोग
previous
को
round
भर
for
दिया भाई
them.
3 पिस्टल
Doesn't
के
go up
साथ
on the
खेल
top of
रहे
the
हो
board, but
3
almost as
पिस्टल
good
एक
as.
जज और एक राइफल बस
Big knock to the economy.
इसमें तो
G2
कुछ नहीं होने वाला
going for an aggro play of their own when they got the weaker buy.
इन लोग को छोड़ देनी चाहिए थी
Towards A
यार
rubble.
I mean, wouldn't it be an amazing moment for
Stress
Jogmo
London
to
की
do
तैयारी
something
छोड़
similar?
दो
He's got a rifle. Flip switched again.
Now Verno, you're the player with the spike.
You can't be doing that. Can't be doing that.
अगर फंस जाता
slowing
वो
wall.
स्पाइक
Yeah.
गिवअवे
Not ideal.
पता था है
That
उनको
is
एक
nice from
कंट्रोल
Rosino,
के लिए आया
though.
होगा
Utilizes
आगे
the teleport to be able to get through the harbor wall, bait out the vice wall, and still get out. Perfectly played. Not a point of damage done either.
3 लोग रोटेशन दे दिए
But still, on the other side of this one, that's Leaf waiting,
But
Judge
guns
in
क्या है?
hand. He could do some serious
rifle,
damage
both
with this one. Prowler forward, stun over the shoulder,
Build
seconds
different,
there,
baby,
but
build different.
even out.
Oh, they're going back.
Born dealt with on top of it.
Tex already
Trying to
घुस
follow the
गया
sound cues, but not realizing the Tex has already inserted himself. He's
किसी को
found a
ऐसे
work
नहीं पता भाई।
position. Jorg trying to get ahead of that. Sliding straight through it, and this guy is active
Jorg?
as anything still. MIBR. Slam the ball shut in their faces, now looking for that pivot
गन
option.
मिल जाएगा वैलन को
Quick rotation and even faster plays on top of it. Valen, he's not letting them really
Nice
get away with
shot.
the thing. He's just trying to catch them unaware. But all handled, all accounted for. MIBR leading this map by
भाई मेरे को
2.
लगा अभी जोगमो रिवर्स में एज दे देगा
Added bonus on top of being able to get the front money and
mean,
an
really,
extra
right?
ult up for himself. Leaf getting outplayed in the Judge v Judge. Jorg nearly had his moment as well. He was the player with the hero rifle. Now G2 can buy again. They're behind by 2.
Nice!
Aspas went for the plant money, as I said, and the orb point in the previous round rather than trying to upgrade to a rifle. So he's coming in to this one with an outlaw. There are a bunch of targets, though, that he could go for with light armor.
Standard affair with a util. G2 not looking to opt into a bit of a rubble fight, just pushing back, breaking portions of it.
Bring them down.
Wait, side.
Flash in, left side.
Yeah, some.
Wait, I can get fatal when we hit this, maybe. Oh, no.
Wait, I'm already I have from B, guys. A short's good. Or you Backside up.
One more. I'm holding stairs. I'm holding stairs.
2 heaven remaining.
Two heaven.
Two heaven.
Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna ult heaven after.
4 लोग तो हेवन बोल
One drop. I'm ulting. One stuff drop. I'm ulting him.
Thorn stairs.
Drop. Nice.
He's deep spawn.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
I'm
hunt
playing top
early.
now. It's planted.
Damage? Any damage on him?
No.
Careful heaven. He can go heaven, Aspas. He can go heaven. I played like a pussy. They have no smokes.
I have your stairs, Aspas. You can hold sight.
Yeah, can you look here?
I'm just like this. Perfect now. Perfect.
Guys, I first.
Put that flash so far.
He should save. He should.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should. This guy was hiding here, the neon.
Nice fucking round, guys.
I shit on this guy.
Yes, sir. It's not
Good shit, bro.
अगर कोई कंट्रोवर्शियल चीज बोल देता है इसके बीच में तो लाइव कॉम्स में
So,
guys.
They have harbor on you.
You can hear that. The comms from MIBR, I mean, it's interesting insight, isn't it? In the midst of all that chaos, looking to see if they can hunt down Baby.
छोड़ दिया भाई बेबी
It's all clear. The communication between all of them. Zekin as well, I love it. Silent duelist just running, taking liberties up towards heaven.
Yeah, I mean, he knew that Verno was going to be looking at all the guys. So I think he was looking to play off his teammates.
Yeah, and he knew he had a tie.
But it's nice to hear insight from the teams in spots like that. It
Maybe
did look
कोई
pretty
best of
clean.
5
And
में
I
हरा
like the way they were
सकते हैं
optimizing in the post plan as well to make sure that they didn't.
पर best of 3
didn't go
में हराना
overwhelmed
तो
by
बहुत
anything. G2
मुश्किल है
are forced
भाई
to take a timeout at the back of that too. This is the second time that they've been ecoed in
चिपका
this
दिया
half.
इनको वापस
In as many rounds.
अबे
One
अंक
of
है
them
थोड़ा
at the
सा
back of the
भाई
round that they won. Yeah. So really tough situation for G2. They look like they were in control of this game at the very beginning.
तो इस dualistic खेल रहा था यार
MIBR have basically just been all gas, no brakes. From round 6 onwards, G2 have only won 3 rounds.
Yeah, the pace has been unbelievable, to be honest. Finding the right moments to strike. Zekin sitting at 21 kills.
Yeah, just to loop it back to what Mimi was talking about on the desk. One of the big win conditions she had for G2, just in general, not necessarily in this match, but across stage 1, is that Jorg needs to prove that he is the neon guy, that everyone associates him as, right? I think clips of him playing neon for EG a couple years ago are just kind of like living rent-free in people's psyche. But Zekin's outplaying him here in terms of actual impact in the server. I mean, Zekin's an amazing player and an amazing neon, so the more opportunity MIBR have to be able to run him on this.
Super strike लेने वाले हो?
It's going to be tough to hold a candle to.
Yeah.
20,000.
It really is when you're up against Zekken.
20,000 for a mouse is like kidney, bro.
So is Leaf, by the way, but playing on a very off roll at the moment and not really finding that same level of value that you would expect from the guy.
If you're expecting a turnaround, it's probably not going to be around like this one for G2.
Woo!
What is that?
Zekken!
He's just feasting.
Listen, I know G2's on a lighter buy, but it's just filthy mechanically.
Yeah. The devious stuff that Zekken was doing when Neon was first broken in that off season. I say broken, and I mean broken.
Yeah.
But we never got to
experience
the most busted version of
Zekken's
Neon.
Game khatam, ye wala map khatam hai.
So we may be in for
We're
a
going
treat this
split
stage.
already.
He's locked in.
भाई मेरे को split पे agent देखना है. मेरे को लग रहा है split पे
If they're
stage
playing
खेलेगा
double duelist
Zekken.
on Lotus, they are definitely playing double duelist on split and bar.
Just makes sense, right?
Neon race खेलेंगे.
Almost everyone is playing double duelist on these maps. Now maybe they'll swap it up.
आज
Maybe
घी
we'll see
गरम
some
करके आए हैं.
Neon Waylay, for example.
भाई आज ही तो दिन है.
Last player standing.
Baby बे.
One kill to Baby,
आखिर में एक किल farm करके चले ही जाता है.
Does build up to his ult.
Gotta maintain the KD, bro.
The ults are starting to get to a huge spot. And considering
teams again.
Yeah, considering that this next
भाई
round
मैं एक चीज
either
बताता
puts
हूँ.
MIBR at map point
देखो.
or breaks the economy of
जब
well,
peripherals की बात होती है ना,
G2.
तो जो चीज Logitech करती है ना,
Hyper-invested to throw ults
Razer
in this round.
does it better. बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे से और एक competitive price range.
Immediately switches up, recognizing
जैसे मतलब
that the Neon wasn't going to be ready to respond.
तुम जब Super Light चलता था तो उन्होंने Viper V3 Pro निकाला.
Second pulls out a judge in this
Third निकाला.
So they've got some specific game plan that they want to go for.
And we mentioned how important it is.
वो दोनों
Everything is
mouse
on the
फिर
line here. G2
almost 50-50% चल रहे हैं.
MIBR get themselves up to
50%
map
pros
point.
Viper V3 Pro use कर रहे थे, 50% Super Light.
Yeah, but they made cricket, bro. I'll probably go.
इसलिए Razer का wait करना चाहिए. Razer भी क्या निकालता है? Super Light use करते currently नहीं, मैं use करता हूँ Lamzo Atlantis Mini. Shape is the king.
Close, Neon. Back it up. Went stairs, no? No. Yo, try to break. I have ult. Let's try to play close break. Break. Split B.
भाई Valorant के कौन साथी भी है?
I have the pivot. Heaven with the shotgun. I can ult.
क्या बोल रहे हैं Valorant? मेरे को सुनाई नहीं आ रहा.
In the heaven. Stairs gap. Fade ulting. I'm gonna fade ulting early. One in heaven. Heaven smoke. Should be Neon. I can stun it for you guys. I'm gonna ult into break. We gotta retake. We should go quick. Sunny early. Hell. Still pit. From B. Pit. Nice.
वो निकाला भाई आसपास.
From B left side and break. I'm gonna look for break kill. He's gun. He's facing. Cover the bomb. You're getting grabbed. Ran away. Heaven. Yeah, wait. Break. I heard him break. Break. Double swing. Wait. 3. I'm just on. Half. Face. Nice. Go, Jake. Go. Good round, Jake.
Bombs fuck up हुआ इनका.
Come on, brother.
That is one hell of a way to turn around like that. I mean, G2 backs against the wall. The site was entirely theirs for MIBR. And we're talking about how important it was for the economy. Listen, a couple of their players did end up dropping, but winning a round, keeping it together.
When Aspas gets these two, I thought it was done. Yeah. He takes down Jokuma and Baby Bay.
उसने Paper का कोला mostly was भी अच्छा है भाई.
These people completely out of the sight with the Harbor ultimate, and then Cove on to be able to get a guaranteed half.
काम करेगा भाई.
Timeline. That's only the 4th round that they've been able to get in so long.
कहाँ मिलेगा Atlantis? Amazon पे stock में नहीं है.
You got to keep it going.
मैं keys पे मिलेगा आएगा.
One step at a time, one round at a time.
Atlantis Mini मिलना बंद हो गया अभी शायद.
Very aggressive though. Off the rip here to respond to the util. Paranoia jogs forwards with that judge in hand, and he's skipping, hopping, taking the liberties with it now, and just trying to avoid the IO. Tagging up onto him. He's out of there.
What a movement!
Like a thief in the night.
Avoiding the value that Verno was looking to get. Tex on the other side of the map, trying to open things up, seeing if he can equalize things for MIBR. Baby Bay's just jump spotting this. Baby Bay also has ult. Would hate to go down in a spot. Looking to just play this one as slowly as possible.
MIBR looking to see if they can contact their way in, but not quite. Mazzino's got that paranoia off the contact, catching the players. DTP accounted for Mazzino.
Almost a prediction name there.
He's locked in. Knows exactly where these players are lying in wait as they look to retreat out to the side. It's G2. We've been cut to pieces.
And they know that Tex is lurking around somewhere behind too, so G2 have got to either up the pace really fast before Tex can get into position, or constantly be worried about their backs.
Still Garden, ult's expended.
It's not great.
It's not great as a pocket to play in. That means the rifles remain intact. Util's going to be swatted down out of their faces, and G2 can play in towards it. TP, Mazzino barely getting out of dodge, barely alive, but it comes down to the sharper shooting and sharper aim at that, collecting up, corralling up these kills. The players are dropped just like that. MIBR, they find their way to that 12th round.
What a complete dismantling of that C defensive setup. G2, 2 players posted on top of it. A high-low. Broken almost immediately. This is a 4v5 recovery from MIBR. That prediction from Mazzino as to where Leaf had disappeared to, and the fact that both of the defensive players split in opposite directions against the Paranoia.
Come on. I have to turn Reno up. Hold on.
So all those hours of Omen gameplay knows the limit to the agent.
We are
now on the precipice
with an Aspas ult.
VXR1, Skyrock's weird.
Facing a double Bucky and a Sheriff. The buy is so bad.
Yeah, the Aspas ult is one thing, Zeko of a Judge is another. DTP accounted for, not broken. Mazzino gets all that space towards back sight. Deep push, it's reactive plays. Tex is making sure to account for it with Leaf dropped. He's cut out the picture now. Spike handed over. For G2. This round means everything, but they don't even have the weapons to do it. Gotta hope that mistakes are made. MIBR offer themselves up. As it stands, it's a stalwart defense. Line now. They've got those ults waiting, ready. Overdrive is popped just to see if they can show a bit of chaos. Damage is being done. Showstopper avoided. Jorg with that Bucky. It's one kill. Barely there was second damage done, but unfortunately, it might just be done. Baby Bay can only do so much in a spot. 13-8 to finish MIBR.
Not even close, not even close.
Blinding pace that they play.
What's your PL in Monitors?
I use in this series.
2K right
the double
now.
duelist look for MIBR is so clean, and that's G2's map pick. A map that coming back into the pool is almost like home territory for G2.
Yeah.
And MIBR just kind of blasted them, to be honest. Ever since round 6, fully in control. G2 won 4 times in a row.
What is this WWE?
These teams have faced up against each other. It's a rematch
Triple H आएगा वहाँ
we saw in kickoff. It feels different. Yeah, it does
feel
different.
ये round से ही match खत्म हो गया था, पता है?
Monitor 2K नहीं.
मेरा e-sports for this occasion. मेरा ये वाला monitor 4K है जिसमें मैं chat पढ़ता हूँ.
Get their revenge for what happened in kickoff. Don't go anywhere. This match has been explosive, and I know you don't want to miss it.
Wait, 4K है ना? Gotta check it, bro. Gotta check it. Gotta check it. 2K या 4K? Second monitor. Resolution. ये 4K होता है ना? 3840 2160. 3840 2160. 3840 2160. Resolution. 4K UHD. 4K UHD.
XL 2566X Plus, which uses the new fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. Provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion.
400 Hz
Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose
Second binding गीला कर दिया. अरे लारोक भाई आप?
Express VPN. Experience gaming
जब
the
मैं खेलने का ट्राई करता हूँ इतनी बार माउस अटक जाता है मूवमेंट के टाइम क्या ही बोलूँ.
It's time to express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
मेरे को ये मी वाला सेटअप बहुत अच्छा लगता है. कोई लास्ट मैप क्या बाइंड है ना? स्प्लिट पे ही खत्म हो जाएगा भाई. स्प्लिट बहुत अच्छा है इसका जेकन और आसपास का. आई जेन्युइनली डोंट अंडरस्टैंड क्या हो गया भाई. टू 0 है भाई. किसी ने G2 का बंडल लिया भी है क्या ये साल? मैंने सिर्फ 2-3 लोग के पास ही देखा. वही चैट ये साल कंपैरेटिवली कम लोग बंडल ले रहे हैं ना ये साल में ज्यादा देखा नहीं भाई लोगों को बंडल लेते हुए पहले 2 साल बहुत हाइप थी उसके बाद से ज्यादा लोग बंडल ले नहीं रहे हैं हाँ ये साल मैं हार्डली किसी का कार्ड देखा हूँ जो ये ऐसा टीम बंडल वाला लगा के रखा है क्या हाँ मैं भी एक दिन सोच रहा था थैंक यू ब्रो एक दिन मैं भी ऐसा सोच रहा था भाई पहले 30 FPS में लैग हर साल बस पिस्टल निकालेंगे तो क्या ही होगा तो क्या निकालना चाहिए मेरे को तो लगता है ना एक किट निकालना चाहिए समझ रहे हो हैं एक किट निकालना चाहिए कैसे टीम सपोर्ट किट हैवी कि गन तुम खुद चूज करो कौन सी चाहिए हम उसमें टीम का सपोर्ट किट डाल के देंगे मतलब अगर जेट तो जेट बोल रहा हूँ अगर G2 तो G2 का बढ़िया शेरिफ MIBR है MIBR की ऑपरेटर चाहिए MIBR का ब्रांडिंग डाल के देंगे ऑपरेटर में आइडियाज अच्छा देता हूँ काम करना चाहिए मेरे को राइट में अप्लाई कर देता हूँ तब मतलब लेने में मजा आएगा हाँ VCD स्केल
Towards the beginning of kickoff, you were going for an approach of second that was playing a bit more passive on the controller. Then he started playing a bit more.
फिर तो सेल्स भी एकदम हैवी होंगे ना लोग बोलेंगे तेरे पास कौन सी है मेरे पास G2 की ऑपरेटर है तेरे पास क्या है मेरे पास सेन की स्पेक्टर है और तेरे पास क्या है मेरे पास पेपर एक्स की जज है और भाई तेरे पास क्या है मेरे पास सारी गन्स है सारी टीमों की
comfort and quicker decisions for kickoff just to like find something to go
Bro,
with I guess but we
और सारी skins
this is what we need to be
1775 की रखनी चाहिए
that moment of time to get some more practice in do some testing and
कार्ड अलग
it was perfect to have that little break after we lost kickoff
कार्ड अलग भी नहीं अगर 2 स्किन लो तो कार्ड
We definitely want to see more of
सिंगल
that
स्किन ऐसी खरीद सकते हो
so much.
2 स्किन में कार्ड फ्री
MIBR pick up a much needed win because let's not forget this is a squad that got taken to town multiple times. BO5
मैंने $1 बिलियन कमाने की स्ट्रेटजी बता दी है रायट को लीक मत करियो प्लीज और अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है तो रायट को मुझे कुछ देना चाहिए
practice the timing all that stuff and it does really feel like from what we saw in that game Mimi in MIBR that clearly has an idea of their identity right
खत्म है गेम 2-0 चालू करो फटफट अगला मैच
behind a lot of other teams in the way that they were playing into the meta. There was a lot of agents that it felt like they kind of had to force because they didn't necessarily feel comfortable, especially with that way like being prevalent. But here, not only did I think the roles worked very well for them, but also the way that they were team fighting and their commitment together looked so much better on than in kickoff. They were so slow that tournament. Their team fighting didn't look up to the standard of the other teams that ended up heading to Santiago. And here it was a complete 180. And one of the first half, these retakes exemplified it.
850 करोड़ या 800 करोड़ ही मिलेगा तो 780 पकड़ लो चलो 750 पकड़ लो 750 करोड़ में तो चल जाएगा मेरा चलेगा चलेगा ये प्लान पिच करना चाहिए मुझे राइट
or group systems and it worked out well because guess what almost every single retake was clear because they had really good spacing, really good trades. It's something that they suffered from earlier.
Yeah, I mean, like Mimi kind of touched on, the chemistry and team play is what was really lacking in kickoff. And then we come into this map, and that's literally all they were doing the entire game. Especially on that defensive half, they were having those really quick retakes because they were willing to kind of just over-rotate and play a 5-man retake. I mean, the one that we saw with Zekin and his fault, just 5-flooding from heaven and him initiating it, and the team being that support, being like following him in without zero hesitation, they really wanted in kickoff.
Yeah, I liked how on the attack side as well, how aggressive
नहीं
they
यार
were.
4000 चले गया ना अभी मैं डब्बे खोल रहा था इतने दिन से
in this harbor instead of the Viper.
सब चला गया
They're sacrificing stall utility to have a stronger retake. And I liked how proactive they were to
डब्बे
fight
खोल
ahead
खोल
of
के
that utility and get early picks in these
डब्बे खोल
post
खोल
runs
के
to shore up
WWE
the
और
rounds
Mortal Kombat
instead of
खरीद
playing
लिया
back.
है
I gotta say though, makes me wonder when thinking about how they played with the
Imagine chat,
it's
तुम
like
सिर्फ
I
1000 रुपए डालो और तुम 6000 7000 की गेम खरीद सकते हो.
They never got a chance, really, right? Am I reading that wrong? I felt like they never really had a chance to get
the
plan out because they were just
उधर ही घी खत्म हो गया मेरा लगता.
Yeah, I mean, you could see them kind of going for those 4 ones that Mimi was
अच्छा
talking about on their attack.
Next map क्या है? Next
map
map
trying to do that push and pull thing, but the fact that MIBR was just so ahead of them, willing to kind of rotate and brawl out, and just literally, like I said, kind of full man retake onto them. The Harbor wasn't really having that much effect. It couldn't really stall too much when they're disrespecting everything, even when they swap sides.
Part of the reason why they were able to do that was because of this guy right here on the neon. It's Zekin, and this dude, we saw him in the Yoru jail. He was having to, handle a lot of that business, a lot of the messy rounds. But this time around, he's playing the neon. He's zipping all over
Sentinels का बदला Zekin लेगा.
Yeah, I really feel like his movement and just his insane, obviously, presence in the server with those frags was one of the main reasons why MIBR were successful. I mean, 360 ACS is incredible, but let's not forget, he is the reason why MIBR is no longer hesitating in a lot of those post plans, in a lot of those retakes, taking those early fights, and he's done such a good job at even entering, getting those frags. He runs, he so goated, and there's 3 people running in behind him, ready to get those shots off while everyone else is distracted.
I'm still not 100% sold on the Osbus raise, and I'm still not sold on solo controller on this map. I still think that as they play against more teams in that tape gets watched, I think you really limit your options to be able to cancel and re-hit and condition in the mid-round that the Viper or in G2's case, the Harbor allows you to do. But I think the key today was fixing the issues that they had in
मैप मत जीत जाना G2 खत्म करो 2-0 प्लीज सोना है मेरे को 130 दूसरा मैच भी देखना है यार दोस्तों आज तो क्या स्टैक्ड दिन है भाई
yeah so far things look good for MIBR but on the other side G2 Esports
ओ दोस्तों आज 130 से G का गेम है वो चलेगा 2 घंटा 3:30 4 o'clock तक चलेगा अगर 3 मैप भी गया तो 4:15 तक फिर उसके बाद मैं सो जाऊंगा थोड़ी देर सो के उठूंगा और फिर 7:30 से प्रीमियर वाओ और 7:30 से 10 बजे तक प्रीमियर नाइस मैं कल डेड कल का अमेरिका इसका मैच नहीं देख रहा मैं और एडिट भी करनी है बहुत सारी और 13th को वाओ 13th को सुबह 6 बजे मेरी ट्रेन भी है हैदराबाद के घर भी जाना है
We didn't do our job handling the aggression. There's a lot of moments where Zekin took more than we thought, or I thought that he should have got. And it's honestly based on us, like not handling and absorbing the aggression. But yeah.
Yeah. So how do you answer to that aggression going into split?
Again, more about us, just making sure like our coordination is tight, not rely on our own aim, and just make sure our team plays.
हैदराबाद के घर जाके अच्छा रेस्ट
learn from Santiago. It's more about actually old G2 and make sure we team fight correctly, double peek, make sure there's some distance away from the judge because that judge always multi-kills. But yeah, it's always a challenge and can't guarantee that it will be a success. But I think we'll do our best for a split.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
कोई बात नहीं दोस्तों हार जाओगे
Great to hear from Coach Josh, our team. Mimi, I just want to touch on something really fast that he spoke about, which was the old G2, seeing a little bit of the old G2 come out. Feels like this team is needing to really find that identity between what that new version of G2 coming out of kickoff was, and then what's that G2 that won them so many championships in the past here in America.
That was the balance they started to find towards the end of Santiago. It got dismantled. Final hurdle by those specific teams, but that's a big question now going into split a map where I think we can expect some more changes.
Well, you got questions? Thankfully, Brennan's Sideshow will have answers, kind of. I mean, they don't really have a lot of answers, but they'll show you the game. So in any case, though, Map 2 is coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks, guys.
Stretch out.
What to think about and digest after that first map here. MIBR showing fantastic signs that they have really buckled down, I think, off the back of that break and just just come out swinging against a G2 squad that, to be honest with you, you know, I think the narrative that's really been following them from kickoff was them kind of trying to find their form, find compositions, find ways to make certain maps work. And we're seeing a continuation of it because the experimentation continues. Leaf is still on that controller. He's been playing the Astra. No Viper, critically as well. I mean, no Viper on split with double controller is crazy stuff. That's crazy work.
I think that is kind of crazy work, yeah. Playing double smokes with Valin Harbor on both of these maps, they look like they're leaning really heavy into Harbor being good right now. Valin was great at playing the Harbor on Abyss at San Diego. I was very happy with that. But that's a map where we've already seen Harbor be really powerful. Running it on like a lot of maps in the pool is more questionable. Frankly, having a split match with no Viper on either side is crazy stuff. Yeah. But hey, if this is the world we're living in America's, I guess we better get used to it quick. Baby on the Vice too, so yeah, if you're thinking about like how these teams are going to be looking to apply lurk pressure over towards A ramp, that's going to be a lot on trying to use pullback smokes, I guess, or go and take A ramp control early as part of your attacking default. I guess Valin should be able to put a bit of pressure there. But the problem with using Harbor to do that is that you know the Harbor has to be there.
I mean, that's the benefit of the Viper wall, is that you don't know if the Viper's there when it puts the wall up. It forces you to use util. When you see a Harbor wall going up, you know the Harbor's there. Yeah, exactly. It starts it all out.
Really interesting, different theory going to be shown in some specific areas of the map here. And we get to see G2 start out on the attack side with pressure on them, on MLBR's map pick as well.
Good morning,
we were expecting this to be a very close game, maybe even
Chalo फटाफट बताओ chat 2-0
predictions were split
या मैप खत्म 2-0 या फिर जाएगा थर्ड
but G2 dominated last time by running double duelist.
वापस हार्बर खेल रहे हैं अबे ये क्या है बे हार्बर एस्ट्रा
seems to be
अबे ब्रीज खेल रहे हो क्या
most of the time at least if this is any sort of indicator.
Bro, split in mid heavy smokes.
MIBR
2-0 easy,
left it completely vacant.
Good morning,
exception of just one wall up towards heaven.
Yeah, the wall gives them good information, but the question is, can Aspas get there to help?
No playing off of it. Jorg is separated, isolated. Players are starting to get a bit of a move on now. The nade as well rebounds and pushes them back out into the extremities. MIBR looking to contain. There will be a retake from them.
Doesn't look like a retake comp particularly, but they feel fairly happy doing it, I guess. No paranoia to work with, but they've got a stun for Zekken and a horn for Verno.
You could see the pace turned up very quickly at that. As you said, the util's been layered down. This is a defense that G2 are looking to try and hold on to, at least onto this side. The bodies starting to come out now, swinging wide, taking a fight together, and that's where MIBR are going to be thriving here. Aim needs to be good. Tex is just lighting them up at this point. The pull baited out nice and early in his crossfire setup. Accounted for. Skipping, hopping, and twirling in the air. Leaves it all down to Leaf. It's 100 HP. Damage done to Tex. Tex, though.
Wow.
He's a one-man army.
Leaf itna wide kyun hai
clean. And they even optimized to be able to get him the ult point towards the end too. With less than 2.5 seconds. I think it's so interesting coming out of the coaching reviews as well, Bran. And Josh Artie's talking about how their lesson learned from San Diego was it's about the team fighting. It's about how well you play off each other and with each other. Well, MIBR were way better on that round than G2 were, actually.
Give it to you.
They're like a death ball. They're a death ball roaming through, picking people off, always having advantage fights. Here's the force, though, from G2.
Okay. Got a plan down. Why not? Spend the money. Make it work. Airplane Bucky in the hands of Jorg. Spectre, a couple of stingers, looking to see if they can really do some damage here. Offload him with a util now. It's a wall that's going to be flying forwards. It does split up, segment up the site quite nicely here, but the Thorns are going to be deaded early enough, seeing if they can put a stop to it. And G2, not looking to commit. Waiting on the other side of things as well as Zekken with that judge. Calling for the pause, though, has pulled his MIBR players away. They're now looking to explore up towards mid again. He puts the pressure on the Tex. He's going to be the one sitting up towards that backside. Does have the wall still, and it hasn't been triggered. Now finally there, Jorg is just trying to find a way to play his team back in, but he is completely separated. And Zekken is there responding off of that pressure. Spraying and hailing down those bullets. These G2 players, lucky to be alive. They are being shredded to pieces.
You imagine that these force buys, in my opinion, must be working better when they run the double duelist comps as well. Because you can just burst into sights.
Yeah, but doing it against the Vice as well. I mean,
It's so strange because G2's comp doesn't feel like a burst comp, but in my opinion, it doesn't feel like a slow lurky comp either because they don't have the Viper. So I'm thrilled to see as this half continues what the theory looks like. But right now, Bruno and Mazzino set up to destroy them.
What is that? It's a crossfire setup. Bullets are rattling on either side here, but that's a spike drop down into the laps of MIBR. No time to work with for Baby Bay. So, failed attempt at a force. That is going to be cutting the economy back quite a degree for G2.
Yeah, it's not great.
MIBR, everybody survives.
I think the silver lining for G2 is that they didn't just feed a bunch of kills directly into Tex, who was the closest to being able to generate his ultimate coming out of the pistol round. But there's an eco round coming up for G2, and so there's plenty of opportunity for Tex to work up to that steel garden anyway. I think if MMBR get big ults online, like Aspas or Tex's, it's time to be a little bit worried about how this half is going already. G2 lent heavy into the variance there.
गिरा दिया ना अबे यही तो गंदी चीज है कुछ भी करता हूँ गिर जाता है भाई.
Similar scenes to what we saw in the previous round, only this time G2 looked towards mid. I think this is the better option when you're up against the Vice. Gotta see if you can work the map a little bit, pull the util out, make MIBR worried that you could have taken control. They've got this one set up. It's two players held down up into the vents, and Jorgenmore peeks this alone. Gonna be bitterly disappointed.
Wow.
But he does have a Bucky. Close quarters combat, that's where it's going to be thriving. Might be looking for the call now, but just jiggling, biding and waiting.
I mean, at some point they are going to drop into the vent. Look where the spike
3, 2,
is
1.
going.
They're calling for it off the ropes, but it's disjointed. I'm not sure what happened there.
Don't know. Was that supposed to be a fake jump?
Oh, it's weird.
I don't know.
Wasn't together though.
G2 ने force किया था chat last round.
That was really the only danger play that G2 could piece together. It was a fight that was potentially offered up for them. The util won't get them down. MIBR stunned up, but they've got plenty more where that came from. It's damage done. Trent's still kicking.
In an ideal world, you do want to have Tex pick up this kill, but you don't want to give Trent too much time to make something work.
No, 25 seconds.
You still got to give him some respect.
Yeah, and this is an isolated fight. Mazzino, he's alone here. No one else to play with as he's been spotted. Crosshair placement. Barely off by millimeters there, but it's Mazzino to clean him up. 3-0.
ये गेम तो और जल्दी खत्म होगा लग रहा है.
As we expected.
It's the same silver lining though again. They still haven't built up to any kind of massive ultimate that they can use in this next round, the rifle round. But thus far, I haven't really seen anything that's making me super convinced as to what G2's game plan is on this attack side. So this next rifle round I think is really important. The G2 showcase that they've got something going with this comp.
They set the sights over towards A.
Well, I said that A ramp pressure as part of your default is going to be really important for both of these teams because they don't have lurky ways of going and taking it. These are the recall smokes. Oh, this one actually a full deployment of the Astra smoke.
So using the Astra interim in place of the Viper where they would normally be lying, and now you can take a bit of space over towards A, but maybe I've been so good with these setups. Again, look at Tex. He's moved a lot of his util. He's already deaded it nice and early off the back of that pressure from that util. The wall. It's cheeky. Could be deaded, potentially splitting them up. Draw them over the top. That's the judge in his hands. Quick work. Zeno is going to be sent straight back to that spectator's seat. It's an opening kill advantage now to G2. Look at slow things down once more.
Yeah, now that the wall is broken, MIBR are actually missing a lot of information.
But वो लोग को पता है कि ये लोग heaven भी है.
Corner and needs some sort of bailout, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it. There was util waiting. Baby just offers himself up anyway. Looks to see if he can take that kill.
First round for G2.
Tex lying there, but Baby Bay sharp.
वरना को भी वैल्यू फुटने से खेलता है full RNG. हाँ भाई वो
कूद. Just ridiculous.
वही है जो सबसे ज़्यादा bait jump peak करता है पता है सबसे ज़्यादा bait jump peak करता है वरना.
Having fun with it at this point. Zekin, not much you can do.
मैंने किसी player को इतना bait jump peak करते नहीं देखा.
Good answer back. It's flawless from them.
And actually, they're the ones now looking closer to getting big ultimates online. They've managed to funnel a lot of the points towards Baby Bay, towards Trent. Can potentially look to play for an ultimate. Get a big execute.
Congratulations,
did a lot, to be honest, though. I mean, a bit of fake pressure over towards A, pivot into A ramp.
Let's go, boys. Good round. Let's go.
Generating picks off the back of the Neon with the judge. Tex with the same kind of setup, anchoring over towards A, but this time with both of the duelists.
Yeah.
हाँ.
You're looking significantly weaker.
ये नई टीम का नहीं.
Util is just sent flying out from G2. Line drop down, Verno.
This is so bold.
That's incredibly brave. I mean, you have full fade util. You could use some of it, but no. She wants to peek up into the angle.
Bring them down. I have the spike.
Now looking back towards that mid pressure for G2.
I don't quite understand the defensive setup of having your Neon with the Judge in front of you, all your Vice util. But they must have been convinced that G2 were going to go for some A-ramp default again. Verno is getting constant information that they are outside B main.
I mean, this is so brave. Nowhere to trade him out from a spot like this. He needs his one, potentially more, just to get the hell out. Prowler broken.
It makes it feel like there's more people here.
Exactly, it's so bold. They're thinking, why the hell would there be just one? But still G2, they activate. Cracking open the angles up towards heaven, and now that puts the pressure onto Verno. Finds his one, but eventually traded.
Verno is still Valen ko marta hai wahan pe.
Place and knives out. Jorgamo's way ahead of it. Timing's unaccounted for, with Zekat now going to be dropped. Tex has to look back in dismay as the round has just unraveled.
Yeah, I don't really know what MIBR were cooking with this defensive setup.
Abhi kaun si team
I
mein
think
supporter
it just left way too much on Verno's plate.
Abhi
They
neutral
also
hoke
hard
dekhta hu.
contested B heaven
Kyunki ab
off the
main
back of
actually
a single raise nade that didn't actually put too much pressure on G2.
हर region से pumps मिलता है ना
G2
मेरे को
got
watch
fed
party
2
का.
easy kills up there. B
Top
heaven.
neutral.
It didn't honestly matter how hard Verno played that round. Even if he
अब
killed
bias
both in
नहीं
B
रह
main,
सकता.
I still don't think MIBR were winning that one. Kind of served up an easy opportunity for G2 to get back into split here.
थोड़ा support चलता है.
Back to back, heavily impactful rounds in Jorg.
Yeah, look at this. I think a bit too forced from Aspas and Mazine with B heaven. Thinking the nade was going to give them free space, or at least relying on the fact that they could win a duel. And now the economy's in a bad spot. What a recovery for a team that lost the pistol and a force spike. They're now in a position where they should be drawing.
Last map MIBR भी ऐसा चालू करी थी.
G2 have done well.
I guess 0-3 था तो
this time they don't
फिर
use
MIBR
that
भी 3-3 लेके गई थी.
overload of util over towards B main. They just contact in all the way.
Great ends the good, yeah.
Go, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Sucking backside. Nothing backside. One B Evan, one B Evan. They're flooding backside. Nothing, we're good. We have sight, boys. Save your thorn, save your thorn. Yep, nice. I'm saving it. Look at my for heaven, guys. Fight left with the flash. I'm walling, I'm walling. That's good. Okay, they're gonna have Visol. They're gonna Visol. I have Neon, I have Neon picking. Go right. Go right.
Face your fear.
All for my flash to fight left. Hell. Fight right. 3, 2, 1. Oh, default. Heaven, he's in smoke. I'm chilling. Playing around the smokes. Raptor, guys. One hell. I'm giving that smoke. I'm not.
पास वापस गया.
Harden, never mind.
तो लीफ का प्लान कितना बड़ा होगा. देखो उसके लिए.
Flashing one.
अरे उसको एक ही मिला.
Come on! Let's go! Damn, we just had so much stall there, bro. Holy shit. Burn a lot of ults. What?
Let's just believe on the face of Trent towards the end. I mean, that was chaos. I mean, Leaf said it best, I think, at the end. They had so much stall util.
Yeah, they did. I mean, great call. I can't remember exactly who went for it to tell Baby Bay to save the Thorns. I think he was already ahead of that. So Thorns saved to slow them down in the post plant, and Baby Bay's making the comm. Tell me when you want the flash as well. You see the flash just there on the screen. Yeah. At the newsstand, ready. You know, it ended up getting smoked off, but they're very much thinking about how they want to delay that. And to be honest, there weren't even that many.
भाई not gonna lie, ये लोग निकाल सकते हैं हाँ.
They weren't taking contact with MIBR until super late, and they were all playing inside the smokes.
अबे तो सब मार दिए ना वो लोग.
But a nice post-plant hold for G2. If you let them into the site, this is going to be a difficult comp to retake against. And like I said, I don't think either of these teams are particularly playing retake compositions.
No,
maybe you could argue that G2 are going to be able to flood defend off the back of a harbor wall here and there.
Sure.
But generally speaking, I'm expecting both of these squads to look to either want to fight in front of the sites if you're MIBR, or have people fairly heavily anchor. And MIBR have been letting them get in a bit too freely, I'd say.
Yeah, adjustments need to be made. That's why the timeout's called. And you're right. I mean, at the beginning of these few rounds, we were seeing MIBR really posturing hard over towards that B main angle. They were fighting tooth and nail. Verno at some point was alone doing it.
Yeah. One of the things that I think is a bit weird about the way that we're seeing MIBR's idea of having Zekken play the Neon and Aspas raise, I mean, it fits them like a glove, but it is going to make Aspas's off just a little bit more difficult to play.
Sure.
You want this guy to have an op quite a lot on the defense sides here, but he's not really playing op characters.
And speaking of, Baby Bay.
बस 22 की जगह V2.
He's getting a ton of work done. A lot of value in kickoff for this operator. Rolls a little bit more suited this time attack side. Looking up at mid presence. Recall the start. Looking to re-clear up a bit of the map, clear up the question marks, but it goes on either side. Pure contacting. They hear an abundance of this Vice util. The wall up as well, causing issues, but Jordan just slips to the side and takes. He just got a glimpse, but he made sure to make the most of it. The deep TP into the back. I mean, Leaf, not even a TP, he's just sprinted forwards and around, and he's broken the ankles a second. None the wiser. G2 already snapping to the side. A lot of damage done with those pellets, but this is pure anarchy. And it's MIBR looking to see if they can piece and peer through the fog.
Huh?
It's a 3v3 and there's a Vice wall up at the top of A heaven here, so Tex knows that they can't be deep.
Tex trying to go for that one, just gets the one before the trade is intact, and now it's a 2v2.
Whichever direction G2 go, it's going to put pressure on Aspas or Verno. One of them. And Baby Bay's op sings out again for the second time on a very similar angle.
G2 perfectly happy to pressure a lot, cut noise, wait for the fight to come to them, wait for the reaction of MIBR. But Verno, a lot on his plate. Chance for the timing. He's adjusting the aim a little bit with the movement there. Now just making sure that he's not that easy target. Nightfall, Prowler, all going to be used. Baby Bay isolated this, sighted, but he has that shorty. Trent's going to go for the plant. Time pressure. Hard commits to it. Baby Bay jiggling, feeling uncertain. Verno looking for it now to seize. Lay it down at his feet. He just needs his kill and he needs it now. Lighted him up. Highlighted. Leaves it into the 1v1, but that is a rapid reposition, and I think it's unaccounted for.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Trent playing into the main angle. Plant might not even be for him. 5 bullets.
He's tried to fake like he's dropped as well, and Trent is not buying it.
Still holding on to that space and time. Really starting to mount. The pressure's there. Verna's running out of outs. Got to make moves now because this is it. Looking around like this, got to go for the whole stick. Here's the footsteps again. It's Trent who plays it perfectly. Time pressure just a little bit too much to overcome.
And Verno can't keep the gun either. Yeah, G2 are doing such a good job in these moments. Nothing is how I'm going to put it.
उसने Prowler भी एक लगाया.
How on earth is Leaf being able to pick off second at the back of the site?
He full sprinted into the back of Albo.
As an Astra, by the way. A Baby Bay also coming up clutch with a couple of big shots. And then delaying Verno for long enough that Trent can win the clutch. I think MIBR are looking a lot less confident and comfortable in taking re-clear fights. We saw them run quite a lot of trap re-fights on Lotus, where they were catching G2 off guard. And they just haven't looked as hot with those here.
Yeah. The money has taken a bit of a tumble here for MIBR. I mean, they can force a couple of rifles, but Aspas has no armor. Second, of course, has the overdrive. Can play with the Bucky. It's not the best. It's really bottom of the barrel that's being scraped up. Haunt? No one there to break it.
I think Second was expecting Verno to break that for him.
Flash and a peek. Tex. Be careful about it. Util's being handled and accounted for. It's a good bait at a wall. Leaf even managed to pick off Verno. Up the gut through mid.
Second down to 2 HP as well. Leaf doing so much.
Yeah, the uncertainty continues.
पिछले बार के जैसे
These little pressure plays.
एक मैप जीत के जो हगास मचा देती थी वैसे तो नहीं करेगी.
Bit of noise.
इसके पहले MIBR वैसी खेली है.
Cues forcing MIBR the ones to react, make moves, and now going into a bit of an A split. There's a lot of space here for Baby Bay. Not too sure if he's aware of the fact that they do have 2 players. Anchoring towards the side, but now spotting them and elbow towards it. That's so much damage. That second overdrive was unleashed in his hands, but he was low as anything. Will be put back to rest. 2v4.
Aspas deleted Zeno in the midst of all of that. And now Aspas got to make something happen. Doesn't realize his back is open to Leaf.
Yeah.
वो कितना clear करने जाएगा?
Have to strike at this timing. Playing this position, he's the insurance policy. Doesn't want to show himself, doesn't want to give it up just yet. Just making it so damn uncertain. That is snappy stuff. Potentially a jump scare.
निकल ही नहीं रहा वहाँ से.
Time to strike is
5 to 3,
G2
Defense wala map bhi hai.
It's a string of rounds they put together now.
Yeah, and it's also much bigger value coming out from Jorgamo and Leaf. I got to remind people that this is MIBR's map pick. The maps have felt like the opposite team has been stronger. This was a weird move. Playing the refight. Zekin just trying to distract as much as he could. Credit to Leaf though, he keeps his crosshair trained on the guy behind.
Sick him, boy! I just accidented.
That might be the vibe differential, I think.
Did you hear Leaf at the end there as well? He just said that he got the accidental kill on Verno. I was giving him credit.
Got to be careful about this one, though. All propped up. What a defense. Valen takes to the back of his comrade. Zekin's normally quite a cerebral player who will look to jump off the chance when he's on the weaker guns. If he thinks there's a pocket to play in, window of opportunity to strike. Right to the side, looking to clear, dissecting up most of this heavy angle. A lot of players to account for, though. Still going down, out towards that back area. There's 3 players looking to flood in. MIBR trying to really see if they can make anything of this, but now Leaf has been left isolated. It's a good swing. Piece together there. Satchel across to cut up the crosshair placement by Aspas, but now they've got a little bit more to chew through. Involves the name of Baby Bay. Deep insert.
Yeah, look how quick G2 were there to just spread around the map. As soon as they realized that MIBR were bunched up trying to take a team fight in A Heaven, G2 reacted by taking all of these little pockets. Trent and Baby Bay spread out so fast to absorb that map control. It was a light buy round for MIBR, but they are running out of rounds to play with in this half. Only 3 left.
Dusk was talking about it. We needed to see big performance, a turn up from Jorgamo himself. He's sitting at the top now, 9 and 5.
With 3 first bloods as well in the first 7 rounds. So, you know, he's definitely getting them that early round impact too. Aspas finally with an op. Finally with a showstopper.
What's online has to make a difference. Same util, standard affair here from G2, looking to see if they can fly forwards though, and there will be nothing to stop them. No semblance of the util. Jorgamo not turning around, he's got a lot of space, but spammed down, and that's just off the radar. He spotted where he was on the mini-map, but all from that person. Text towards the back again.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic information from Verno. It looks goofy from his position, but he just gets to tell Tex that is a fake, 100%.
Just pinging it up.
Yeah, he gets to, I mean, he tells his team to be able to pressure Jorg, but other side of the map, Tex is super ready for this.
MIBR looking for a clean close to a round like this. If they don't use any ults, even better. G2, no slouches. They're going to be looking to find ways back in, but they are heading straight into that Vice setup once more. Not just that, plenty of players waiting in the wings.
It's a bit of an awkward wall to try to bait out, but they've been doing a good job with it.
Smoke gets them into the
30 seconds
area.
left.
Seconds holding to one side of this.
Waiting
for it to dissipate, and as it does, looking to see if they can strike. G2 waiting, biding their time for now, but now the flash and a spray down from Tex. Controlled in the chaos. 4 kills for him.
Had a great day today, hasn't he?
It's a really good turnaround.
Looking very comfortable in these anchor spots over towards A. Moving it around as well, but mostly situated on the A side of the map. Verno cooked them in this round. Yeah. And like you said, they get to keep the ults, so they now have a Vice ultimate.
It was lovely,
Raise
but we
ult.
got it done. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. I'm playing it.
All business in the comms.
Tex confirming that he's going to anchor A again this round.
Yeah.
So Aspas gets to take an early peek in mid.
So as an operator, this is just blind fire straight through the smokes. Valen getting the better of Zekin. Looking to hold down an area. Prowler. Aspas forced to rattle off a shot, so warning them, and that is a cheeky play.
Yeah, he's going for the Forsaken push.
Yeah, seen that one before.
Verno gets caught dead to rights.
Someone have to play off the back of this. This is a showstopper now going to be used, expended, looking to see if he can find that target. Jorg is down for the counter around like this. Fake pressure on fake pressure, but another ult is lying in wait with that Steel Garden. Slight pocket. Narrowly avoided, sidestepped for now, but the wall is a bit of a greater risk. It goes up both ways though with that Steel Garden. It's enough, it buys a lot of time, even for that Cosmic Divide to dissipate. G2 once again called for the pause, but MIBR trying to get ahead of it. All grouped up, 3 players looking to strike, but Aspas has only got an op to make this. It's an aggro play. Risky business, and these players are so damn unaware. Cove activated hard and now, but now we'll see what they can do as it dissipates soon enough. 30 seconds, noise being made, and now it is. Blinded fires, crossfire set up, MIBR! They take control of the situation. Baby Bay has got so much to do from a spot like this. G2 were not expecting that.
That's such a silly end. The G2 players crouch walking in, being very, very sneaky. and then somehow when the Cove drops, all 3 of the MIBR players find a target. You know, at no point were they... It really did look like Blue had no clue that there was going to be players on the other side of it.
Pieced together. They found one win con in a round like that. Now we're looking at potentially a similar affair to the beginning of Lotus.
This would be a ridiculous recovery from MIBR though.
It really would. Maybe up the first 3 rounds, but it was down and out for the count beyond that, so they are dragging it round by round. Jorgemore not firing off the judge just yet. Prowl's getting broken for him. He's been whittled down to 36 health. Not the most to deal with. Offer's going to be spotted and heard out. Now's that overdrive now going to be used. Nightfall. We can see if he can sidestep it, but it is going to get that tag. Collecting onto a multitude, overwhelming these anchoring players. Mizzino is going to be done and finished. Play the rest of his team in, but most don't even need it now. It's taken over control over towards that ramp area fully in the hands of MIBR. They have that heaven angle and now putting and applying the squeeze entirely. It is picture perfect. The retake protocols online and the aim even truer. Valin and Trent have got a lot to do from this spot. Backs to the wall. Blaze barely there, almost able to control that rifle in time. It's MIBR who round out the half 6-6.
That's the first round where MIBR actually looked like the retake was working well for them. Zekken stunning for Aspas to be able to peek off the back of it. They take some elbow control. Aspas outplaying Leaf over here towards A-ramp as well to give them some space. But in terms of the scoreline, if you just look at the rifle rounds, G2 were the better team here in the first half.
They were cooking.
But because MIBR managed to win the pistol and stop the force fight from G2, they've managed to come back and win this one.
Starting में आए होंगे. Good morning, dost.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. क्या कह रहा ब्रो मैं क्या बोलते हैं इसको भूल गया कोरियन चीज है बाबा भाई अरे रेडियो डिलीवरी हाँ क्यों हो रहा भाई कॉन्डो खाया हाँ खाया है कॉन्डो मेरे को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं आया Dark Gangjeong Go Shuang Fried Chicken.
ExpressVPN.com/VCT for rewards and advanced and full plans. Now, Express really being the key word here because this has been honestly incredible pace.
इस बार कोई तो एक नहीं होने वाला है देखो क्रू बहुत स्ट्रांग लग रही है क्रू एक बहुत ही क्लीन टीम है भाई अभी ये दोनों टीम के सामने बैठा दो ना क्रू को तो भी जीत सकती है वो
Yeah, I was actually impressed with the way that G2 were able to force such sloppy moments.
या तो सेन बहुत ही गूथ थी इसलिए ऐसा लगा.
By taking space, especially over towards A. I think they made up for the lack of Viper in their composition pretty well, and now we get to see shoe on the other foot, really. MIBR with a double duelist composition, you'd expect to play
ऐसा ही होगा एक
tempo
बड़ी टीम either G2
stutter steps and the pump
या NRG
constantly calling for.
qualify नहीं करेगा, ऐसा हो सकता है.
But it's the
possible.
MIBR duelist that we'll be looking towards. Zek and Aspas to open these rounds up.
पता चलेगा वो तो crew के अगले game
do
में.
some damage here. Not much in the way of a defensive setup. G2.
MIBR ये बारी qualify करेगी.
Trent waiting towards the back of the site, looking at Anchor with just that ghost in hand. He does have the benefit of an additional player.
Yeah, I mean, look at that choke point. You've got to get through Thorns, a pull, and a harbor wall. I mean,
that's a nasty wall.
That looks horrendous.
Yeah.
MIBR instead go at mid, and this is where a Vice Splash is. So G2 wanted to fight them early on. They've given up on that game plan, though.
All the way forwards, though. Zek looking to see if he can play his team all the way in. Valin receives all that danger and more. Lights up the opposition.
Shot.
Not to be outdone, not to be
निकाल सकता है.
Sean, and now we're seeing him already find a lot of space, but the spike is out of reach.
Yeah, good discipline from Trent. Completely resetting out of this fight.
Yeah.
They aren't actually contesting the spike pickup, though, apart from Leaf.
Leaf is hopping across, looking to see if he can get a bit of more information. Shots are fired, so now gets that acknowledgement. He's got to try and piece this together bit by bit. I'm fading away.
It's a robbery.
Yeah, he does pick up the spike just right beneath their noses, and now we're seeing him.
It's a
bit of a mad dash, a scramble to see if they can ISO where this player is. It is messy towards the end, but cleaned up for G2 in their favor. Pistol round goes a long way.
And Valin the hero, being able to, I mean, the
Valin
protocol to shut down the B-pop. That looked like a nightmare to try to commit to that.
But still, MIBR
was alone, but not quite. Yeah, it's just the Thorns move way up onto the high ground perch, and then a harbor wall rips its way across mid.
Pehla 6-7 America.
Really nice in the sense that you can play off-site and still provide help to somebody that's playing on-site, but it's the pull as well to me that's just a nightmare to get through.
Yeah.
And that's the value of having the Astros in these compositions. It is going to be tough for these double duelists playing against a Vice. This is one of the big reasons why people are buying Senti. And there's the value of the Outlaw too.
4K for Jogamu now.
Quick two-piece. Second and Tex, two of the higher performing players. So
Eco खेलता है ना रेस?
Immediately shuts them down.
भाई पर
fight, it is an eco round.
एक सेकंड.
Yeah.
अभी जो नया वाला पैच चल रहा है ना दोस्तों, ये वाला पैच आज आपने वेले देखा एक को भी खेलते हुए. तो वेले वाला पैच आ गया है ना. समझ रहे हो अमेरिकाज में और कोई रीजन में वेले वाला पैच चल नहीं रहा है. पैसिफिक में नेक्स्ट वीक से चालू होगा.
I'm interested to see if Jorg is allowed to play with the
same
level of freedom
with
this version of the comp.
तो NRG तो heavy rely करती थी यार वेले पे.
I think be playing as aggressively with this comp, but it gives you so much stall on the other side of the map. If Jorg ever sees a moment where he thinks he can push, I think he could get crazy value out of it.
Yeah, he might just take it.
He's never going to miss a timing, is he? Because you've got, you know, Vice, Util, and Pull to try to get through on the other side.
Not that bad.
Stars lay it down on top of it. Trent perfectly willing
अगर वेले डैशिंग करके स्लो नहीं करता
of the side. That's a team blind. That's unfortunate.
We'll be workshopping that one.
Yeah, possibly so. Leaf though looking to see if he can fill in the gaps on all the extremities here. Once more misstep, but no casualties on the side of G2. It is flawless.
Yeah,
Mada mostly jet
much better start to the half for G2 compared to what was going on at the beginning of their attacking setup.
वो लोग भी सिर्फ नियॉन पे स्टिक करेंगे.
See that one again. That is quick reactions.
One enemy remaining.
Two players coming into the next round with light buys.
NRG का AGL
smart
है.
How did my right? It's life, bro.
उनकी mid rounding. उनकी mid rounding उनकी speciality.
That's a defense to use if you ever get.
That's life, man.
Yeah.
और उसको
Mess up your util.
That's life.
Agent को में डालो निकाल के देगा Ethan. Neon gets some what do you say? Mainstream race, perhaps race and jet.
Just the one now, actually.
100%, why?
Oh, they did, yeah.
Race, jet, or Phoenix.
Of course, the Outlaws in play. They know that.
And I guess
Phoenix
be next patch में थोड़ा सा कुछ तो करेंगे उसको.
He's posted up.
There.
Mid-angle, players by his side.
And that flash to play off too. This is the same flash that they were going to use on the pistol round. I mean, look.
It's another disaster in the making, I have to say.
It's a danger.
It is.
Now, I thought it was going through the wall.
No. That is going to blind Jorgamo.
No. Jorgamo's going to get the elbow before the flash. No, it blinded Jorgamo.
It did indeed, but still, it's going to be going both ways. And overloaded a util to see if they can account for it. But this is two players now caught into a corner. See what they can do. Swing out. A lot of pressure on the second. Looking to see if he can just jump onto the heels of it. He is traded out. Trent just with the stinger, but the fight's coming to him. Tex.
Bhai, Verno.
Moment there, just walk straight back into it.
Scuba.
In an impossible position.
These सब लोग एक ही टीम में थे
Judge in
ना?
hand as well. It's not the weapon that you want when you're looking to
Verno,
retake.
Scuba और
Can
Mada.
you find some level of upgrade? There must be a rifle up here.
ये सब लोग एक ही टीम में थे पहले.
Looking around, he's hunting for it. 3 players tucked onto the side. There's a lot of damage done.
He doesn't like the skins on the floor.
No, still, I mean, listen,
उसका ult point बहुत कम है.
Long range. I'm not even kidding. He'll go down to it.
All right.
Found the gun in the end, though.
He finally found one. It's got an MIBR body on it. Yeah. That's why he didn't want to go for it earlier.
Sure, yeah. Not really in a position to be picky. Smokes in his face. And at this point, calculating. Should I even go for this? Players are weak, but a rifle might be even better.
Damage.
Yeah, looking to do
और
damage.
Mitch भी था शायद.
Time.
पता नहीं.
Pressing up against them here. No real way for Leaf to win this one, but was hoping to hunt for a couple of more exits, realizing how tenuous the economy was for MIBR.
Mazino does a good job there of helping Verno escape.
Yeah.
Definitely a chance that bullet through a wall could have taken down the IGL. And now a little bit of speed.
भाई shotgun जबकि बहुत काम हुआ है shotgun पे यार already.
I think they're trying to.
I guess पर nerf तो आएगा.
I think they're trying to condition the
shotgun
MIBR
nerf
just
तो
take
आएगा.
free mid control.
Yeah.
One of the things that MIBR were actually doing quite poorly, you could argue, on their defense side was giving mid a bit too freely until last got his ult up and started
तभी तो उनको उठा के tier 1 डाल दिया. खत्म.
But in a round like this, they just drop back, hoping that that early aggression is going to make MIBR scared.
Brave from Mazino. Look to see if we can square up to a lot of this.
Neon close B.
They're up down today.
We have 4 Haven. Take it.
Yo, it's Vise. It's Vise today, guys. It's Vise today.
You're 4 Haven.
आसपास
Yo, splitting the Vise to spawn is insane.
Yeah, we're splitting Vise to spawn.
आसपास
He's already close. That was an up down guy.
Yeah. Okay.
It's only 2. It's Asher, Vise here. They're gonna go
Neon
bunker
B,
site.
Neon
They're gonna
B.
bunker site right now.
We can I'm gonna swing lower.
Yeah.
They're blowing mid. They're not facing. I'm contacting.
Yeah, bomb burn.
You want to smoke their burn on you? Yeah, can you get smoke? Yeah.
Can you guys pressure? Maybe Osmos gets a kill. They're pressuring now. One spawn.
Right there, where's the player? How already?
भाई ये वो इसको तो मस्त रहेगा.
Map and spawn. Spawn.
They have no spawn info. They have no spawn info.
Yeah.
Suck a spawn.
One site, one spawn.
अगर 3-5 निकालते हैं तो.
Yo, solo us, now.
Spike carrier down. 30 seconds left.
You want man, you want man. Nice. My bad.
आसपास वो पागल हो गया.
The round might not have gone in their favor, but I have to say, I'm impressed with Zekin. The dead comms were going crazy.
Yeah.
He is going for the entirety of the team there, but G2 were the ones that shut it all down.
Yeah, G2 had a nice read just to get themselves into a position. I mean, you can hear them calling as well that Leaf was one of the up-down players, which means that
One enemy remaining.
kind of hold up is broken.
Come on!
They're then coming that they go back into a more bunker position, but I think they didn't quite realize that Leaf was
आसपास आज
having
भी
to take
मारता
a
है
fight
भाई.
over towards screens and stop Werner from taking all of that space. G2 back in control.
Yeah. At this point, the economy out of sorts.
Champs run देखा
to see if they can scrap together whatever they can in a round like this. Raring to go. A lot of stall util. You can already see it being expended. A horn not broken. Second, which is left to the Wolves.
भाई वही है main duelist
Trying to
अभी
light
भी.
him up.
Secondary
Sort of
duelist.
action going to be kicking off, and it's Mibr wants to see if he can piece it together, find a few more of his own. It's 3 in a row. He's going to be squared up too, but Trent has his back over the shoulder.
Uncle shooting, bro.
G2.
Yeah, they're looking strong here. It's a map that they were pretty good at with the previous composition as well. It does seem to be favoring them. They've got a unique read. It's really unusual the way that they're playing.
Possible
I don't think
top
you'll
2
see too many
finish.
people pick up this comp, but
सब कुछ डिपेंड करता है कि वो DRX के अगेंस्ट कैसा खेलेंगे.
Dangerous that they could potentially be.
आज का मैच तो इजी है, बहुत इजी गेम है.
Excuse me.
You're going to mute that one.
MIBR are going to take a tag time out here. They've got to
DRX
adjust. Something different has to
KRX
happen.
के against अगर वो
And I
लोग
think
अच्छा
that these
खेले.
faster rounds, I think if you see
तो फिर top 2
MIBR
finish
play
कर
with this comp against a lot of other teams, they are going to be doing a lot of pops. You know, this composition on the attack side just screams we wanted to be doing fast execs into sites. But against G2's comp, you can't do that.
You got Astra Util, you got the Harbor Walls coming in from long range, you got the Thorns set up as well.
Yeah, maybe you could do that if you are really heavy faking it at the beginning of the round, resetting into a default and then popping.
Yeah.
But just going for these early round pushes, you saw how isolated Zekken got in that moment. There is no hope if you do that kind of thing. So Fraud's taking the time out here, getting in touch with the Brain Trust and trying to see if there's a way that they can crack into this.
Yeah, working mid could be an option. But I think you're right on the money. You've got to try and work the map, pull out the util, piece together where the setup is early, find out where the Vice is.
Yeah, it's very tough. It can be very tough. We haven't been in a meta where Sentinels are getting played for a while as well.
No, it's, yeah, I mean, they're coming back in vogue, I suppose, right?
They definitely are,
A lot of the Neon play. It's one of the best ways to stop and stunt a Neon from just running you down in your sight.
Yeah, and especially now that you can't have the Yoru that just gives you so much information. It's one of the better ways of getting info around the map as well on defense side.
Last time बहुत unfortunate रहा भाई. जो 3 back-to-back.
Heavy setup and presence from their last 4 players.
Best of 5.
Looking towards that mid avenue.
Qualify नहीं कर पाया.
Because now you know, coming out of attack timeout, there is a 0% chance that Fraud has called for a site drop.
It's going to be cleaned up. It's an instant response. Aspas takes a hit clean off. A lot of util those going to be used. Even an ult expended.
Mibr डाल दी.
Putting the pressure and applying it, exerting it, but this could be just dissipated. It might be happy to take a step back.
Give up ही नहीं करना. इतना सारा space.
Love the adjustment coming out of the tactical timeout. Here's the pressure onto Tex.
Another reclear though. Tex might be sorely disappointed. Yeah. Valen squares up, pushes against it, wins the fight out. If he didn't, the trade was probably intact at least afterwards.
Throwing in a little shoulder peek into it as well. Mazzino knows that there's a wall here, but doesn't feel confident enough to try to bait this out. Are they just going to 3-2-1 across?
They just don't want me to sleep, Chad.
Put it together here. Mazzino's been left behind.
Goodbye, Mazzino.
Yeah, luckily the spike in the hands of Aspas.
2-0 खत्म करना
showstopper if he
ये 3-4 जीते और ये लोग निकाल लेंगे.
Guaranteeing that the spike gets down and the ult gets out.
There's win cons. Definitely win cons here for MIBR.
सुन लिया second. At least 2 सुना.
In these positions. Tight looking up towards heaven there. There's Zekken. Looking to see if he can put a stop to it. The ult just skips straight past him, so he's not going to be blinded up here, and he could be the playmaker here and now. Here in the top down, looking to activate that showstopper. Buying a bit of time. This is G2 that can't afford to play into this one. They're going to let that fuse drop, and eventually the rocket flies forwards. That will give them the right time now. Forward, press the advantage.
क्या बात है? क्या बात है?
Anything said and done. This is fights taken.
क्या बात है दोस्तों?
Throttle altogether.
पैसे बहुत है अभी ऑपरेटर निकल जाएगी.
Once MIBR get to the site, they can convert these rounds. Beautiful play, by the way, from Zekken, getting deep inside that smoke. Even waiting for a second one. Almost looked like
I don't know उन्होंने क्या सोचा कि Zekken को हम check नहीं करेंगे नीचे.
Waiting for the second guy.
या उन लोगों ने सोचा कि सिर्फ ये heaven के लिए भलता smoke डाले.
But they're also the timing of the showstopper perfect so that everybody else was cancelled from coming in. This is not a retake comp really for G2. They want to be holding you at the door. So if you manage to get in, you've conquered more than half the battle. And I think Tex's ultimate should allow them possibly another entry in the mid-round into a site.
A lot of pressure on George from a spot like this. Smoked off though. With an operator in hand, it's not quite ideal.
I think this was meant to be a default to bait out the wall. They realized the wall isn't there, and they were thinking, should we go for it? Should we go for it?
भाई यार.
They decided to
ये लोग एक्स्ट्रा खेलते समझ में आ रहा है.
Reset, but now they haven't accomplished one of their goals, which was to bait out the Vice utility. They did get the wall out of Valen though.
ये लोग हार्बर एक्स्ट्रा खेल रहे हैं, मेरे को ये समझ में नहीं आ
रहा.
वैलन भाई कुछ तो कुक कर रहे हैं हार्बर को लेके, हाँ?
They walk steadily up to this angle. Prowler. A couple of straight shots. They may not scared to fight back.
क्योंकि वाइपर स्टिल बहुत बड़ा पिक रहता.
So he is trying to punish them. There it is. Thorns are going to be dead nice and early. Seeing if he can diffuse a lot of this pressure. Zekken's already. The stun from long range.
उसकी पूरी ulti खराब हो गई यार. कुछ कर ही नहीं पाया.
Now MIBR going to look to get a bit more of a move. Oh, Valen from that long range sightline still. This is MIBR looking to take it by storm. All together now, Valen stuns up in towards the back. The horn is big, looking for that peek off of it, but Trent too much to get through, especially with that cosmic divide. Just seeing the glimpse of the player takes with the movement. Leaves it uncertain in the hands of Leaf. Bebe's forward, steps up to the challenge and the mark, but MIBR again more than ready for it. It's exactly like you said, Josh.
I like the adjustment for both teams coming out of attack timeout. I think G2 read it really nicely that MIBR were going to go for slower rounds and decided to fight over mid more, but MIBR's adjustment, like, is being felt so heavily. The adjustment to go for more of these slower rounds, where you pump fake at the beginning, in fact, to try to draw util out, and then it allows you to mid or late round hit. This is working really nicely in the last couple.
I think they want you to sleep.
And now G2 knocked onto a low buy and they're going to have to adjust themselves.
Mazino ka aim bahut
G2 still have both of their timeouts to work with, by the way. So Josh at any point could call for one of these.
Game mein acha hai. Zindagi mein kharab hai.
Could change this one, but G2 have been pretty much in control the whole time. Good standard util, nade and a haunt. Sets the pace, gets a bit of control up towards mid here for MIBR. They have guns.
Second बेचारा ये मैं पैसे ही मरा.
But they're worried about walking and wading into a trap. G2 on the weaker buy and that bucky.
Team final
drive again. How is that not a kill? What? Aspas barely alive is going to be limping away from that one at 10 HP. And Tex rejoining the rest of the pack. Stall util going to be expended. It's all going to be down to lead. Baby out towards the back. He has that rifle. What is that? Dropping down. Fade away with the bucky in hand. Still, it should be all managed.
Verno's taken a long time to get the plan down here. He's worried that he's going to get pushed.
He's hoping that somebody else will take up residency in the smoke before he goes.
Yeah, he's calling for Mazino.
Yeah.
Gets that help, but he also buys time for G2 to get into good position.
This is not a great plan. Spot! Hello! Bandit! None the wiser! These shots are starting to hurt. Bullets for the wall. They might be. C's missing off to the side. Broken, but Valin! Now Mazino! Weak as anything in a single
round nikal gaya bhai G2 ke liye.
What a fumble for MIBR. What a fumble. Against a G2 half buy with player advantage for MIBR. They can't hold on a post fight. An absolute freebie in the back. Tex just got taken down on top rafters. They were really scared inside that smoke over towards screens as well. They wasted a lot of time getting the plant down and then kept some pretty poor post-plant positioning. That's a massive round for G2 to hold a bit of momentum that MIBR were getting out of the tactical timeout.
Pressure off the shoulders. Didn't have to use much in the way of ultimates, now earned up G2.
Look at the swap up in terms of the defensive setup. B is really light here. Just banking on the fact that MIBR aren't going to go there.
Oh, steadily walking forwards. It's a recall star. Yes, it is. More than ready. And already just sending it straight up the gut through heaven. Zekken's not worried about putting his body on the line, but it's so fast and rapid, nobody can play off the back of this. Trent, we're going to put a stop to it. To pull. What a util expended, but Verno's still the man of the hour. Mazino just slips his way through, found the weak spots. Just like that, blink of an eye. It leaves it down to Baby Bay, but he's no more. No longer in the server.
Is that a defensive pullback in mid that caused two players to drop?
Yeah.
I mean, it felt perfect for the attackers, so I was assuming it was Mazino's, but got to take a look at this one again. Out in the open.
It was. I mean, there's another star down. It was just there to replace it. But
man.
Crazy play by MIBR. An instant answer back, and now look at these ults again. I mean, I pointed out earlier, G2, they don't really have the money to work around it, but...
No, they keep going from broken buy to broken buy, but they won the last time.
This bar Jogamo ko ult bhi hai.
Again, MIBR though. Again, Tex setting his sights up towards this. Leave with that bucky. Retreating for now.
G2 use kar sakti hai close karne ko
by round.
Jitne bhi ult hai.
Walkabouts in B main got super deep out.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken made a footstep, but I think Leaf was in astral form, so he wouldn't have heard it.
Be fake.
Bit of a misstep. Trent flashing a peek, and he's going to be no more. Lit up from behind the box.
Galat gun leke swing karwaya yaar.
MIBR working them up slowly, looking to piece together where the players could be. They don't want to walk themselves into an anchored stack.
There isn't really a stack though this round, is there? I mean, G2 are playing very spread.
Extremely spread.
Just trying to get value out of these buckies in weird positions over towards this side of the map.
This angle. Hello. Put it out. Spot it out into the side, into the corner. And Jorg, he was hoping that at least one of these players would be
Stunned from Jorg, that one.
Maybe now with that rifle in hand.
Really?
He's going to be looking to expend the ult. He's thinking about it. Steel Garden flying into the back pocket, but he might be able to pick them apart regardless. They're looking to evacuate and make their way over towards B.
Yeah, and there's just nobody home, is there? G2 have left a massive gap in their
11-11.
And thankfully, the player with the spike got past the vice wall.
Balin, he's so damn fast here. So damn fast! And accounted for. Picked up the rifle, but lit up anyway by that horn. Aspas responds straight from behind. It's a bit of a backstab. Leaf and Baby 2v2, and now the ults are expended this time for real. Baby hard commits it, but time is of the essence, and does he anticipate this? Baby versus Aspas. Trying to take that timing. It's Aspas who is accounted for. Now just down to Zekken, 15 health. Barely anything at all.
Great हाथ का राउंड था बे क्या नंबर्स थे इन लोग के पास.
Bring him down, but he's got to do it from this spot. Time pressure mounting. G2 know that they have to get a bit of a move on. Leaf and Bebe trying to clear all of this, but too much to really account for. Plant. It's in a safe tucked position. It can be watched for and accounted for. Bebe will stick it, knowing that there's safety in numbers. And that watchful eye. Leaf saves the bloody day. Up to 12 now for G2 off the back of a thrifty.
The second one, almost in a row. Round 20
भाई
and round 22.
Massively
fumble.
Round बचा लिया.
Verno getting caught there, just juggling through his utility up in heaven. Stabbed in the back, Mazzino as well, as he was trying to backfill this space. Just, I mean, Aspas going walkabout too with only a pistol. A small shake of the head there. Verno can't quite understand how they're throwing away
ये भी लाइट बाय नहीं सॉरी इसमें तो एक बकी और बैंडिट वगैरह थी एक राइफल थी भाई सेकंड का खराब मैप जा रहा है.
Map 3 potential, but they got to convert it here. And
फिर लो हो गया भाई वो.
So much damage. They are desperate to bait out the wall in B, and Tex just has not, sorry. Baby
map
has just
3.
not been putting it there for the last 3 or 4 rounds.
The setup remains intact over all day. Stray bullets. It's fired back and forth.
Still
They also didn't use that space to pick up an orb for Aspas, so you know they don't have the showstopper that they could have probably gone for.
Awkward in terms of the hold, but it's all down to Valent. Sends flying his own util as well to expend, but he could be quickly overwhelmed here at a moment's notice. B main control called for by G2, looking for a contact play and a stun on top of it. Aspas, crazy entry. Has an ult to use as well, potential to expend, and now might be the right time to use it as ults are being fired forwards on either side. Nightfall pushing MIBR forwards, and Tex happy to take liberties with his positioning in space. Leaves it down to Leaf. Zekken plays the rest of his team in nicely, beautifully in fact.
And that should be the round. MIBR with another
क्या बात है दोस्तों अब याद करो अंदर से कि अगर आप एक इको नहीं हारे होते तो अभी आप मैच पॉइंट पे होते.
Now Jorgen Trent with a chance to close, and they have slipped through.
Yeah, they have indeed, but it's a much better planned spot compared to last time. Up towards heaven. Mazzino was not expecting that it could be a player deep towards that already. The wall up, Thorns deaded. Hold on. Jorg is half on a defuse. Not going to be sticking this all the way. At least pulls out his ult. Okay.
Aspas out here.
Aspas, bhai.
That could have been disastrous.
Jet ho jaye.
Disastrous.
It almost is disastrous. If you're in a 4v2 and you're being forced to use Aspas's ult just to close it out, because you're fumbling the post-plant positioning so bad. I don't know, man. It could have been worse. They could have lost the entire map. But
दीवार पे मारा.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gotta laugh it off.
Yeah.
खुद के ऊपर.
G2 are going to take a timeout. The first one that they've used in this whole map, by the way. As things get very tight towards the end. I am really surprised that Josh didn't try to hit the panic button earlier when they were winning thrifties by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah.
But fair play. They got to a position where they desperately needed map points. If MIBR push things to OT, they got a chance to take the entire match. At this point, you know that MIBR have been working much more towards B main at the start of the round. And they're doing this regardless of whether the wall is actually being posted for Baby Bay, because you can't risk it.
No. If you all in, it's game over.
But also, if you don't default main in a round where Baby Bay does have the wall, they're just getting permanent good information. You don't have to put the strong side over towards B at all, and you're not pulling defenders in that way. So I think there is an opportunity here for G2 to either run some kind of like B-main trap play, maybe take some space over towards mid, like a mid walk down could be interesting as well. On an early timing, but instead it's a massive clash potentially over towards A ramp.
To get the money.
भाई बताओ G2 से Baby Bay को frag करना पड़ रहा है.
Should be the prime spot to answer back. Now,
ये तो ऐसी बात हो गई ना मतलब CSK में MS धोनी सेंचुरी मार दिया.
There's a flash been placed for Baby Bay.
मतलब सेंचुरी
from
half
Baby Bay
century
rather for Jorg to play off.
और CSK के बैट्समैन बैटिंग नहीं
करेंगे. Manages in a spot like this. Tucked tight to the corner. Here's a lot of util, a lot of presence, and now the rumble of the footsteps potentially. Deep
अभी भी बाय देखो
भाई. Way across, but MIBR all the way past this one and
11-13 खत्म कर सकते हैं.
Space onto A. It's already going to be gathered up for them. Zekken is the one who's done the hard work. Cleared most of the way.
G2 just didn't think MIBR were going to go for a sight pop.
No.
They haven't been doing those at all.
It's all in, and it comes down to the gunfight at this point. Steel Garden again. Overlaps up. The Harbour Alt's going to be joining it now. Seeing if they can find a way to push their way forwards once more. It's a wall that cuts it up. A slight pocket is created to be able to play in, but time pressure starting to mount. Zekken's there, Judge in hand, and a bit of running cutting, why not? That's a perfect antidote towards it. Spray control in time for Mizzino.
Let's go, T-Baby! Woohoo!
Mizzino with a Spectre appears out of nowhere.
Let's go, bhai.
Death from the back. He had the pull to be able to play for the late game. G2 had no ability to be able to scale off the back of the Harbour ultimate as well. Wasted. What a crazy situation.
OD number 1!
G2
Here we go!
A lot better on the attack side, and yet we still ended at 6-6. Next half, I feel like MIBR, to be honest, played way better. And yet, G2 to be able to get things to a spot where they had the advantage. And MIBR had to scrap just to get it to OT. Josh is frustrated with that one.
It's been up and down here on Split. Tumultuous map. There's going to be frustration there because G2, they had it in the palm of their hands. They could have been sending it all the way to Bind by now.
Side swap, and MIBR go for a very different approach. Double walking down mid, right off rip.
Of course, देखूंगा भाई.
They're very eager to get as much map control as they possibly can. It's akin to how they were playing Lotus, to be honest. Always being proactive.
They're basically walking into Valid.
So you're going to be broken here. G2 are doing a lot to try and cut this up, but this is awkward, isn't it? Look at this. Verno accounted for. Valiant had his eye on it. Is Verno the one forced to react? Quick snap from behind. That's not done just yet, but he's again twisting, turning, looking in different directions. This is just madness.
Yeah, I mean the push down mid got them a decent amount of information, but then they overflanked really hard, especially against a G2 team that was playing so slowly on their attack side. Maybe MIBR forgot exactly how Valen was calling these rounds, but the tempo was slow from G2. And this is just free. MIBR are going to gamble stack over towards A just in case Valen makes the wrong decision.
30 seconds left.
But this is going to be a hell of a retake if MIBR can pull it off.
Yeah, everybody has to play it on side with this. Like you said, it will be a hell of a retake because cards are stacked against MIBR right now in a 3v5. Unaccounted for is backstab element. Safety in numbers, but Tech's okay, just takes a head clean off. That's one player accounted for. At least normally that danger player, it's a big kill. Not too concerned with their backs anymore. They can put the full focus onto the site. Baby tight towards it, but now he's going to be finished. No one to swing off the back of this one. Second, move, sliding, gliding straight to the side. An attack to see where the next level and layer of this is.
Woo! Let's go, Zach!
That is just unreal.
It should not be possible. Rounds like that should not be possible. G2 are going to be kicking themselves. How is MIBR up to match point of that?
There's absolutely no way.
And you could argue too much respect, I think. Also, just completely isolated once.
Bahut badhiya.
An amazing 1v2.
I kill corner, Verno.
You are. He's locked in.
Yeah, he is.
No reaction.
Frog can't believe it. How did they win that?
Nonchalant, baby.
Absolutely unbelievable. Timeout.
He's ready for London.
Words from Josh.
He's ready for London.
Because I mean, so much went wrong. I thought it was a bit odd. You had entire side control, no plan for heaven, no plan for main.
Josh भाई आगे जीत जाएंगे कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है.
Awkward post-plan positions.
आज मेरे को सो जाने दो.
And nobody ready to trade off with the players.
No, they're never ready to swing off each other in the post-plan, which I think is a
match.
massive flaw. And goes back to what Josh was talking about during the coach interview that we had after map 1. This meta is they're trying to get the better team fights, the better ways of swinging off each other, trading off each other, and yet a couple of times in this map, they've just been completely isolated. There have been some decent post plants where they all play together and have a ton of stall. But that was a major misstep.
And it could be one hell of a blunder because MIBR now up to match point. One more round will do it for them.
What's the adjustment coming out of the tag timeout here? How crazy does Frog want to get? Mostly, they were doing these like pump fakes, going for the map control, looking to bait out the Vice utility, but then MIBR, for the final round of regulation, just decided to send it into A.
Well, here we go. Signs of life on either side.
Team ramp control.
More aggressive A ramp defense from G2.
Yeah.
Instead of waiting for the A ramp control, looking to fight them with a smoke.
Really deep early smoke, like you said. Shuts the door in the face of MIBR nice and early.
They're also leaving B pretty open. Again, just assuming that MIBR are never going to go for a B pop. After G2 proved that they can punish it.
Oh, he's taking liberties.
In-game gira Klurge.
And he's found the perfect timing.
Oh, it's devious.
The jiggle. It was just missed there. That was Trent.
Mozino.
Possibly watching it. It's one hell of a timing to operate off of. And he's already making calls for the rest of his team.
Mozino!
All right.
Okay. Well, makes up for it, doesn't he?
Macro game doesn't matter.
No, just shoot them. And Valen
Thoda
inserts himself once more. Prime position to do some damage here because they're going to be thinking that the side is still cleared. He's found potentially a perfect pocket to play and sidestep the C's. Protects. He's going to be dishing out the damage. That was up towards mid. Still, and it's favored to MIBR. Very good discipline, slowing it down at the right moments.
G2 now asked to do the difficult, possibly the impossible.
Looking to see if they can take this one forwards now. It's a 3v4 players. In the appropriate positions. The shots just need to land, and Leaper's already found one. Make it two. Jorgamo's by his side. Aspas now pressed into a corner. Forced to fight and batter his way out. Overexerting himself in the process because now Tex is left to do it. With 8 seconds remaining, it's just impossible. Toying with him.
Another player disadvantage. Retake over towards B to save things. And G2 draw level again at 13-13.
Wow.
This time, though, MIBR didn't get the plant down. I think that's a pretty big difference between the two there. G2 able to apply a ton of pressure. Right as things were getting sticky. But once you're in this kind of spot, 4-3 up, should be able to find your way further in. Great shots on a crack angle for G2. Aspas picks up the op.
NLT.
I haven't seen a huge amount of it. He was doing it towards the end of the half.
26 round.
Could be a good time to strike now. He's going to be looking to sit into...
Shot! Under!
And you're exactly right, Josh. Doesn't get much better than that. You want to see impact from the operator? There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, just pure disrespect for the G2 opening default. Throwing out util, fading away with the smoke as well. Into the corner, will immediately just retreat. Over the repeat as well, he's feeling himself.
Spike drop down in the open. MIBR not overcommitting to try to defend that though. Gets smoked off, retrieved. 2v4. Should be MIBR going up to another match point here. They're walking back into the Aspas op. Maybe anticipating that he's rotated off to somewhere, but Aspas is digging his heels in.
It's going to be tricky.
He's not had the dominant performance today. Man, was that impactful.
Instant.
Winning stuff and still trained up onto the position.
Instant.
In terms of util, not much to work with if you are G2. Baby flash.
Oh, talte those.
He's just more than ready for it. Already rebounding, already primed. The util.
Here comes the body. Khichna bhai.
Yeah, well, baby is. You might as well use the ult. Why not? 19 seconds
left.
Yep.
Let's go. 4K miking.
To 14.
It's
one
beautiful.
more to do it again.
It is beautiful. That's what you're looking for. Aspas looking to pull out the attack side operator here as well to see if he can close the game. He's feeling it after that one.
Wow.
Could not get any better. And look at that. Leaf swings right before the flash, anticipating that Aspas or whoever else is holding them.
ये जो बेशरम लोग ने dual peak लगा के रखा था.
And yet Aspas sticks around for a moment longer. Like I said, he now picks up an attack-sided operator looking to generate a push for the team.
अरे भाई आसपास भाई गेम जीतना था.
G2.
अब फिर राउंड देने के लिए ऑफ निकाल लिया.
this year getting 3-0'd in devastating fashion to miss out in a spot in Santiago.
Unbelievably close. The 10-year on display between both of these teams. Aspas in this game on the verge of potentially breaking a record. I think he's 4 kills away from 3,000. First player to do it in an international league, but he'd need this game to be extended a little bit more.
Yeah, he'd need quite a few more, actually.
किसके?
More of an operator of his own. They want there to break the power for him. Waits till the very final moment before he eventually reveals his hand. That's going to be noted. Verno, a lot of pressure being made just by that one player alone. Contact is called for MIBR. Looking to see if they can sneak their way past all of this util. Found out though. Bebe now forced to detonate most of it. The Thorns at their feet. It's MIBR in a really strange spot and position, but the wall does a lot to bail them out. Still, damage is done. They haven't removed these ingrained players. Anchor towards the back. It's Leaf. Second. Immediate shutdown. Jorgamo's finished off. Surely this has to be it. They need to account for these players. They're potentially lining up for him second. Just making a mockery of it now, but G2, they're not dead yet, not done yet, not finished yet at all.
They fire back to be able to get things up to 14-14.
Shoot kar lete.
MIBR with plenty of opportunities here to try to put G2 away. And yet, the dominant team of Americas of recent history have got that grit. I thought Zekken was about to get a spray down there in backside. Today, but couldn't quite manage it.
Come on, good job, Nate. Yo, that.
They're looking to take it one round at a time here. Baby Bay trying to keep them focused. But it's been MIBR on the cusp of closing things recently. G2 had their map points early on in regulation. Looking to do a pop into Tex.
Now here it is, the walls are up in their face. This is going to be
game plan समझाओ मेरे को.
Splitting it up for the taking.
क्या बात है
Zekken? Down is Jorgamo ISO'd.
बस आराम से दोस्त बहुत बढ़िया
spam.
Saroche.
We've talked a lot about the fact that MIBR can't run pops into G2, but I think the same applies in the other direction.
Yeah, trying to run it into the vice. I mean, you're slamming your head into a brick wall.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Jorgamo to do anything there. This is so aggressive from Verno.
If he goes down, he evens down. He's going to be taking a peek anywhere.
Ken
himself. Hot hand, and he takes it one step further. Sends his team into a 2v4. So there's a peaks to damage. Surely already done.
Badhiya nade.
Shred of HP.
Khatam, Valin dead.
Valin wants to see if he can step up. But surely softened, weakened to barely anything.
They know where both of these two players are. Extremity players of Tex and Mazzino just taking this space, getting ready to set up on some devious off angles.
Nice, Mazzino, well played.
And there it is.
खत्म कर दो दोस्तों, please. हाथ जोड़ के बोल रहा हूँ, please. यही वो राउंड है, खत्म करो.
Match point. Can G2 survive again?
50 राउंड खेलेंगे भाई.
Why did Verno go for that play?
I don't know. OT makes. I mean, listen, man. When
बाकी घर जाके खेलने ने
playbook starts getting thrown out.
You're in a 5v4 scenario. I'm not sure that it's the percentage play, but man, did he cook from that spot. MIBR take a timeout.
They've got to get it over the line now. They've had multiple opportunities, but G2 are the team that just will not die.
Aspas has tried attack side opping. Probably don't want to go in that direction again, but you do kind of want to run some slow rounds, so I wouldn't be mad about it. What's Frog got? What kind of idea do they want to go for here?
In the
previous round on attack, or one of them, they noted that Mazzino could actually get a walkout into B.
Yeah.
So now you're starting to think, well, all right, does Baby Bay then put the wall genuinely on B main this round? You know, these are the kind of mind games that they're playing in terms of device utility and where they can get for free. I'd be very tempted to do some kind of contacty stuff over towards B.
I think it makes
just
sense.
to mix things up.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's the best way of playing these comps, but when you're deep into OT like this, it's about throwing curveballs. You want to throw something unusual,
right?
Yeah,
which, I mean, listen, when you get this deep into OT,
you've tried
almost everything.
Fraud bol rahe.
It's tough to do it.
I don't know about this one, though. They tried an attack OT judge for Zekken.
Okay. This might do it, but there is Vice Util reinforcing the B setup, the anchoring positions here. Trent might be alone, but
region के सारे matches
tricked by just a mini map with a little global util that G2 have ready at their disposal.
And Baby Bay has put that wall
और
down.
अभी G का match भी है भाई थोड़ी देर में.
Worried that Mazzino would con that to the rest of the team and they might do something funky.
Ones are deaded early as soon as the smokes are propped up.
I mean, Zekin's got to want to do something fast here and to be heaven surely with the judge.
Over to take it now. It's a Prowler. Paves the way, at least a decent degree, but there's that high tide. Rips its way across now. This is going to be awkward to get through. Many layers towards it, but a util's going to be flying out on either side. Stuns on stuns. A lot of it now.
चढ़ जाओ baby में के ऊपर baby में side में बैठा second भाई. मेरी बात सुनो please.
No bailout waiting to receive. He needs help and he needs it now. Long range with the smokes, looking to see if he can anchor a position here. Weather the storm. Batter down the hatches. But how do you overcome this? This is methodical from Mibr. And they are determined to put a stop to this, to put an end to it. Rounds like this, they are flattening G2. And finally slamming shut any opportunity to leave. For leave. He's going to all out, but it is just gone too wrong. 16-14. That's the finish. Split going away of Mibr. Listen, don't get me wrong, it was tumultuous, it was up and down at times, but for Mibr, this is revenge that has been 2 months in the waiting.
Absolutely. We talked about this potentially, probably, being the fight for the top team in the Alpha group.
चलो, good night. Good night, मिलते हैं आप पैसिफिक की स्ट्रीम में. Bye bye, good night, take care, see ya.